Despite my previous 3 gaming videos being focused on very creative and original games, I'd argue that what I'm about to focus on is quite a big switch up, but arguably is one of the most consistently played things the entire time I've been playing games. Bringing up the Call of Duty franchise nowadays usually makes people's eyes roll, and I don't blame you. There's not many game franchises I can think of that had as hard of a fall from grace as COD, but despite that, there's something that just keeps pulling me back, no matter how bad the games have actually gotten. I can't deny, it's most likely the genius marketing Activision employs on the run up to a new release. You always know that every single COD will boil down to point and shoot with no real depth, but at the same time, the marketing makes you think they've done a huge switch up that you just need to experience, which is very rarely true. Despite this, there's one consistent mode that keeps me interested and coming back to these games almost every year, and that is the Zombies mode. Something that started off as a small passion project, and in this last iteration has been exposed for its lack of focus, time and care. So, before we talk about this recent travesty in the new Call of Duty Vanguard, let's take it back to where it all started, in a broken down bunker surrounded by flesh-eating zombies. I don't want to go too in depth about the creation and production of the mode, as this video is a lot more based on what's actually presented to us in game. But it is important to know that the origins of this mode were completely pure. Call of Duty World at War, the game where zombies were introduced, is often held up as one of the best Call of Duties to be made. The dark and gritty portrayal of World War II was extremely violent, but also incredibly realistic and engaging. Coming off Call of Duty Modern Warfare, which revolutionized the first-person shooter genre and set the foundations for what we're still basically playing to this day, Treyarch had a high bar to top. Modern Warfare had proven that people were starting to get tired with the World War II setting, which was present in all of the previous games, and wanted something that more reflected the times we are currently living in. However, Treyarch had a vision to cap off these World War II games with a bang, bringing the raw violence and intensity to places we'd never seen before. When the game released, it was highly praised for both its gripping campaign and addictive multiplayer, but also for a little secret that many may have initially missed. Getting to the end of the campaign, you're greeted with this strange cutscene. You've seemingly been in a plane crash and can see figures slowly making their way towards you, one of which emerges running out of the fog, coming right up to you before showing us that we're now playing Zombies. YouTube's really weird with what you can and can't show now, so I'm just gonna censor the World War II German army word. It's a perfect intro, not only unsettling us with the freaky setting and undead creatures, but also leaving a sense of mystery along with it, only being reinforced even further when we get into the actual game. For those who played the campaign, you'd immediately notice that we've been placed inside a very similar building to one found in the mission Hard Landing. This mission was set in Okinawa. However, despite that, it's been later confirmed that this location is actually supposed to be in Germany. They simply just reused the assets of something they'd already made. We immediately know that zombies will take the form of a survival mode, due to the round counter in the bottom left. You discover quickly that the Colt you start off with isn't very effective in killing zombies. However, every shot you get off on them, you'll gain 10 points. Killing a zombie gives you 60 points. Killing a zombie with a headshot gives you 100 points. And knifing a zombie gives you 130. An appropriate scale to reflect both your targeting skill and the risk you're taking when going in for a knife. The zombies make their way slowly towards the bunker, and can break through these barricades which have been set up at every window. Your first instinct will always be to keep them at bay for as long as possible. However, if they start breaking down the barricades, you can repair them and gain 10 points for every board you place back. Scattered around the area, there's also several explosive barrels, which you can use to your advantage to kill any zombies in the distance. You'll eventually stumble across either the blocked stairway or locked help door, both of which require 1,000 points to open. Opening the help door, you'll find the mystery box, which will give you a random weapon for 950 points. You may have been able to get here without buying any other weapons, but the first time playing, you would have most likely bought either the Kar 98K or the carbine from these chalk drawings on the wall. There's several of these scattered around the map, varying in cost depending on what weapon you're buying. The reason for this is that different weapons deal different amounts of damage to the zombies. Unlike multiplayer, where you could pretty much kill enemies at ease with any weapon, in zombies, certain weapons are just terrible. The Kar, for example, is good up to about round 5 at most, after which it won't be able to pull off one-shot headshots anymore. The reason you need to start getting better weapons is that as the rounds progress, the zombies not only grow in numbers, but also get gradually stronger, as well as picking up in speed. Keeping the zombies at a distance is key, as you'll die in only 2 hits, making the zombies even more intimidating than they already appeared. The mystery box holds many more weapons than the limited number of wall weapons on the map, with some of them being good and a lot of them being bad. Weapons like the Browning and MG42 are very effective, however of course have the downside of being slow to reload. Weapons like the Thompson and STG are good middle ground options, being fairly effective in killing zombies, whilst also giving you more mobility. However, you'll be wanting to watch out for pretty much all of the snipers, bolt action rifles, and definitely the Panzerschreck. The snipers are only effective in very specific instances, and the Panzer will more times than not just end up killing you, with one rocket being an insta-kill. Of course, the crowning piece of the box is the futuristic looking ray gun, which is the best weapon you can get, but is also dangerous. The ray gun gives off a huge amount of damage, but the drawback is that much like the Panzer, splash damage is also given out, so you have to make sure you use it at range. The box is a genius addition to the map, and keeps the game interesting and tense as you're trying to get better weaponry to deal with the oncoming horde. By the time you're reaching rounds 9 to 10, it's a lot easier just to let the zombies into the bunker, and run them round either in the starting area, or the pillars near the box. If you've got all the weapons you want, what if they start to run out of ammo? Will you really have to get rid of them and try your luck at getting them in the box again? Well, this is where the power-ups come in, which are dropped fairly frequently by zombies that are inside the bunker. There's a variety of drops, like double points and insta-kill, which both last for 30 seconds, as well as a max ammo which refills all your weapons ammunition, and a nuke which wipes out all of the zombies that are currently spawned in. Once again, this is a smart decision, as it not only means you're avoiding tedious things like having to reacquire your weapons, but also gives you things to look forward to, or tense moments where you may almost be dead, but get that lucky nuke or insta-kill just as you're about to be struck down. It should be said that the sound design is an integral piece at creating this desolate and haunting environment that you're fighting in. Just listen to the initial sounds when starting the match. You of course have this ominous laugh at the start, tormenting the player who's trapped inside this bunker, and inevitably will end up dying. This is accompanied by the distant reverberated choir, getting capped off by a distorted guitar, giving you a brief feeling of empowerment as you're about to face the waves of undead. After this, you're left in almost complete silence, as the strange sounds of the zombies start to fade in. The only sound you can hear is the hollow wind passing through the building, as well as distant screams and the sounds of metal scraping. I think the reason it's so excellent is because of how subtle it is. You'd be surprised at how many layers of sound would be included in these background noises, but it's clearly had a lot of attention placed on it. The sounds from the actual zombies as well aren't your typical zombie noises. Before, we would have been accustomed to either the classic sounds and phrases like brains from movies made by people like George Romero, or maybe even the screeches and guttural sounds from films like 28 Days Later. However, these zombies fall somewhere in between, sometimes sounding like they could possibly be saying something, whilst also having these low guttural noises and high-pitched screeches. Getting up close to some of these zombies reveals even more grotesque sounds, like hearing the sound of a burnt zombie's flesh bubbling as it makes its way towards you. On top of this, it doesn't really need to be said how good the visual design is on this map. The entire area is shrouded by fog, obscuring not only your vision, but the zombies that lurk within it. I feel like the map takes a lot of notes from Night of the Living Dead, with the huge moon which illuminates the entire scene. Having the map set at night also puts more emphasis on the dingy light coming from both the lamps and fires inside and out the bunker. It also makes the zombies' bright orange eyes pop out from the darkness, making them feel even more creepy than they already appeared. In retrospect, I forgot how slow this initial zombies experience was, at least for the first 10 rounds. The zombies make their way very slowly to towards the bunker from a long distance away, which works in terms of setting up a dark atmosphere, but can become quite a tedious wait on repeat playthroughs. Of course, when you get deeper into the game, this is barely an issue, as you'll actually start wishing for breaks from the increasing hordes. You have two primary ways of dealing with the zombies after a certain point, as protecting the barriers eventually doesn't become a viable option. Either run the zombies round and take them out in one big sweep, or find a spot to camp. I'd say you can pull off either one effectively, but camping seems to be the more standard approach on this map due to how tight of an area you're working with. I'd say it's pretty hard to criticize this map, as it's their first attempt at this mode, and was essentially one big experiment. Everything you can point out feels pretty nitpicky in the grand scheme of things, considering how this map essentially set the foundation of what Zombies was going to be for over a decade, which you'll find as we progress is very refreshing from what starts to be offered later in the Zombies franchise. After Nukta and Toten came out, Treyarch quickly discovered that they had a hit on their hands. This secret hidden mode had already picked up a cult fan base, interested in what rounds they could get up to, as well as having certain questions like where the zombies came from, and who we were playing as. This led to the next map Verrucht being made for the first DLC pack in World at War, this time introducing heaps of new mechanics, while being set in what many consider to be the creepiest location in the entirety of Zombies. From the second you load up Verrucht, you'll see a map of the area, accompanied by pictures of zombies, power switches, and what appear to be vending machines. The map gives labels to these things, touting names like Double Tap, Juggernog Drink, Revive Soda, and Speed Cola, as well as labeling a power switch and zappers. The map also runs great on i7, apparently, so we spawn into the map on one side of these doors, which will only be opened when the power is turned on. The first thing you'll notice is that you now have a voice, with your character taking the role of a marine. In either of the spawns, you'll see one of these drink machines, which also require power to use. The setup is fairly similar to Narked, with you initially having these low-grade wall weapons to get you through the early rounds, until you get access to the box and power. You might be wondering why this map is considered to be so scary, and although I wouldn't say it's drop-dead frightening, I can totally understand why people are so freaked out by it. This, once again, brings us back to the importance of sound design, with this map arguably being one of my favourites in that regard. The hollow wind sounds return once again, but the addition which always seems to give me goosebumps are the cries and screams from unknown people that crop up all the time. Whether it's people you just can't see, or ghostly hollow cries from what once took place in this asylum, they're freaky as fuck. You'll quickly find that despite this map being an expansion of ideas, they didn't intend on actually expanding the area you can play with. The map's overall bigger than Narked, but is arguably even more restrictive and tight to navigate. This is where I should mention that people don't look at this map as one of the scariest, but also one of the hardest maps ever made, which is mainly due to the map's design. These small hallways and rooms can often lead to you getting stuck or trapped by the zombies. An interesting thing I noticed was how rare being inside an actual building is nowadays in COD Zombies. Everything seems to be so open, and in my eyes, easier, which also makes things a lot more boring for me personally. I'm playing Zombies for either two things, the challenge or the story, and in World at War, the story was barely even a thing. Once you reach the power room, you have to turn it on via a switch on the wall, giving power to the door at the start, the machines, and also these electric traps. The machines give you what are known as perks, with all four giving you new abilities which will help you in surviving. It was a great idea to give them all distinct colours, making it easier to distinguish what perk you want to actually buy. A casual player won't know what Juggernog does, but they will know that the red perk gives them more health. As I just said, Juggernog gives you more health, now being able to take 4 hits before going down. Quick Revive allows you to revive your teammates faster, so is completely useless when playing solo. Double Tap doubles the rate of fire on all your weapons, which is useful in killing things faster, but is held back by the increased recoil and loss of ammo. And finally, Speed Cola lets you reload your weapons faster, which is especially helpful in making LMGs even more practical to use. With the design of the map being so close quarters, areas, it's much harder to find a place to camp and survive, although there are a couple spots which are effective. The map pushes the player into a more run and gun approach, staying on the move and looping around the asylum to stay alive. The box has pretty much all the same weapons as last time, but now has the ability to give you a teddy bear. This causes the box to teleport from one location to another. The teddy will always give you back the 950 points you spent. However, this is less of a worry when taking the box's new location into account. It could move to a fairly open part of the map, like the area next to Quick Revive, but it could also move next to Juggernog, which is a surefire way to get yourself trapped and killed if you aren't being extra careful. It's a great addition and keeps you on your toes. The visual design of this map is just as freaky as the sound, with everything once again appearing dilapidated, with the addition of certain elements which almost tells the story of what took place in this asylum. There's numerous drawings on the walls which have been painted with blood, mannequins being hung from pipes, as well as the constant mention of ideas like the teddy. In this map alone, you can see where the intrigue would have been gained from the zombies community, with certain ideas being placed into these maps without any real explanation. It's been detailed how a large part of the now well-known zombie storyline was essentially built upon fan theories and opinions. What may have just been a random addition initially would then go on to be something that would be referenced in other maps and perhaps become an integral part of the storyline. In terms of the actual gameplay, some people love it and some people hate it. I, for one, really enjoy the intense barrage that Verrucht throws at you, keeping your attention constantly until you end up succumbing to the horde. I found it interesting how this is the only map in World at War to feature super sprinters, which move their arms wildly in front of them and are much faster than the typical running zombie. It's even more crazy when considering how confined this map already was. This was also the first map with a real Easter egg in, which took the form of a secret song which you could play. You could access this by flushing the furthest left toilet by the power 3 times. There was a similar thing in Narked, where you could knife the radio and hear random music from the World at War soundtrack. However, I feel that wouldn't really be considered an Easter egg, and more just a part of that map. The song stays in line with the heavy metal guitar sounds, which I always found interesting, but appropriate. The idea of zombies doesn't inherently fit with these hardcore metal sounds, but works so well in practice. We'll see that eventually zombies will move away from this sound, but I always felt this evanescence kind of music was always what the core of zombies felt like. This takes us to the third map, Shino Numa, which takes a big jump both in terms of gameplay, story, and setting. On the loading screen, we can already see that we now are taking the role of 4 named characters: Tank Dempsey, Edward Richthofen, Nikolai Belinsky, and Takeo Masaki. Most of these characters have very distinct and funny personalities, perhaps with the exception of Takeo, who sort of just yammers on about honor and his emperor. They're all purposely made to be as stereotypical and over the top as possible. Dempsey's an ultra-violent marine, who only ever focuses on killing zombies. Nikolai's an idiotic drunk Russian, who constantly talks about vodka and his number of wives. Takeo, as I mentioned, is solely focused on honor and doing things to please his emperor. And finally, Richthofen, the insane German scientist, who comes out with some of the most ridiculous and hilarious dialogue. This map brings back all of the perks and traps from Verrucht, whilst also adding a new one known as the Flogger. You can see the natural evolution of the mode in this map. With the 2 previous maps taking place in very enclosed spaces, it only makes sense that they want to start expanding. There's 5 main areas to explore: the starting area, the comm room, the storage hut, doctor's quarters, and the fishing hut. Each of these locations are fairly similar, with the entire map taking place in this swampy environment. It's a lot less frightening than both the previous maps, which I'd argue is partly down to the setting and partly down to how you don't feel as trapped anymore. When you spawn in, you're immediately greeted with this hanging marine, which you can make fling about with your grenades. I always find it hilarious that this random guy, which was obviously just put there for effect, ended up becoming a key component of the storyline later on. Talking of the storyline, this is where things start to become more interesting. In this starting room alone, you can activate 3 radios and hear a secret distorted message. It simply spouts out several different numbers before hearing a message from a marine. It references Verrucht and how they failed to contain the asylum, as well as a location called Der Ries, an element known as 115, and also Dr. Richthofen and Dr. Maxis. I can't describe how perfect this approach to the story was, hiding it under secrets that most people won't find, but intriguing those who actively sought it out. By doing this, you please both those that are and aren't interested, by not burdening those who don't care. There's several more of these radios located around the map, however this one at the start is where most of the information is found. At the time, it seemed that this storyline was still basically being cobbled together, and was only interesting due to the mystery surrounding it. However, in the grand scheme of things, the characters are apparently here to collect Richtofen's diary. This was and is never shown in the actual gameplay, but was an idea inserted later on to make the plot more cohesive. In a certain part of this map, you can find this glowing meteor outside the bounds, which your character will comment on when shooting. They all allude to the idea that this may be the root of the zombies, with Richtofen noting that this big meteor is the element 115 which was mentioned on the radio. This once again gives us little tidbits of information about who and what's behind this zombie outbreak, drawing us in with mystery, as opposed to laying out the story from the get-go. As I said before, this map is a lot more open, with the idea of barricading windows and camping being pushed further to the wayside. The design of this map is very appropriate, with this probably being the most disgusting looking map so far. Maggots and blood can be found all over the place, with the swampy water appearing green and sludgy. Having these zombies dressed up in Imperial gear is a nice switch up from the German zombies we've been fighting so far, and of course makes sense considering we're in Japan. To access the perks this time round, you have to go to all 4 cabins in the different areas of the map. Every time you open one up, all the perks will randomly flash between each other, until one is chosen to be permanently placed in this area. Of course, you'll ideally be wanting a perk like Juggernog to spawn in first, which gives you both a sense of dread when looking at the perks flip between each other, and also relief when you get the one you want. The Flogger is the most creative trap we've seen so far, with it being one of the most memorable parts of the map. You can activate it for 750 points, and it will swing intensively and kill any zombies that run into it instantly. This map also brings what many consider to be the first true wonder weapon, in the form of the Wunderwaffe DG2. Of course, the ray gun has always been present, but almost functioned as an ultra powerful pistol. With the Wunderwaffe, you can shoot a beam of electricity that chains between zombies and can wipe out a horde instantly. I think the design of the weapon is perfection, as it looks futuristic, but not beyond the realms of possibility for what you could imagine scientists are creating in this fictional version of World War II. Finally, it's in this map that we get introduced to another staple of zombies games, the Hellhounds. It's on rounds 5, 6 or 7 that you'll have your first encounter with these undead dogs, and will always shock someone experiencing them for the first time. A mysterious voice demands the dogs to fetch them our souls, as the map becomes even more shrouded in fog. Within seconds, you'll find yourself having to take down these dogs rapidly charging at you. They have significantly less health than your typical zombie, but can be a genuine threat if you aren't paying attention. Killing the final dog of the round will always reward you with a max ammo, meaning that now you have a consistent stream of ammo without having to solely rely on random drops from zombies. And that's about it for Shinonuma. I have to say, this map feels more like an evolution in map design and a refinement of all the mechanics introduced so far, as opposed to anything really new. The main addition is of course the Hellhounds, which were initially supposed to be in Verrucht, but were luckily cut. That map would have been fucking ridiculous if hounds were introduced. And obviously the Wunderwaffe, which was our first real foray into even more experimental weapons than the ray gun. Finally, we have Der Riese, not only considered to be the best map in World at War, but one of the best zombies maps of all time. I look at Der Riese really as the culmination of all the development zombies had up to this point. You started World at War zombies emerging in a bunker, and this time you emerge staring at this futuristic looking machine, developed by a group called 935. After only 4 maps, the foundations of Call of Duty Zombies had been set. The style, the gameplay and the story was pretty much set in stone for what we'd see in the next few entries, and Der Riese is a perfect cap-off to this iteration of the mode. Unlike Shinonuma, we're not only back in Germany, but also need to turn on the power this time. You have 2 main routes to the power from the starting room, neither one having any real positives or disadvantages, unless you're going for high rounds. When you reach the power, you'll notice another huge machine behind the door nearby, and when interacting with it, you'll have to link it with the mainframe at the start. You you only have 30 seconds to do this, and at the speed you run in World at War, you're going to have to be moving pretty rapid. Once you do this, you'll notice the door to the machine will open slightly, as you'll have to repeat this process 2 more times with 2 other machines. These machines are actually teleporters, which you'll be able to use either to get back to the start faster, or to get yourself out of danger. Once you link all 3 teleporters on the map, the Pack-a-Punch will open, being another one of the most important parts of zombies. The Pack-a-Punch costs 5,000 points to use, and will upgrade any weapon you choose, including wonder weapons. The addition of this not only means that you'll be able to survive longer, with the damage increases on every weapon being immense, but it also may lead to you experimenting with weapons you wouldn't usually use, simply to see what it looks like Pack-a-Punched, and if it's any good once you upgrade it. Another major addition is the Monkey Bombs, a brand new tactical grenade. Before, you only had Molotovs and grenades, with Molotovs usually being more risky to use than anything. However, Monkey Bombs are an extremely useful piece of equipment that causes all zombies to ignore you for a short period of time, as well as exploding and taking out a large amount of them. It's perfect for getting you out of a sticky situation, although you'll have to think ahead when deciding to use one of these things, as they have a wind-up before they're thrown. These aren't just useful for solo play, giving you time to safely revive one of your teammates without having to do that anxious wait while zombies approach closer. The Wonderwaffe returns in this map, but is essentially useless in comparison to the one on Shinonuma. It still functions the exact same. However, there's a strange glitch on the map where if you shock yourself with it, which is highly probable, the game will remove your Juggernog for no reason. And I don't mean it disappears from your perks. It's still there. You just can't take 4 hits anymore, rendering Juggernog completely useless. If you think you could safely use it, be my guest. But I think most people agree that using the Wonderwaffe on Der Riese is more trouble than it's worth. This is also the map where the Bowie knife is introduced, which I think you could say is also a staple of COD Zombies, although in World at War its effectiveness is majorly dampened, as trying to knife in this game is way more risky. I think this might be the best designed map out of all the ones in World at War, giving you 3 different locations you need to go to in order to unlock a reward. The way the map flows is very smooth, with additions like the bridge in the middle part of the map serving as a great way to connect the 2 sections of the map, with the third being located towards the back of the map, which you can simply get to by dropping down instead of crossing the bridge. It seems to refine the choices you had on Narc of either camping or running the zombies round. Because the areas are fairly open, you can train these zombies fairly easily. However, there's also areas like the Catwalk, which is seen as one of the most iconic camping spots in all of Zombies. It gives you choices on how you want to play, with both of them being just as effective as each other. It's simply up to you which approach you want to take. In terms of the storyline, this is where things really started to pick up, with several extensive radios you can find around the map. The radios tell the story of Dr. Ludwig Maxis, who's been experimenting with Element 115 and setting up plans to mass produce the Wonderwaffe device, all as an attempt to win World War II. In certain radios, you can hear Maxis attempting to communicate with the zombies, with some hopeful results. However, the most important one is the recording showing the interaction between Richtofen and Maxis.
Initiating test number 6. Subject is within test chamber. Activate power. Damn it, Edward! Did you set up the device correctly?
Yes, Doctor. As per your specifications.
If you had done it to my specifications, then it would have worked, wouldn't it? As usual, your incompetence has...
What? Do you hear that, Doctor?
Quiet, you fool! Test number 6 is a failure, but the experiment has caused some kind of electrical force energized within the chamber. Well, open the door!
Doctor, I don't think...
Open the door, now!
Daddy, what are you doing with Flossie?
Damn it, Samantha, I told you never to come in here. Edward, get her out of here.
Yes, Doctor.
What's wrong with her? Daddy, what did you do? Flossie!
Come back here, Samantha! Stop her! Easy. Come here, Samantha. Good girl, Flossie. Gently, Samantha. That's not Flossie anymore. We must get out of here. What? Edward, what are you doing? Open the door! Edward, open this door now!
I'm scared.
Don't do! Stay by me, Samantha!
Goodbye, Dr. Maxis.
Both of them had been primarily working on teleportation. However, Richtofen had some reservations about how Maxis was handling the project. In the final recording, we can hear Maxis and Richtofen fighting with each other, until you hear the sound of a hellhound spawn in. Maxis has a daughter called Samantha, and as they open the teleporter door to discover what's inside, it's revealed to be her dog Fluffy, who's been turned into a hellhound. Both Samantha and Maxis enter the teleporter to investigate the dog, and as they do, Richtofen locks them inside and teleports them somewhere. Whether this was the rational thing to do is currently unclear. However, with how Richtofen acts both in these recordings and in-game, it's clear that he's not in his right mind. Talking of Samantha, we can actually hear her in this map, when doing the first real Easter egg in Zombies, known as the Flytrap Easter egg. We initiate this by shooting a panel outside the map with a pack-a-punched weapon, causing several objects to fly into the air, as well as hearing Samantha say she wants to play hide and seek. All you need to do is find 2 teddy bears and a monkey bomb before Samantha says the game's over. You don't earn anything from this and don't even get any new story info, although it does a good job in letting you know the teleportation process that Richtofen initiated in the radios may have led to Samantha becoming some kind of powerful being. It feels more like an experiment from the development team, which will inevitably be expanded on in the upcoming games. And that takes us to the end of WWII Zombies, a game which, as I've said, laid the foundations for what Zombies was going to be for the next few entries. It turned a little experiment into a main feature, and became more ambitious as the maps progressed. It's both incredible, but also kind of sad when looking back in retrospect, as you start to realise that these 4 maps were the hub of experimentation, constantly introducing new things like perks and the Pack-a-Punch, all of which are now staples, but were very rarely elaborated on. As we'll see, new perks will inevitably be introduced, and Pack-a-Punch will sometimes work a different way in some games, but ultimately it still boils down to everything which was already made in this game. I'm not saying Zombies ever had to change, and hell, we'll eventually see what happens when they try to change things for no reason, but I always see WWII as the introduction to so much stuff, and everything else as simply the addition onto that foundation. Then came Call of Duty Black Ops, which is also ranked as one of the best CODs of all time, and also remains the highest selling Call of Duty game. Zombies this time round was no longer this secret hidden mode, but instead a feature which was advertised, even being given a separate menu alongside campaign and multiplayer. I just gotta say, you've got to admit, this could well be the coolest main menu screen in any game. This time, instead of one standalone map to start off with, excluding DLC, we have 2 main maps and an arcade-type zombie shooter, giving players more variety from the get-go. We'll talk about all of the maps in order, starting with the iconic Kino der Toten, which as many of you will already know, was initially intended to be released in WWII. Before we even get into this map, we can see from the loading screen that they're already doubling down on the story side of things. It starts with a radio transmission from Richtofen, admitting that he doesn't trust any of the other characters, but can't deny they're of great use in helping him out with his plan. The crew apparently overloaded the teleporters in Der Riese with the Wunderwaffe, causing them to be shot through time and space, ending up at an abandoned theatre in 1963, which has now been taken over by Group 935. Getting into the map, we can see that the quick revive machine is not only in the starting room, but also is turned on, and costing only 500 points. While playing solo, quick revive is no longer useless, and in fact is a perk you'll always want to be using. Whenever you go down with quick revive on, you'll now be given a second chance. This might sound overpowered, but is balanced out by how you can only use this perk 3 times in a game. Once you buy the perk 3 times, the machine will disappear. As I said at the start, I think you can very much tell this map was conceived during WWII, as everything here is good, but you don't get much innovation in terms of pretty much everything. All the same power-ups and perks are back, the Pack-a-Punch is back, the monkeys are back, and even the secret song Easter eggs are back. I know a lot of people have huge amounts of nostalgia for this map, and I gotta be honest, I do too. Whenever I play this map, it just takes me back to the days where I'd watch Syndicate train zombies around the stage for hours on end. But I've got to be honest, as the years have gone on, I'm not really sure how to feel about this map. The visuals are of course spot on, once again with everything being dilapidated and destroyed, as well as featuring these expensive looking chandeliers, which let you know that before this zombie outbreak, this theatre would have been very posh and upper class. In terms of the actual graphics, I'm kind of conflicted. At the time, I remember thinking Black Ops was a huge step up from World at War, but upon replaying, I'm not so confident I was right. Certain aspects, like the texturing on the guns and zombies, are of course drastically improved. But looking at certain perk machines like Jug, I can't deny that I see a definite deterioration in quality. For the most part, everything looks better, but getting up close sometimes exposes how this game hasn't aged as gracefully as I first thought. An interesting thing about this map is how it has this weird glossiness over everything. You'll notice it straight away in the starting room, with your pistol looking extremely sparkly. I remember how I always thought Richtofen's gloves were made out of plastic, just because of how shiny they are. I've heard a lot of people saying they like these visuals, so each to their own, but I always found them kind of weird, and noticed how they got toned down as the maps progressed. You access the Pack-a-Punch in a similar way to WWII's, however it's been graciously simplified, so this time you only need to activate one teleporter. You get sent up to the projector room, where you can look at yourself being projected on the screen, which I always thought was a really cool touch. You're only allowed to be here for a limited amount of time, which means you have to pack a punch as soon as you can and wait until you're teleported back out. Upon being sent back to the start, there's a chance you'll get teleported to a random place for about 10 seconds. I started off talking about how this map doesn't innovate all that much, so let's look at the places where it actually does innovate. Firstly, these things. What are they? Well, these little fellas are known as the Nova Crawlers, and aren't particularly explained apart from some dialogue where Richtofen describes them as a failed experiment. They aren't that bad in this map, and I appreciate how they tried to switch some things up, but overall I kind of hate these things. They crawl alongside zombies, making them harder to kill as you'll either have to direct your aim downwards or just crouch. Either way, it kind of disrupts the flow of gameplay. On top of this, if you shoot them to death, they'll explode into a cloud of gas, not only completely blurring your vision, but sometimes also restricting your movement. If you knife them, they won't explode. However, as you enter the later rounds, knifing's not really an option anymore. As I said, I haven't got a huge problem with them. They're just more of a nuisance than anything. I don't know if this is just my memory playing up as well, but when I played Kino again, I realised there was a lot more of these things being spawned in than I remembered. Seriously, go back and play Kino if you don't believe me. Sometimes it was like a 50-50 split between the zombies and crawlers. I'd say the map's biggest innovation comes in the form of the brand new, iconic and overpowered Thunder Gun. This weapon is a huge step up from the Wunderwaffe. When using the Thunder Gun, you haven't got to worry about any splash damage, range, or even where you're aiming. Just use it in the general direction of the zombies, and they'll be blown away. Much like the Wunderwaffe, the Thunder Gun deals an infinite amount of damage, meaning that no matter what round you're on, the zombies will be killed instantly. It's probably my favourite wonder weapon of all time, but because this video is serving more as a critique of something I love, I also have to look at the drawbacks of having such a powerful weapon. Because this Thunder Gun is so overpowered, to keep things interesting, you have to insert challenge somewhere. In most cases, you'll find that it's either the enemies or map design that's usually focused on. However, here, there's not really any of that, which leads into the biggest criticism I see Kino get. The map is very open, essentially being the true start of the run and gun style of gameplay that World at War mostly stayed away from. The crawlers can be annoying, but are never considered challenging, and having perks like Quick Revive actually being useful in solo now means there's a higher chance that your game will just go on and on. The point is, Kino's initially great, but pretty boring in retrospect. It's very easy, and doesn't have interesting stories or Easter eggs to supplement this lack of challenge. Which is surprising, considering the Flytrap Easter egg which was introduced in WWII's. It's so confusing when looking at these maps, because on one hand I get the simplicity as this is the first zombies map a lot of people will be playing, but for pre-existing fans of the mode, I also understand why you'd want more out of this map. There's other little things I haven't mentioned, like the introduction of a new power-up called Fire Cell, which activates all the mystery boxes around the map and makes them cost only 10 points. But that's about it. Up next is 5, a map which I think stands apart not for its great design or interesting mechanics, but primarily for its own uniqueness. This map was initially unlocked in a very similar way to Narked, with you being put straight into 5 at the end of the campaign. I cannot describe how fucking great the idea was to have you play as JFK, Castro, Nixon, and McNamara. And excluding the Narked intro, this is the first map with an actual intro cutscene. It's ambitious from the get-go, being set in the Pentagon, which was also shown off in the campaign. The first thing that may come to mind when thinking of zombies in the Pentagon is how could that possibly work? Wouldn't it be too cramped and claustrophobic? And partially yes, but I'd say they get away with it. Let's look at what's new. There's a small addition to this map which I always really liked for some reason, where the zombies first have to break through a pane of glass before they enter, and before you're even allowed to rebuild the barriers. It may seem subtle, but when you hear people talking about their favourite maps, or what makes a map unique, very small things like this will be whirring round in their minds. To activate the secret song this time round, instead of teddies or meteorites, you have to activate 3 phones, which gives us Eminem. The song's bad, it's just bad. Another memorable feature from this map are the elevators. Not only being a place that you can camp out and take on the horde, but also serving as transportation between the different layers of the facility. Taking the first elevator down, we emerge in the war room, where we can see several levers with DEFCON 1 labelled above them. You have to pull 4 of these to raise the DEFCON level to 5, which will give you access to the Pack-a-Punch. Before we do this though, we first need to access the power, which we can find by taking another elevator down from the war room, ending up in the lab area. This area is extremely tight, and also brings back the Nova Crawlers from Kino. It's this kind of area where I'm not so sure about the level design, with all these cramped hallways and dead ends. It just feels like as opposed to optimizing this area for zombies, they just ripped it straight from the campaign, which does work, but can oftentimes lead to a frustrating and claustrophobic experience. Turning on the power reveals several glowing red teleporters around the facility, which can be used to either get out of a sticky situation or simply to jump between different parts of the map. This was a great addition, making all parts of the level more accessible, without having to constantly spend your points and waste time on elevator rides. The only problem with this teleporter system is, unlike the teleporters we're familiar with, they don't tell us where we're going. This means you might want to go to the war room, and we'll end up back at the start, which can be annoying. However, does also play into the hectic feel of the map, where you end up in a place you weren't prepared for. This map also introduces a new wonder weapon, called the Winter's Howl, which is the worst wonder weapon we've gotten so far. If you get it on an early round, you'll find it's very effective in freezing a whole group of zombies in one shot, with quite a large amount of ammo in terms of a wonder weapon. However, the main problem is that the drop-off point happens far too quickly, with it only taking around 10 rounds for the Winter's Howl to become much less effective, not killing zombies but slowing them down. It's still not terrible, as the slowing effect can oftentimes save you from a tight spot, however that's all it's really good for, and if you're a skillful player, you most likely won't be getting in many tight spots anyway. Finally, the biggest addition to this map is the Pentagon Thief, which is the first real switch up we've seen to the dog rounds. As opposed to dogs spawning in, this weird old man starts making his way towards you. If you shoot him, he'll rapidly increase in speed, and if he manages to make his way to you, he'll steal whatever gun you're holding and run away. You then need to try and kill him before he has the chance to get away, and steal your gun for good. If you manage to kill him, you'll get your weapon back, as well as getting a max ammo and a fire cell. If you manage to kill him without even letting him touch you, however, you'll be given a max ammo and a bonfire cell, which means for a short amount of time, the Pack-a-Punch will only cost 1,000 points. If he gets away, you'll still get a max ammo, but will lose whatever weapon he took. Some people find this guy really annoying to deal with, but I actually think it's really tense having this guy steal your shit before darting away. You need to do a small amount of planning, like picking the best location to get lots of damage off before he reaches you, and switching to the weapon you either think is less effective or you won't mind losing. That's about it for the big innovations. There's other stuff like the Death Machine power-up, which was introduced on this map, giving you the chance to use a very powerful Gatling gun for a short amount of time, as well as what many consider consider to be the first real buildable in Zombies, with the inclusion of the traps in the starting area, which only activate after you find a lever from around the map. Overall, I think 5's a fun map, bringing back the challenge that was missing from Kino, and introducing a few interesting mechanics which unfortunately rarely crop up in later maps. I know there's a lot of instances where you'll find yourself trapped on a walkway or hallway, and I do think that's genuinely frustrating, but I'd say if you want to play 5, you almost have to prepare for the frenzied nature of the map, and try think ahead and plan what the best approach to survive will be. Dead Ops Arcade is an interesting one, as it usually gets skipped over for not being a real zombies map. And despite me basically doing the same thing, I just want to say that you as a player shouldn't skip over Dead Ops. Despite it being very different from normal zombies, it's still good fun with a lot of creative stuff in. You get to use death machines, flamethrowers, ray guns, and just mow down a huge number of zombies like they're nothing. Depending how far you get, there's also lots of different challenges to face across these numerous environments, as well as some cool upgrades and surprises along the way. It's not a mode that I'd sink a lot of time into, but it's still very fun nonetheless. Up next is Ascension, which is the start of the DLC maps for Black Ops. This one takes place at an abandoned cosmodrome, which our gang travelled to via a lunar lander located at Kino. The first thing you'll notice when descending into the map is how the colour changes to black and white. I don't know specifically why this map chose to go for a black and white aesthetic before the powers turned on, but it looks cool. This map switches things up more in terms of gameplay than map design, which is fine by me. As you make your way around the map and to the power, you'll come across these lunar lander stations, which serve as the teleporters in this map. They're less intuitive as they take a while to make their way to you, and always take you back to the starting room, but they once again fit tonally with the map and are fun to ride. Once you get the power back on, the colour will also come back, as well as causing a huge rocket to be put in position for takeoff. To actually launch this rocket, which will in turn give you access to the Pack-a-Punch, you need to ride all 3 lunar landers scattered around the map, and then press the green button beside the power. If you shoot at the rocket with a ray gun as it's taking off, it will actually explode, which I always thought was a really nice addition. In terms of weaponry, the Thunder Gun once again returns as the main wonder weapon. However, there's 2 new pieces of equipment that come in as substitutes for the monkey bombs. One is known as the Gersh device, which essentially works as an even more powerful monkey bomb. It's basically a mini black hole, and will suck any nearby zombies into it. On top of this, if you either want to get out of a tricky situation, or simply want to teleport to another place in the map, jumping into the black hole will spit you out at a random location. The second piece of equipment is also pretty cool, but not as effective. These are known as the Matryoshka dolls, which basically work as a cluster grenade. It'll start with one explosion, and then quickly erupt into several other explosions. It's not as cool as the Gersh, but it's still funny to see the little versions of your characters carved into these dolls. This is the first map which brings in some new perks, introducing both Stamina Up and PhD Flopper. Stamina Up is a much welcome perk, which allows you to run faster, as well as doubling the amount of time you can sprint, meaning you'll no longer be having to spam shift or the analog stick constantly. PhD Flopper, as you may know, is arguably the zombies community's favourite perk. I think the primary function was always supposed to be the flopping part, letting you create a huge explosion when dolphin diving from an elevated position. However, everyone obviously loves this perk as it removes all self-inflicted damage, meaning that now you can use the ray gun, the Matryoshkas, any grenades, and even the god-awful China Lake if you wanted, without the risk of being damaged. Instead of dogs or the Pentagon Thief, this time round we get introduced to arguably the worst version of the special max ammo round enemies, the Space Monkeys. These seem kind of interesting when you first see them, as they crash down in multiple places around the map. You might realise quickly they don't do a good job in killing you, and in fact don't even seem to be interested in you. This is because upon landing on the map, they'll make a beeline to any of the perk machines that you've used. Upon reaching one, they'll start tearing it apart, and if you let them beat on it for too long, you'll actually have the perk removed. Do I even need to mention how fucking annoying this is? Not only do you have to run to multiple places in the map, making the task of keeping all your perks pretty much impossible, but if you were to let these guys remove a perk like Quick Revive a couple times, you'll lose the ability to buy the perk, which is just absolute bullshit. The one upside to these things, I suppose, is that if you manage to kill all the monkeys without any of them touching a single one of your perks, you'll be given a free perk in return, being the first map where you can actually obtain more more than 4 perks. An interesting thing I always remember about this map is how the zombies basically evolved in one foul swoop. Never before had we seen zombies make huge jumps like they do in this map, as well as how they actively try to dodge out of the way of your shots. I can't remember if any other map does this, but needless to say, I always think it's pretty weird that zombies actually become aware of the threat of a gun. If you didn't realise by the way the landers function, the setup's once again fairly similar to a World at War map, activating 3 things at 3 parts of the map to access the Pack-a-Punch. However, in this map, everything is so open that it rightfully has been noted as one of the easiest zombie maps. Areas like the Lander by Power and the starting room are so easy to train in that you don't really need to pay attention while playing. It's fine and doesn't make the map any less fun, but may sacrifice some replay value, as the challenge isn't entirely there. And of course, how could I forget with this map, we got the first real zombies Easter egg. No hide and seek, go shoot 3 things, but a hidden mission that requires several steps to complete. I've been mostly playing solo for the entire video, which doesn't change with my footage for Black Ops. However, I feel the Easter eggs are such an integral part that I need to talk about them. To supplement the footage I don't have, I'll simply be using videos from YouTube, and sourcing all the ones I use. For this Easter egg, you're instructed over the intercoms by a guy called Gersh to repair something known as the Casimir mechanism. When you land in the map, you hear Gersh pleading for help, as well as saying that a certain she is coming. The first step is very easy, where you simply have to throw a Gersh device at a transformer outside the map, and then activate a TV screen. Upon doing this, you'll see the Illuminati symbol, which has significance later on in the story. You then have to wait for a monkey round, and get all 4 players to press 4 buttons by perk machines at the same time. This is a trend you'll notice gets carried across a lot of these Easter eggs, and is only annoying and pointless. The third step is one of the worst steps I've ever seen in an Easter egg, where you then have to get a crawler, lead it as far away as possible, and then have all 4 players stand on a pressure plate for 2 minutes. You can't move, you can't shoot, it's laughably bad. Then, for some reason, there'll be some letters floating in the air, which you have to collect and spell Luna. I'm letting it off because it is the first Easter egg, but you can't deny the steps they added here are weird to say the least. You then have to head back to the TV, where you'll now see a small glowing orb lying nearby. What you now have to do is basically launch into a frenzy on this thing. Anyways, after doing that, Gersh will thank us and fly into the air, giving you the reward of an achievement and a death machine, which lasts for 90 seconds. A fairly simple but effective first Easter egg, that some people would be dying for as the Easter eggs get gradually more complex. We're then taken to one of the most unique maps in COD Zombies history, Call of the Dead. Starting off, we can already see the map features a celebrity cast, including Robert Englund, Danny Trejo, Sarah Michelle Gellar, and Michael Rooker, while of course also featuring the legend himself, George Romero. The opening cutscene has a meta element to it, where we can see these guys are actually filming a zombie movie, before quickly being discovered by a real zombie, and having to fight their way through them. We see one of the zombies take George away, and when we get into the game, we can see that he's been turned into a huge zombie. This is one of the biggest switch-ups we've seen to the zombies formula so far, introducing a boss kind of zombie with a huge amount of health, which simply follows you around the map at a slow pace. If you shoot George, however, he'll erupt into a fit of rage and start running at you. To calm him down, you'll just need to lead him back into some water, which will cause him to stop running and chill out. Talking of chilling out, this is the first map that takes place in a winter environment, with everything being covered in ice and snow. It's clear at this point that Zombies wasn't intending on freaking you out or scaring you anymore, so decided to go the route of making maps more visually impressive. To your left, you see a lighthouse, and to the right, a huge abandoned ship. Snow is constantly falling, and occasionally a fog will roll in, which starts to obscure your vision, not only giving the map a bigger sense of mystery, but also making it harder to see zombies. So let's talk about some of the new gameplay elements, as they seem to go all out on this one. Firstly, there's the water, which you already know calms down George. With the map being set in this frozen nightmare, you'd naturally assume that there would be some consequences to staying in this water for too long. Not only does the water heavily restrict the speed speed you can run, but if you stay in it for too long, ice will start to form around the screen, eventually freezing you in place completely. At this point, you have to wait for a zombie to hit you, so they break the ice. It might sound annoying, but ultimately the time it takes to freeze entirely is more than enough to never get frozen. You'll find when turning on the power, there's some kind of pressure pad below which activates. Standing on it for about 5 seconds will launch you into the air and take you to the lighthouse. This is known as the Flinger, which was most likely put in place due to the map's large scope, being the biggest zombies map to be released up to this point. On top of this, we also get the addition of multiple zip lines around the map, once again simply to work as an easier way of getting round. They also switch things up in terms of the wonder weapons, introducing both the Scavenger and VR11. The Scavenger is a brilliant and fun weapon to use, however you'll definitely be wanting to use Flopper whenever you use this thing. This is because its main function is to create a huge explosion that will wipe you out just as fast as it wipes out the Horde. It doesn't have an infinite amount of damage, like the Wonderwaff or Thundergun does, but is arguably the most effective weapon on the map. The VR11 on the other hand is one of the worst wonder weapons we've ever gotten. It's got a really cool design, and you need it for the Easter egg, but its main function is to serve as a distraction. When you shoot this thing at a zombie, it'll randomly turn into a CIA agent and run away, causing zombies to chase after it. Only thing is, it doesn't attract all the zombies, and in fact only attracts a few. And with the tiny ammo count this weapon has, just use this weapon for the Easter egg step and get rid of it as soon as possible. There's also a new perk on this map called Deadshot Daiquiri, which is often held up as one of the most useless perks to get. All it does is remove all weapon recoil, make your hipfire aim slightly more accurate, and make your auto aim target the zombie's head every time. The only problem with this perk is that if you're good at playing the game, you don't need this perk. And if you're playing on PC, the perk won't even have the auto aim, due to the lack of aim assistance. There's very few times where I've actively found myself buying this perk, because if you're good at zombies, you don't really need it, but if you're bad, there's perks that help you out much more in surviving. So, before we get into the Easter egg, let's just take a quick look at how the Pack-a-Punch functions. This time round, all you have to do is turn on the power, and you technically have unlocked it. This is because the Pack-a-Punch is randomly sent to different locations around the map, which you can find by looking at wherever the light from the lighthouse is beaming. It's one of those additions that I don't really get. It's not harmful or detrimental to the gameplay, as you'll be able to find it easy and make your way over to it. But at the same time, I'm just thinking, what's the point? It could have something to do with how big the map is, but if it's being sent round the map, chances are you'll have to be making your way over longer distances to reach the pack, as opposed to just having it set in one centralized location. So, onto the Easter egg, which takes the foundation that Ascension set up and makes the steps arguably more obscure, but more cohesive as an actual quest. Whenever I think of the first real fleshed out Easter egg, I think of this map, because as opposed to WWII or Ascension, this Easter egg doesn't stand out as weird or underdeveloped alongside all the Easter eggs which come later on. For some reason, this is the only Easter egg in Black Ops that can be done solo. I literally have no idea why. We start this one off by turning on the power and making our way to a door in the lighthouse. By knifing the door, we hear the voices of the original crew from the inside, with them eventually asking us to place a fuse into the fuse box. The fuse is located just above you, and upon placing it in, Richtofen describes how they must have gone too far into the future, showing that after Ascension, they once again travelled through time and space. Nikolai accidentally activates a security system, which lights up several generators around the map, which you then have to find and use an explosive to deactivate them. Once you've done this, head back to the crew, and Richtofen will tell you to acquire something known as the Golden Rod, which leads us to the most obscure part of the Easter egg. Chances are, without a guide, you wouldn't have known what you're doing, but you'll start to hear some Morse code, as well as seeing a flashing light through the fog. All you need to do is turn some levers at the top of the ship, turning the first one once, second one none, third one 3 times, and finally the wheel 2 times to the right. This will cause a submarine to surface, as well as sending a green light shining into the lighthouse. You now have to use your VR11 at the bottom of the lighthouse, which will cause the human to run into the light, where you then have to shoot him until he falls over. This will eventually lead to a golden rod being left at the bottom. Don't ask me how this guy turns into a rod, because I honestly don't know. Take this rod back to the crew, knife the fuse box, and you've completed the Easter egg. It's a fairly simple one, but also great fun, as you get to interact with the original crew and help them out on their journey, pretty much setting up the next Zombies map. As a reward, you're given the Wonder Waff as a replacement for the Death Machine, which also translates to whenever one is dropped by zombies or George. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, you can actually kill George. He has a huge amount of health, 250,000 in solo to be precise. However, that number doubles every time you have another player in game, meaning that George can have up to 1 million health. To put that into perspective, a zombie on round 50 has around 47,000 health. You'll be able to visually see how low his health is, as the light in his hand will start completely blue, then start having flickers of red, then having mostly red with flickers of blue, and then barely any light at all. Once you take down George, you're given either a Wonder Waff or Death Machine power up, depending on if you've done the Easter egg, as well as a free perk. This means that it's possible to get all the perks on the map by killing George a number of times. It's just a question of how long you can survive or be bothered to survive. This takes us to the next map, Shangri-La, which is where the crew gets sent to after being transported out of Call of the Dead. As opposed to Call of the Dead, Shangri-La takes place in a bright and mystical environment, still being held up as one of the best looking maps in Zombies. Around this starting area, you'll see some monkeys, which don't actually do anything for now. The zombies in this map arguably have the biggest visual switch up from any other map before, appearing in these strange twisted forms, like these bald ones, which make you realise every other zombie before had hair, despite some of them even being burnt to shit. At least I'm pretty sure this is the first time you see a bald zombie. We also see female zombies for the first time, which for some reason didn't appear at all before. Like, it made sense during the World at War days, but I mean, you'd have to assume women were working at the Pentagon or a cosmodrome. From what I understand, this map has gone through several re-evaluations by the community. They started off hating it, and then gradually over time ended up appreciating it. As for me, I think it's alright. The main thing I play this map for is admittedly the visuals, but in terms of gameplay, it's intense, fast-paced, but can oftentimes lead to you going down in a way you'll feel's unfair. The map I compare it to closest is Verrucht, being designed very tightly, but with the addition of a few things which will give you just as hard a time. You have to make your way down to power like usual, which is segmented into 2 switches for no reason. I mean literally no reason. You can press both of them at the same time and turn on the power. It really doesn't matter. Once you do this, you gain access to both the water slide and minecart, which are a couple of new ways to travel through the map. They're not really useful, and primarily are used for Easter egg steps, but they can occasionally save you if you end up getting trapped. What you'll immediately notice when making your way around the map is the several traps that you have to make your way through, which I believe is the sole reason to why people initially hated this map. Heading the waterfall way from the starting area, you first need to sprint through this passage, otherwise some spikes will launch up and trap you. Then after that, you need to make your way through this mud pit maze, which will randomly give you a direction to go, which can be extremely frustrating when you're just trying to reach a certain place. On top of this, if you stand on one of the pressure plates for too long, they'll all collapse, leaving you in the mud, which makes you move so slow to the point that if you haven't got good weapons to defend yourself, you're dead. I won't deny, these things are very annoying, but at least they're avoidable. The Pack-a-Punch on this map has been heavily criticised for being too complicated, and far too annoying to access, especially on co-op. It's located back at the starting area, however can't be accessed due to a lack of stairs. To get these stairs back, you need to find a stone pressure plate around the map, and stand on it until it goes all the way down. This unlocks the Pack-a-Punch, which you can use for a certain amount of time before you're pushed back down by the water. What makes things 10 times harder in co-op is that instead of 1 pressure plate, there will be 4, which all 4 players will have to stand on at the exact same time. This was completely unnecessary, and with how hectic this map is, you'll either never end up getting the Pack-a-Punch open, especially if you're not playing with a coordinated team, or some people will just end up dying and losing all their stuff. There's no new perks introduced on this map, and the monkey bombs return in place of all the previous equipment. However, this map introduces what people like to tout out as the best wonder weapon ever, called it's known as the baby gun. I don't really agree with this because of the drawbacks it has, but it's still one of the best. The weapon fires out a beam which shrinks the zombies, letting you walk through them and kick them away. This is incredibly powerful, but has the genuine drawback of how the zombies can still attack you. They deal decreased damage, obviously, but you can imagine scenarios where you use this weapon to save yourself from downing, only to be downed when trying to kick the zombies away. It's a great wonder weapon, but comparing it to weapons like the thunder gun shows that it's a lot more risky to use. There's also a couple boss zombies which get introduced, merging the ideas of the George Romero boss with your typical zombies. We have the napalm zombie, which walks very slowly towards you, but if you let him get too close, he'll explode and leave some flames on the ground for a while. This can actually be used to your advantage, as the flames also kill the zombies. The other one is called the Shrieker, which stays true to its name, by dashing at you and screaming in your face. The main effect it has is completely blurring your vision, and I mean completely blurring it. You can barely see anything. Both of these aren't too hard to deal with, and can be killed instantly with the baby gun. Finally, let's talk about the monkeys, who this time don't steal your perks, but will steal your power-ups. Whenever a power-up is dropped, a monkey will spawn into the map and attempt to steal it. If you pick it up before it reaches it, the monkey will try to damage you. They're very small and hard to see, so as a bonus, if you kill the monkey before it hits you, you'll get 500 points. You can actually use the monkeys to your advantage, as when they steal the power-up, they'll make their way back to the starting area, where you'll see the power-up being constantly switched between different power-ups. This means that you could hypothetically get a double points drop, let the monkey steal it, and then kill the monkey when it turns into a max ammo to get that power up instead. You even have a small chance at getting a perk bottle from these things, which gives you even more of an advantage. So, let's talk about the Easter egg, which is the moment where I think the devs just went insane with them. Unlike Call of the Dead, you'll need 4 players to even start this Easter egg, as you need to press 4 buttons in the starting area at the same time. This will take you into the Eclipse mode, which transforms the map into something entirely different and just as beautiful. I have no idea why they locked this area beyond this first step, because I'm sure there's lots of people who would like to play with this setting instead. You have to talk to a couple guys near the MPL wall by, as they ask you to save them. This activates the next step, where you'll have to match up certain symbols from 2 sides of the map. It's complicated, confusing, and annoying to coordinate, but once you've done that, 3 players need to wait at the bottom of the water slide and not move. Then the 4th player needs to slide down, which causes the pressure plate you're standing on to activate. There should now be an orb at the top of the water slide, which you need to shoot down with either an explosive or ray gun shot. You then have to shrink it with the baby gun, and keep knifing it round the map, until it eventually gets shot up by one of the geysers round the map, and lands on a tower. You then have to turn a wheel 4 times near one of the Pack-a-Punch pressure plates, which will cause gas to leak out of several places in a long pipe nearby. You then have to tediously wait for a napalm zombie, slowly lead it down this passage, which sets fire to the gas leaks, and then activate a lever. The only thing is, the napalm is far too inconsistent in when it explodes. Not only does leading this thing down make you more prone to dying, but if you get too close or even too far away, the thing will fucking explode. You then have to acquire spike moors, which you can buy near the power, and have them activate near 4 holes by the waterfall. After you do this, you need to activate the button nearby the waterfall, which will complete the step. You then hilariously have to basically do the tile step again, but this time you need to find 12 tiles scattered around the map and knife them, which for some reason activates a snare trap outside the map, which you need to explode. You then need to go to the mud pit area, activate these 4 wheels so they have specific symbols at the top, then activate specific gongs around the map in the right order, shoot the other orbs with your Pack-a-Punch baby gun to get some dynamite, then shoot some other orbs which will cause the big meteor at the start to shrink, and then finally make your way to the top, blow open the wall and collect the focusing stone. Fucking hell, way too much stuff to do, especially on a map as tight as this. Whoever picks up this stone at the end actually gets all the perks on the map, which is a great reward. However, after you're done with the Easter egg, I doubt you want to play for much longer. I can't deny it's a very cool Easter egg to do if you can actually manage to pull it off, but it seems like they just went a bit overboard. There's not many Easter eggs that frustrated me as much as this one did. It's ambitious for sure, but just not fleshed out enough. And the fact you have to do it with 3 other people, all varying in skill level and understanding, makes everything a lot harder to do. I know that was a barrage of information, but I'll try not to do that with any of the other Easter eggs. I just wanted to show how much shit there is to do, and how complicated it all is. The final new map from Black Ops is Moon, a map that I think the community is still divided on. You start off in Area 51, after teleporting from Shangri-La. It's explained later on that you actually go to somewhere in between, but we'll talk about that when we get there. An endless amount of zombies spawn in this area, and gradually increase in speed and health the longer you wait here. Oftentimes, players will try and take risks like attempting to pack a punch and get the perk which spawns in right at the start, giving them a big advantage for the earlier rounds. It's a genuinely practical strategy, as getting back to this place once you've teleported away can sometimes be difficult. Once you teleport, you're on the moon, which introduces heaps of new mechanics. You'll find when you get here, your vision will start to occasionally blur, with your character telling you they can't breathe. This means you have to get the PES, which is basically just an astronaut suit. This will be equipped on you from now on. However, you can take the helmet off whenever you want, letting you see more clearly and hear things better. Within a couple rounds, you'll see an astronaut zombie spawn in, taking a larger amount of damage than a typical zombie, but still being very easy to kill. The biggest frustration with these things is what it does if you get too close. The astronaut will grab you and headbutt you, both teleporting you somewhere random and taking away one of your perks. As you can imagine, this is very annoying. However, you can still escape from his grasp by either running away from him as fast as possible or just trying to kill him while he's attacking. Once you turn the power on, certain areas like the starting room no longer require a helmet to breathe. However, will still require one if you break open the glass windows, which is highly likely to happen. Being on the moon, you'll of course notice that there's low gravity, making a lot of our movement very floaty. The only problem is that I think they overdid it here. If you jump while in a low gravity area, especially from an elevated position, it takes quite a while to get back down. On top of this, for some reason they thought randomly flinging you into the air was fun or challenging. Either way, it can lead to some pretty annoying deaths if they happen in the wrong place. We get several new wonder weapons here, as well as the return of some ones we've already seen. The Gersh device returns from Ascension, however along with it brings both the wave gun and QEDs. The wave gun is a very fun wonder weapon to use, both in terms of how well it kills and how great it looks while doing it. I always love the distinct red and blue colours of this weapon, and how it can obliterate a horde with one shot. Essentially, the wave gun starts off as 2 dual-wield zappers. These aren't very good in my opinion, as they kill one zombie at a time quite slowly. However, if you put the 2 zappers together, you'll get the wave gun, which can wipe out a horde with one shot, launching the zombies into the air and making them inflate until they pop. It's such a great weapon and has always been one of my favourites. The QEDs are another equipment item, which aren't as effective as the Gershes, but have a grander purpose in the Easter egg. I'm not going to list off all the things the QED can do, as there's a large list, but essentially it can either curse or bless you. For example, throwing one of these things will oftentimes just cause an explosion, which can kill zombies and the astronaut instantly. However, along with this, it could also spawn in a variety of weapons, revive a teammate, down a player, or spawn a power-up. This might sound really good, but what you have to understand is you still only have 3 of these things, and the chances of getting these kinds of drops are pretty rare. Around the map, you'll also see several excavators in the distance, which will actually make their way towards the map as the game progresses. They'll soar open different parts of the map, and basically make them unbreathable and inaccessible while they're soaring. To deactivate them, you'll need a device known as the hacker, which can be found in the area where double tap is located. The hacker also comes with a heap of different functions. As I just said, you can head back to the start and hack the flashing green terminals to deactivate the excavators. But on top of that, you can also use it to re-roll the box, open doors for a reduced price, and repair barricades all in one go. It's a really cool idea, but isn't used to its maximum potential on this map, as things like opening doors takes far too long, and having most of the map be unbreathable makes it less effective, as upon picking up the hacker, you'll lose your PES suit. Finally, we get a new perk introduced in this map, which you may have also noticed cropped up in all the previous maps. Mule Kick is the only perk that's on on every single map, and for whatever reason, I don't know. I guess it's because the main function is to just give you an extra weapon slot, which is not overpowered, but also useful. But yeah, that's all it is. An extra weapon slot. An extra weapon slot that costs 4,000 points, usually not being worth it unless there's no other good perks on a map. It's the first map in a while where I actually noticed the sound design and visual changes, which in most cases is a bad sign, as if they're working effectively, I oftentimes just don't notice them. I get that we're on the moon, but does everything have to look so grey? I can't believe they had such an ambitious design choice and decided to make it look as dull as possible. On top of this, they go headfirst into the idea that space can't produce sound. Well, sort of. You can still hear sound, but it's so quiet to the point where I think it genuinely affects the gameplay. Constantly making me feel like nothing was going on. Don't get me wrong, everything looks okay, and the sound is alright, but it could have been done a lot better. In terms of the map design, it's one of the biggest maps of all time. However, I don't think you'd really notice it, which is possibly the biggest compliment you can give. In maps like Call of the Dead, I constantly just felt like I was running around, which was not fun. But with Moon, you don't really get that, and I'll be honest, I don't really know why. It could be down to the indoor locations giving you more stuff to look at while journeying, but I honestly don't know. Okay, let's talk about this map's Easter egg, which has gone down as one of the most iconic Easter eggs in Zombies history. It's also one of my favourites, due to the enjoyable steps, while remaining fairly simple to understand, which in terms of literally any other game is basically 12 steps of fucking riddles. You'll need at least 2 players to complete this Easter egg, as well as having at least 1 player that's completed both the Call of the Dead and Shangri-La Easter eggs. This is because the golden rod is required for a certain step, which only carries over once you've completed both the previous Easter eggs. So, unlike Shangri-La, the first step's simple. Get the power on, head back to the start, and play Simon Says on these terminals. Once you've done that, head back to the room with double tap in, and hack one of these panels. Once you do that, there'll be 4 panels in the area with green lights, which you need to hack within a minute and then activate all 4 of the red buttons which you initially hacked. Then we get the most annoying part of the Easter egg, where you have to wait for a specific excavator to start drilling Tunnel 6. Once it drills it, you have to hack the panel at the start to make it return to its original position, and upon going to where it's drilled, you'll see a Vril sphere. You now have to knife this in several different locations, as it makes its way around the map. At one point, it'll launch into the air and get stuck on a satellite dish, where you can only remove it by shooting the wave gun at it. It'll eventually make its way to the MPD, which is the huge pyramid by power. This will cause a tube to rise out of one of the slots, which you then have to fill up by killing zombies near it. Once it's full, you can pull a switch nearby to open up the MPD, revealing Samantha Maxis floating inside. In terms of the storyline, this not only shows us where Samantha got teleported to, but also shows us who's been in control of the zombies all this time. Doing this, you'll get an achievement and a 90-second death machine, much like Ascension. However, we're not done yet. You'll now need to teleport back to Area 51, with Gersh devices at hand, and throw a grenade near these containers to make some plates drop to the ground. You then need to throw a Gersh at them, where you can then take them back to the moon. The plates will be lying on the floor when you return, where you'll have to throw a QED at them to make them fly into place near a computer. You then need to find a pipe in the lab area, and place that as well as the golden rod onto this machine. Whoever's playing as Richtofen will then have to interact with the computer for a while, where we can hear some dialogue between him and Maxis, before letting us pick the golden rod back up. You then have to head back to the MPD, and fill up 3 more soul tubes. And after you've done that, you can place the golden rod into the front of the machine, causing the souls of Samantha and Richtofen to switch, meaning that whoever's playing as Richtofen will have brand new voice lines from Samantha. If that wasn't cool enough, all the zombies' eyes change colour, from orange to blue, finally showing us this entire time the zombie horde has been solely controlled by a little girl, and now has been taken over by an insane German. Whoever's playing as Richtofen also gets all perks permanently, meaning even if they die, they won't need to rebuy them. You then need to play Simon Says 3 more times, use a QED on the Vril sphere by the MPD, which will teleport it to the Simon Says terminals, and then finally use a Gersh on the sphere, which will cause rockets to launch into the air and make their way towards Earth. This ending is absolutely perfect to cap off your journey, destroying the Earth as an attempt attempt to sever the control Richtofen has over the ether, which is basically the realm in which he controls the zombies. This is brilliant in terms of spectacle and story, making all of Richtofen's crazed antics finally add up to him taking control of the zombies, all the while manipulating his allies into helping him. An important thing to note is that despite the Earth seeming completely destroyed, it still survives, as we can actually discover when heading back to Area 51 after the Easter egg's completion, now with everything appearing red and destroyed. After the events of Moon, the storyline starts to get complicated, with all kinds of multiverses and time travel taking place. So, just believe me when I say Moon takes place in 2027. After the Easter egg, Maxis, who's corrupted by the Dark Ether, takes back Samantha's soul, leaving Richtofen's body in a catatonic state. The gang are then teleported back to Area 51, but this time in 1963, where they were then captured and experimented on. This leads into a whole chain of events which we'll talk about later, but if you're confused, don't worry, we'll talk about everything to do with the story when we have all the pieces. The other remaining maps in Black Ops are remakes of the original 4 World at War maps, this time with most of the new weapons added into the box, whilst also bringing back weapons like the Thompson, the Car, and double-barreled shotgun. I'd say the World at War maps still look good visually, but being able to play all the Zombies maps on one single game is a huge advantage. This takes us into Black Ops 2, which was both the most hyped up the community has ever been, and upon its release, the most disappointed they'd ever been as well. This time round, the devs got very ambitious with the mode. Very ambitious. Too ambitious, you might say. It's a load of shit. It's a load of shit. Everyone knows transit is shit. Okay, let's try find some positives here. I like the new main menu screen for zombies. The Earth looks cool and reflects what happened at the end of Moon. Oh, and town is alright. Okay, that's unfair. So, Transit, the one and only true map that we have in Black Ops 2, with the other maps in this Green Run location simply being segmented versions of some places within Transit. I'll be honest, it starts off promising. You get spawned into a room already filled with zombies, and whilst you fight them, you'll also notice some parts that you can pick up. You could just about see them experimenting with this building mechanic in Moon, with the Golden Rod terminal, but now it seems it's been a lot more fleshed out. The key word there is seems fleshed out. There's 3 parts to find, eventually making a turbine, which you can use on this door to get out of this bus depot for free, whilst also picking up another part along the way. This is where you'll come face to face with the bus, an interesting mechanic that ultimately falls short. The bus is only here to get you from location to location, with it saving you from having to run through the fog. Okay, there's a lot to talk about here, so let's start with the characters and then give a brief overview of the map. We're introduced to several new characters here. Misty, Russman, Stuhlinger, and Marlton. Misty is the first female character we've gotten so far, and is very similar to Dempsey. Russman appears to be some kind of hobo, Marlton's just a nerd, that's his whole personality, and Stuhlinger is the most interesting in my opinion, constantly having this paranoia in his voice lines, and most importantly, has the voice of Richtofen in his head. It's only Stuhlinger that can ever hear Richtofen, which I'm sure led to a lot of kids getting freaked out as they asked their friends what the voice is, only to be told they couldn't hear anything. These characters overall aren't really interesting, and basically boil down to lesser versions of our normal crew. But I like them. I can't deny it's most likely nostalgia that ties me to this crew, but characters like Stuhlinger I find to be genuinely interesting. Okay, back to the map. Your first instinct will always be to get on the bus, where you'll meet the robotic driver Ted. Ted is awesome. I love his design and the way he speaks, especially when he starts to get pissed at you when you knife him in the back. On this route, you'll first be brought through a tunnel, which has a part that you can collect, with our first stop being a diner. The box will always spawn here, giving us at least something familiar from the previous games. I'd argue that in comparison with Black Ops 1, there's a lot more bad weapons in the box, which I don't mind. We'll find later that having every weapon in the box be effective ultimately ends up with the game becoming stale. There's not much new stuff, except the EMPs, which are much less effective than the monkeys. These are more used for Easter egg steps, but when thrown at zombies will stun them for a second, before they keep coming after you. Inside this repair shop, we can see another buildable table, which we can use to build the zombie shield. The only problem here is that once you pick it up, your turbine is put on the ground, and this is a big problem. The zombie shield is a very effective piece of equipment, giving you protection from the front when it's equipped, and protection from the back when it's not. But in terms of actually accessing the map, the turbine is essential to getting into certain areas, meaning that you'll just have to keep hold of this essentially useless turbine until it becomes useful for a second. On top of this, because this map's so big, you most likely will either die or forget the zombie shield even exists by the time you make your way back here. Once the bus starts beeping, you'll need to get back on, as it's about to take off. If you look behind, you'll notice the zombies rapidly chasing after you, with their goofy run and arms flopping about everywhere. Our next stop is the farm, which is home to Double Tap, a box location, and the fridge. The fridge is an interesting mechanic, where you can place the weapon you're holding inside. This weapon will then be stored for as long as you want, being transferable between different games and maps, which also include the fridge. It doesn't let you place wonder weapons in, but does let you place any pack-a-punch weapons in, which can be pretty overpowered if you're able to access the fridge at an early round. We then get taken to the power station, where we can finally turn on the power, and not have to rely on the turbine. Wink, wink. Because this map seemingly hates you so much, you can't just turn on the power, but instead need to pick up 3 parts and then turn it on. Is there any reason for this? No. At this point, you'll see an electric enemy spawn in the middle of the room, as well as being told by Maxis, who makes a reappearance, to turn off the power, which you can actually do by just flipping the switch again. Interestingly, Stuhlinger will be told by Richtofen to keep the power on, showing us that there might be 2 possible ways we can carry out the Easter egg steps on this map. We'll talk about that later though. That electric guy is known as the Avogadro, and will always be released into the map when the power's turned on. He's not challenging at all, to be honest. You have to take him out by knifing him, and the damage he deals is never something you should be particularly worried about. Before we actually leave this area, can I just mention how disgustingly white this place is? It genuinely hurts my eyes to walk around this place. Actually, that reminds me, before you leave this area, you'll want to be placing down your turbine by this electric sign at the start. For what reason? Just wait, it's so fucking shit. Chances are, because the power's taken so long to turn on, the bus will most likely leave before you can get to it, giving you 2 options. Survive until the bus gets back, or make your way through the fog, which is a good time to discuss the fog and how disgusting this map is. So, as a lot of you may know, the reason this map is shrouded in fog is that the engine couldn't handle the ambition of this map. Transit was far too big and jam-packed with stuff that they needed to put something in so that the game didn't crash. So, the final result is a horribly grey mess of visuals, as well as my pick for the most annoying fucking enemy in any zombies game, the denizens. This is the trade-off for running through the fog. Not only is getting lost a huge possibility, because you quite literally can't see where you're going, but on top of this, because they were so scared of the game crashing, they implemented the denizens to slow you down. You'll hear these things burst out of the ground and jump towards you, scratching at your face before you can knife them off. You'll be having to deal with a bunch of these from your run between certain locations, which becomes so frustrating. You can actually turn around and shoot these things, which on PC is much easier, but even then, some of them will still make their way to your head. The most hilarious part of this to me is that with Black Ops 2 being arguably my most played game on Xbox back in the day, I remember how bad transit was, how poor the frame rate was, how bad the visuals were. And on PC, this is drastically upgraded, at least from my perspective. I could be wrong, so don't just take me at my word, but despite the fog and denizens still being bad, I found the fog to not be as strong as on consoles, and the denizens much easier to deal with. That doesn't excuse how fucking terrible both these things are, but I just want to say that my time with transit on PC was admittedly a lot less painful than I first thought. So up next is the town, which features Juggernog, the bank, and no weapons for whatever reason. The bank is a mechanic fairly similar to the fridge, however this time you can store as many points as you want for later use in different games. This is obviously very overpowered, but ultimately optional, so I don't see too big a problem with it. To get into the bank, you need to blow open 2 doors with grenades, which leads us to either a power sign or a stairway down. Remember that turbine we placed down earlier? You know, the one we placed basically completely randomly by a random power sign that seemingly had nothing to do with anything. Well, that actually unlocks the Pack-a-Punch. It's shit. It's so shit. So not only do you have to figure out that this random power sign, literally located in the power station, is in fact connected to the bank, but on top of that, you have to use a piece of equipment which is highly likely to break and dash for the bank as quick as possible. I can't begin to describe the amount of times I've reached the bank and the stairs haven't been open. It's basically a 50-50 chance. Hilariously, once you actually get this place open, you then have to build the Pack-a-Punch because this map clearly fucking hates you, and only then can you upgrade your weapon. You better have all the weapons you wanted to Pack-a-Punch, because if you leave this place, even just for a bit, the door will close again. This is hands down the worst way to get a Pack-a-Punch we've ever seen. It's complicated, confusing, and not even really worth it. And with that, we get brought back to the starting area. So, there's a lot of glaring problems with this map, and you most likely already noticed. The map is far too big to have an engaging experience, and everything in between these main sections is a foggy nightmare. Perhaps with the exception of Nocta and Toten in the cornfields, which doesn't make any sense considering it's in Germany, but is cool nonetheless. Just think about this map in terms of gameplay. I'd say one full journey round the map on the bus will take at least 5 to 10 minutes. So that means if you're at the diner and want to get Juggernog, you'll have to wait quite a long time until you get what you want. That's the case with literally everything. The box, the parts you can pick up, as well as the equipment. Not to mention, if you're playing with other people and someone goes down just in the next area, they're dead. You haven't got a chance of saving them. This brings us to the new perk and wonder weapon, which at this point just felt like they were trolling us. Tombstone Soda is the only new perk on this map, and has been so clearly established as the worst perk of all time that it became a meme in the community. This perk is so bad, it doesn't even show up in solo because it's completely useless. All this perk does is leave a tombstone where a player dies, which means that when they return on the next round, they can go back to where they died and pick up the tombstone, which in turn gives them back all their old equipment. It's clearly a way of trying to handle the inability to revive people in other locations. But the funniest part is that if you take longer than 90 seconds to collect the tombstone, it disappears. So remember when I mentioned it takes around 5 to 10 minutes to get round the map? You'll always spawn with your teammates, who presumably weren't anywhere near you to revive you, meaning you either have to make a dash to the tombstone before it disappears, or just get new stuff, making the perk completely useless. So, this map introduced the worst perk in Zombies. Let's just hope that the wonder weapon can make up for the map's shortcomings. Oh, it's a buildable wonder weapon, with loads of parts in really obscure locations. Oh, it's actually kind of effective. Oh, it fucking breaks after 10 seconds.
And you'll have to build the entire weapon again, which is a pain in the arse.
Not only did this map introduce the worst perk, but also the worst wonder weapon of all time. The thing fucking breaks. I genuinely don't know what they were thinking. If this thing had an ammo counter with a reasonable stock, it could have actually been incredible. But the fact that it breaks and you have to rebuild it all over again, meaning that if it breaks in the middle of nowhere, you have to go back and collect each part one by one, it's awful. It's just terrible, and should only ever be used for an Easter egg step. Talking of the Easter egg, let's have a look at this one. I mean, coming off Moon's incredible ending, Transit clearly has a lot to live up to, which already seems like an impossible task because of how bad the map already is. But let's see anyway. Like we speculated earlier, there's actually 2 ways you can do this Easter egg, either choosing to side with Maxis or Richthofen. The Maxis route is classed as the canon route of the game, so let's go through that first and talk about any differences after. So, this Easter egg is once again made for only 4 players, however has actually managed to be completed solo by some insanely skilled players. In the starting room, Maxis will tell you to turn on the power, and once you do that, he'll ask you to turn it off again. Once you do this, you'll need to head to a pylon in the middle of the cornfield maze, and wait for the Avogadro to spawn in. At this point, 2 players will need to place down 2 turbines, causing the pylon to charge up. You then need to lead the Avogadro underneath the tower, and kill it. Finally, you need to place 2 turbines at some specific lampposts around the map, as well as having 2 other turbines placed down under the pylon, and that's it. Pretty underwhelming Easter egg that literally revolves around these stupid turbines. Where the Richthofen path differs is that instead of turning the power off, you leave it on. You then need to build the jet gun and then head back to the pylon. Shoot the jet gun at the pylon until it breaks, which I've seen before can be finicky, so make sure you're definitely doing it accurately. You then need to kill some zombies under it until Richthofen tells Stuhlinger there's too much power power being generated. You then have to get EMP grenades from the box and throw them simultaneously at all 4 green lamps around the map, completing the Easter egg. Both paths are just as underwhelming. However, the Maxis path doesn't require the jet gun, so I'd just recommend doing that. The best part, in my opinion, is that all you get is an achievement and a well done from either Maxis or Richthofen. No secret weapon or area, no new abilities, and they don't even give you all the perks. Transit, one big fuck you from start to finish. You'll know that you've completed the Easter egg and gotten the Maxis or Richthofen path, judging by the colour of the electricity produced from the pylon, being either orange or blue. Up next is Nuketown Zombies, an interesting map for sure, considering that it's taking place in the for some reason beloved Nuketown multiplayer map. I have no idea why they keep bringing this map back over all their games, cause all things considered, it's not that good. It's far too cramped, you die so fast that it's not really fun, but if people enjoy it, then that's great. I'm not going to focus a lot on Nuketown Zombies because to me it always seemed akin to the survival maps from Transit, but I honestly don't think it's as bad as everyone makes it out to be. The design of this map is just Nuketown, with it being even more restrictive, which isn't great. The way perks are brought into the map is an interesting idea, but ultimately will end up annoying you more than anything. At certain points, new perks will fly into the map from the huge explosion. You'll always get the quick revive machine from round 1, but every other perk after that, as well as the pack-a-punch, is brought into the map at a randomized order. This can lead to genuinely challenging gameplay, that with the map's design, which wasn't inherently made for zombies, can sometimes feel more unfair compared to difficult. The example everybody likes to bring up is that they don't want to survive to round 20 without Jug, which I personally don't think is a good enough criticism. Yes, it might not be enjoyable to you, but this is quite literally what the map's going for, a challenge. It's not trying to add to the story or be a grand departure, it's just Nuketown Zombies, that's it. Overall, it's not that good, but shouldn't really be hated on, because I think ultimately it achieves what it sets out to be, a challenging map where survival is the only task at hand. We then have Die Rise, which, coming after the travesty of Transit, can't be that bad. The title already isn't great, is it? It looks just like Der Ries. It's on this map where we actually get an intro cutscene, which will become a staple from now on. The cutscene mainly focuses on a conversation Stuhlinger is having with Richthofen, referencing a group known as the Flesh, who feasted on zombies to survive. We see a quick flash of Stuhlinger eating a zombie hand, as we can assume this might be why Richthofen can only speak to him. We then see Russman get eaten alive by what appears to be a Nova Crawler, with Stuhlinger being dragged into an elevator by Martin and Misty. They arrive to a horde of zombies which overwhelm them, cutting straight to a purple beam, causing the gang to reappear at the start. Already, you can see the visuals of this map are just incredible. The idea of having a zombies map set in a built-up area of China is not only interesting in terms of a concept, but also with how creative you can get with it. Amazingly, we aren't even on the ground, but a huge skyscraper. Not only does the sky look incredible, with the huge pieces of rock and rubble floating through the air, but also the stars and fire that come along with it. I'd say it's actually one of my favourite maps in terms of visuals alone. Another surprising thing I noticed were some very specific sound design choices. Most of the time, things won't seem out of the ordinary, but just listen closely to this clip and I'm sure you'll see what I mean. Usually while playing as Stuhlinger, but not limited to him, you'll hear these bizarre guttural sounds randomly. It's something that genuinely freaked me out whilst playing, which a zombie map hasn't managed to do since the World at War days. So let's actually talk about the design of this map, and some of the new additions that come along with it. A zombies map on a skyscraper. How is that gonna work? For those of you who played, you already know it doesn't. Just because I have a lot of nostalgia with this thing, doesn't inhibit me from realizing that the map's design is shockingly poor. From the starting area, you can go one of two ways. Through the buyable doors, which will lead you down to the box, or the elevator, which will collapse several floors down. On this elevator ride down, you'll get a quick glimpse of PhD Flopper, which isn't actually a buyable perk in this map. As you'll soon find out, this is arguably the biggest troll and biggest fuck you Zombies has ever done. Once you reach the bottom, you need to make your way forward and jump to the next skyscraper. And in this one moment, you discover what makes this map so terrible. Never before has a Zombies map been so focused on verticality. That doesn't mean it's impossible to make this good, but you just have to go about it in the right way. Die Rise goes about it in the worst way possible. The fear of falling to your death is far larger than the threat of zombies killing you. So much so that you'll most likely die by either fall damage or just outright falling off the map. This area after this initial jump does also stand as one of the worst designed areas in a zombies game. The bottom part particularly features several rooms filled with these cages, which just becomes downright confusing to navigate through. There's so many times I've genuinely gotten lost in this area, and that's saying a lot considering I could navigate through that foggy cornfield in transit just fine. It's in this area that we can build the wonder weapon of the map called the Sliquifier. However, unlike the jet gun, they went to the other end of the spectrum, creating what many consider to be the best and most overpowered wonder weapon of all time. Now, pre-patch I would totally agree. Before it was nerfed, the Sliquifier was unstoppable. But since then, I think partly down to my own lack of ability to use this weapon, as well as the reduced effectiveness, it's still great, but not as good as a weapon like the Thunder Gun. Essentially, what this weapon does is spray this purple goop which will make zombies slide around everywhere, as well as making you slide yourself. Shooting a zombie directly will cause the zombies to explode, which will then cause a knock-on effect to the other zombies around them. There's several areas in the map where you can essentially exploit this ability, and get to very high rounds in little time with almost no effort. I don't like to criticize maps for things like that though, because that's really down to the player. If that's how they want to play, then let them. The Sliquifier also doesn't run out after 10 seconds, or combust, so that's a major win in my book. By turning on the power, you activate all the elevators, which work a lot differently to when we last saw them in 5. This time all the elevators contain perks in them, as well as the Pack-a-Punch. It's once again quite a creative and experimental choice, which I don't have that much of a problem with, although I understand if other people don't like this choice. You can also travel on top of these, by waiting for them to drop a level or two below and hopping on the top. This way you can easily travel to the different levels of the map. However, you'll primarily be using these elevators to get to the roof. This area once again seems so poorly designed. The bottom layer of the roof has the same problem as the cage maze from earlier, with just too many dead ends and weaving corridors. The actual roof also has a lot of dead ends, which completely kills your flow, and might end up in you getting trapped. You might tell me to just know the map better and get good, but that would imply that this isn't a problem, which it is, purely from the standpoint that all the best maps in Zombies don't have these problems. You might have realised that in Transit there was no dog rounds. However, this time they're replaced with something different, that I'm sure a lot of people hate, but I don't really mind. The Nova Crawler we saw in the intro cutscene is in fact known as a jumping jack. These guys will teleport in and rapidly chase after you. The coolest addition is the way they jump around the room, bouncing off walls and ceilings as they make their way towards you. It's a similar feeling I got with the cryptids in Extinction, if anybody remembers that. This fluidity of movement is something I find pretty impressive, and isn't something we see a lot of in Zombies. Interestingly, if you kill all the jumping jacks with either 100% accuracy or just by knifing them, you'll get a free perk. With there only being 6 perks on the map, you'll be able to get all of the perks fairly easily. Talking of perks, this map introduces another new one, which as many of you may know is also rivaled for one of the worst perks ever introduced. Just like Tombstone, it was seen in this map and then never again. Well, at least not for a long while. The perk is called Who's Who, and essentially works as another form of self-revive. The difference is that unlike Quick Revive, Who's Who costs 2,000 points, and is a lot riskier to use. Once you go down, you'll be put into the body of a doppelganger, and will have to revive your down self before bleeding out. This sounds good on the surface, until you realise you only have the starting pistol and no perks. Add on the huge number of zombies chasing after you, as well as the incredibly tight areas in this map, and it can pretty much be impossible to safely revive yourself. Not to mention that once you get yourself up, you aren't teleported anywhere, or given given a brief moment of invincibility. The zombies just keep coming at you, which in most cases will just lead to you dying. Much like Tombstone, the idea is not too bad, but the drawbacks make it essentially useless. The one actual positive is that if you actually manage to revive yourself and survive, you'll be able to keep all your perks, which is pretty much the only reason you might want to use this thing. Although having this perk on solo will instantly overwrite the usage of quick revive, so it's much safer just to stick with that. Finally, let's talk about the trample steam. Another good idea that gets fucked on execution. Because there's so many areas you'll be able to jump to but then not get back, the trample steam is introduced so that you can fling back to certain areas. Do I even have to say where this thing stumbles? The chances to get flung off randomly or just not reach the place you're aiming for is very high. I'd say instead of using this thing, just take the long way back, as at least then you can die to some bullshit drop instead of getting insta-killed. So, finally, let's talk about the Easter egg. With Transit's one being so disappointing, let's just hope this time round they get a bit more creative with it. So, the first step is to once again turn on the power, as well as building the nav card table, which we'll talk about later. Unlike Transit, this Easter egg needs 4 people, with the first step being to stand on 4 rings on 4 different elevators. You then need to get a sniper rifle, and shoot 2 orbs located in the dragon's mouths, and upon doing this, for the Maxis path, you need to head back to the starting room, where you can now see the balls have been transported to the lions. You need to pick these up and then head to the Buddha room, and begin killing zombies until you get a confirmation from Maxis that you've completed the step. You then annoyingly have to get a ballistic knife, pack-a-punch it, and then simply fire it in the Buddha room. The stupidest part of this is that if you've acquired the Galvanuckles or Bowie knife, you can't be the one to do this step. On top of this, you can't have completely died at any point in the game, and if all 4 players don't match these requirements, you're fucked and need to start again. You then need to place trample steams on the 4 lion symbols by the 4 elevators, placing the balls on top of the trample steam, causing them to jump from one to another, which will cause the radio tower to emit an orange light. There's several mahjong tiles around the map, which correspond to the north, east, west, and south faces of this radio tower. Essentially, you need to find these and then use Galvanuckles on the radio tower in the correct order, and then you've completed the Easter egg. This final step is alright, but is the start of a bad trend in zombies, with these super specific details which are just frustrating to track down and figure out. As a reward, you'll get all 6 perks, which is a godsend compared to Transit's nothingness. In terms of the Richthofen side, you'll first have to put 20 shots of the Sliquifier into both balls, which will cause them to start spinning. Instead of the lion symbols, there'll be zombie symbols, where you'll need to place the trample steam and get kills until Richthofen is satisfied. Then you just need to do the same process with the mahjong tiles, and you've completed the Easter egg. Remember that just because you've done the Maxis side in Transit, doesn't mean that you're locked out of the Richthofen side in Die Rise, and vice versa. Ideally, you'll be wanting to consistently do the same side over these maps, however, as they reveal a secret super Easter egg in the final map. Okay, here we are. Arguably the most beloved map of all time. Even though I love this map, I best tread lightly. Mob of the Dead is one of my favourite maps of all time. It's one of those maps that in retrospect I was always drawn to. This map is a breath of fresh air, taking us away from both the Green Run crew and the original crew. From now on, I'll be referring to these crews by their in-game names, those being Victis and Ultimus respectively. For the first time since 5, we start off with a fully animated intro cutscene, which does a great job at introducing us to the characters, as well as the map we'll be playing in. We first get introduced to the Warden and Sal DeLuca, which you'll immediately notice is played by Chaz Palminteri, already establishing that we're playing as another celebrity cast. We're then introduced to Finn O'Leary, played by Michael Madsen, Billy Hanson, played by Ray Liotta, and finally the Weasel, played by Joe Pantoliano. These characters are all delivered with narration by the Weasel, letting us know that when we see the Weasel crying out in pain, it's part of some kind of plan. The Weasel takes out the guard and steals his keys, releasing all the others from their cells. The Warden gets back up, now clearly appearing as a zombie, which launches us into the best intro montage in any zombies map, all set to to Johnny Cash's version of Rusty Cage. Absolute perfection, setting the tone and style of the map instantly. The cutscene ends with all the prisoners brutally dying. However, when we spawn into the map, we appear to be in some spirit form, with ourselves appearing in front of us. This is known as the Afterlife mode, which we'll focus on a bit later. For now, let's just take a look and indulge in the journey this map takes us on. From the beginning, we see a map of the prison, as well as several steps beside it. Our mission is to escape Alcatraz, and the way we'll be doing it is via a plane that's located on the roof. There's a checklist beside the map, showing us all the things we'll need to collect. Previous zombie maps would initially trick you into thinking these parts will be hidden in random locations, but as we'll see, the design of this map flows so well that you'll most likely naturally stumble across all of them anyway. We can leave the starting room one of two ways. One way leading towards the cafeteria, and the other towards some more cells. If we head this way, we'll discover that killing a zombie in this area will spawn the head of a huge dog. It will eat any zombies you kill, and once you feed it enough zombies, it will disappear. Heading forward, we then discover a locked doorway and a hanging gold key. Behind us is a red power box, which we can interact with to go into Afterlife mode. Essentially, in this map, there's no quick revive, and only the Afterlife system, which is both used to revive yourself when going down, and to give power to certain parts of the map. I think it's one of the best mechanics ever to be introduced into zombies, as it's extremely helpful but not overpowered. You'll be given a set amount of time to do whatever you need to do and return to your body. The amount of time is fairly substantial, so you don't have to be that concerned. However, failing to return to your body will result in instant death, so you should at least be aware. Afterlife is used to turn on power boxes, unlock doors, items, or turn on perks, which also means there's no power switch on this map. Luckily, none of these are locked behind confusing passageways or obscure locations. But unlike Who's Who, which made you revive yourself whilst also having to stay alive, in Afterlife mode, zombies will completely ignore you, and most likely start surrounding your real life body. Another positive is that unlike Who's Who, where you had to then survive the horde after being revived, is that in Afterlife mode you can shock the zombies, which doesn't kill them, but will teleport them away from your body, giving you a much better chance at surviving when re-entering your body. We use Afterlife here to release the key, unlock the door in front of us, turn on a perk and power the gondola, which serves as an easy way of getting down to the docks area. We collect the key and buy the Uzi in front of us, one of many exclusive weapons to this map, and then head back the way we came, this time opening the door towards the cafeteria. Using our second Afterlife, we can power up even more things, eventually ending up in us powering up a laundry machine and interacting with it. This will put us into a brief lockdown period, where we need to survive until the clothes are done. This will in turn give us our first plane part. You'll notice that by the end of this round, we have 0 Afterlife uses left. However, when we flip to the next round, we get 1 refilled, with us also being able to gain the other 2 back if we flip 2 more rounds. This initially might seem overpowered, but you have to remember that if you get downed in a tricky spot, you can lose all 3 of these Afterlives just as fast as you got them. Since we can now use the gondola, we head down to the docks, which serves as a nice form of transportation from a long run down, as well as giving us a short breather from the horde. Here we can get a couple more parts, one being for the plane and another being for the shield. Now, the last time we saw the shield, it was in transit, and was barely a viable option due to the turbine significance. As you may have already noticed, Mob of the Dead is where they got the buildables mechanic down. You no longer have to grab each part one by one and add them to the table. You simply have to find all 3 from around the map, pick a table you like and build it. There's also no other buildables on the map which would remove the zombie shield from you, simplifying things and appropriately streamlining the process from the bulky mess in transit. Down here is also another dog head, and 3 glowing electrical boxes we need to shock inside this transformer area. And after we've done that, we need to make our way back up to the prison. This takes us up the claustrophobic spiral walkway, with the tight doorways being surefire death traps if you're either unlucky or not paying attention. We emerge nearby the warden's office once again, where we can see a door which was once electrified now be openable, giving us another plane part. Coming into the cafeteria, we discover discover the box, which has been redesigned into an awesome demonic looking chest. There's a lot of weapons we already know in here, but also some brand new and exclusive additions, like the AK-47, a Tommy gun, a fucking death machine, and of course the crowning piece, the Blundergat. The Blundergat is the wonder weapon of the map. However, I personally don't think it's that great until you either pack-a-punch it or get the acid gat upgrade for it, which we'll look at in a bit. There's still a couple more parts that we need to collect. One is located in the spiral walkway, being unlockable by inputting some numbers shown on the way down to this machine while in afterlife mode, and the other is simply located in a drawer on your way up to the roof. Once we get all these parts, which as I mentioned should be fairly easy for most casual players to understand, we can now build the plane. Before we do this, we can also fill up the third and final dog's head, which is located by the part near the roof, which will unlock a new weapon located in the showers area. This weapon is called the Hell's Retriever, and takes the form of a hellish looking tomahawk, which takes out a fair amount of zombies with one use. You can just throw out the retriever, however if you hold it for a couple seconds, you'll see an aura flash around you 2 times, signifying that it's charged up, doing even more damage to more zombies. Heading back to the plane, we can now take it for our supposed escape. However, things don't go to plan, with us crashing into the Golden Gate Bridge and getting stranded on it. This is where we can pack-a-punch our weapons, as well as having a fairly open space to train zombies round if we wanted to. After a while, a Brutus will spawn in, which serves as the boss zombie for this map. They're fairly easy to kill, especially when aiming at their head, but I'd argue that their biggest threat, at least for the earlier rounds, is their ability to lock things. For example, if a Brutus spawns into the map nearby a perk machine, because the devs didn't want to make him an annoying threat that could unfairly kill you, they instead made him dash to a perk machine or a box and lock it off, which means that you'll then have to spend 2,000 points to unlock whatever it is he locked. He's kind of great in a weird way. I obviously don't like buying back stuff I already wanted, especially if I don't have many points, but I'd take that any day over having a boss which was overpowered and could kill me easily, which is in my mind the clear trade-off the developers made for making Brutus fairly easy to kill. After waiting a while, we'll see several electric chairs spawn in, which we can then sit in and get electrocuted. This takes us back to the prison, almost like we've just completed the events of the map but then have been thrown through a loop, which excellently feeds into the story and Easter egg. It's almost indescribable how well this map flows, with every section being meaningful, which is a far cry from areas like the cage maze from Die Rise, or pretty much all of Transit. The map constantly has things for you to do, weapons to gain access to, things to open up, buildables to be made, all the while making it fairly effortless to do so. You'll barely notice you're doing a lot of this stuff, just because of how good the design is. So let's focus on some other new stuff which gets introduced to this map, as it basically serves as yet another laying of foundations for future Zombies maps. As I mentioned, you can get wonder weapons like the Blundergat and Hell's Retriever, which we've seen in different forms in the past. What we've never seen before, however, is getting additional upgrades on top of these extremely powerful weapons. In terms of the Blundergat, you can pack a punch like normal, but also can build the Acid Gat kit, which will then turn it into the Viltrolic Withering, giving you a 3-burst acid shot, as well as a monkey bomb type effect, which will make zombies briefly ignore you. As well as that, the Hell's Retriever can also be upgraded to the Hell's Redeemer by getting around 30 zombie kills on the bridge and then throwing it into a lava pit back at the prison. You then need to collect the Redeemer in Afterlife, giving you an infinite damage tomahawk when charged up. These are both rewarding in terms of the work you need to put in to find these things, while also being fairly easy to understand. The Hell's Redeemer might be a bit harder to get, with some obscure steps, but as you'll see, it's pretty simple in terms of how complicated things get down the road. You can also gain items like the Golden Spork, interact with new creative traps, and find a bunch of secrets hidden within the map's visual design, which I don't want to go over right now, but still suggest you check it out if you're interested. Before we go into the Easter egg, let's take a quick look at the new perk, which is found near the gondola. It's the first genuinely useful perk that's been added in Black Ops 2, and is actually one of my personal favourites. It's fairly simple in nature, giving you an electric effect around you whenever you reload, which causes all the zombies around you to be stunned for a brief period. There's been so many times where I'm about to go down, and have just managed to scrape out of a tight situation with the help of Electric Cherry. Of course, the devs realised you could potentially exploit the electric ability, so I made sure that if you keep reloading within a short time period, the electric effect doesn't activate for a while. It's a great perk that I'd always consider buying on pretty much any map in the future, and is a huge step up from the tragically bad perks we've gotten in the game so far. Fun fact, it's also the only perk without an actual jingle, due to it being introduced in this map, where none of the perks have their original jingles. So this Easter egg is surprisingly simple, but still fun to pull off. The first step includes having to obtain the free Blundergat, which you can acquire by collecting several blue skulls from around the map, which can be seen in Afterlife, and collected with the Hell's Retriever or Redeemer. The second step includes acquiring the spoon, by destroying a poster in a jail cell, and shocking a spoon behind it in Afterlife. Then all you need to do is enter all the characters' prison numbers in the number pad, those being 101, 386, 872, and 481, which will cause a narration to begin. Once it's finished, several pairs of headphones will spawn into the map, which include even more narration, eventually leading you back up to the roof. Then, one player simply has to enter Afterlife mode and board the plane, which will cause all the other players to get boarded as well, taking us back over to the bridge, for one of the most interesting endings to an Easter egg I've ever seen. When we emerge on the bridge, we need to revive ourselves, and once we do, whoever's playing as the Weasel will see all the other players as enemies, and everyone else will see Weasel as an enemy. There's actually two possibilities here. If the Weasel manages to kill all the other characters, the cycle is declared broken. However, if all the other players kill Weasel instead, the cycle continues. There's not a huge change between both outcomes, only changing the closing visuals and music, but I always thought this was a great way to end an Easter egg, which sadly we haven't seen be replicated since. At the time, we didn't know which ending was supposed to be canon, as with this map being a one-off, both could hypothetically be possible. However, as we'll see later on, it's actually revealed that Weasel breaking the cycle was the true ending. We just couldn't know at the time. I can't throw any more praise at this map if I tried. I think it's genuine perfection, as it reaches that balance between interesting but not overcomplicated, challenging but not too difficult, tight and intense but also manageable. As I said, I don't want to go too deep into the behind the scenes, but it's important to note that this map wasn't made by the guy who was behind most Zombies maps in the past. Of course, every Zombies map has a crew of people working on it, although there's always been a kind of auteur feeling to every iteration. The guy who's been primarily in charge of the story, characters, and overall map's design and mechanics was a guy called Jimmy Zielinski, a figure that's been behind most maps going all the way back to World at War. The guy has unfortunately been ragged on by the community, which I think shows an absolute entitlement that some of the Zombies community have. Yes, this guy was behind Transit and Die Rise, and you might not like those maps. Hell, I don't like them that much. But as the games progress, you'll come to realise that this guy was all about the ideas. Black Ops was his prime period, with all his crazy ideas and experiments panning out to be an excellent experience. He admittedly stumbled in Black Ops 2 and became too ambitious, with his final map being Buried, which we'll talk about next, arguably being his masterpiece in my eyes. The main figure behind Mob was a guy called Jason Blundell, who brought a new and refreshing take to a formula which was gradually starting to get stale. They refined the mechanics to a T in this map, and managed to create a genuinely interesting standalone story, which I have to admit manages to shit all over the Victus crew with only one map. Blundell's biggest problem happened to be the polar opposite to Jimmy's. Whereas Jimmy wanted to innovate and bring zombies to places it had never been before, Blundell initially took a bold approach, but then relaxed into a familiar model that only on occasion decided to innovate. He was reliable, but eventually became stale. That's kind of a huge spoiler, but I felt like I need to defend Jimmy Zielinski, as he gets way too much hate, without people realizing how integral this guy was to where Zombies is today. Okay, maybe I've changed my mind. Buried is arguably the map I have most nostalgia with. However, I'll try not let that faze me when looking at this map, because unlike Mob, I do see genuine flaws in this thing. Buried is arguably one of the most unique and creative maps in my opinion, although you wouldn't assume that from the intro cutscene. We're back to the 2D graphic novel style of animation, which I always thought was a bit of a letdown, considering how great the Mob cutscene was. This time, the crew has been sent to Africa, which might seem like an interesting place to go, but as you'll see, the map has pretty much nothing to do with Africa at all. It's never implicitly told how they got here, but we can just assume that the purple light we saw in Die Rise doesn't just signify them getting respawned, but also getting teleported to a new place. The gang sit around a campfire and basically go through their journey so far. Russman tries to be a philosopher, but just ends up saying,
We will. But at least we'll be sure.
Sure of what exactly?
I don't know.
Okay then. The crew start arguing with each other, which causes Misty to give a final speech, taking us into the map. I've always loved the look of this map, and is a large reason why it sticks out so much in my mind. This initial area looks incredible, with these huge boulders not only falling off cliffs beside you, but also being funneled down some kind of conveyor belt. Not to mention the huge meteor looking hole beside the map, which we can assume was created by one of the rocket strikes. This starting area is cool, but in the grand scheme of things is pretty pointless. There's a large hole down, which is covered by some flimsy barricades, and once you're down here, you're properly into the map, and won't be able to return to where you just came from. Well, sort of. There's a hole to the left which we can jump down, basically taking us to the entire map. I wouldn't say Buried was a particularly large map, but does have two separate sections which we'll look at now. The design of this map is rather strange, both in terms of visuals and the layout. You can clearly see that Buried takes the form of an old western town, which has been buried underground, which I always thought was a really cool concept. It's dripping in personality, from all the buildings, the items, and even the zombies, who appear in these old-fashioned clothes. The map focuses more on you heading into several buildings, as opposed to being one cohesive map like Mob. For example, we have this initial prison area with Arthur in, or Leroy, I prefer Leroy, the saloon, the courthouse, and several others. All of these once again seem so thought out in terms of their visual aesthetic that they always stick out in my mind. In terms of the actual map's layout and how it plays, I'm not that sure, because it's fine, but didn't blow me away like Mob did. The area we can run around here is fairly open, not making zombies much of a threat, but the addition of these tunnels which run above everything is a very cool aspect of the map, and does bring a good flow. You may have noticed there's these blocked pathways which you can't actually buy. It really doesn't make sense at all in terms of zombies, but is good in terms of what I'm just about to touch on. Leroy is both one of the strangest and best things that's ever been added to zombies. This goofy giant is initially found locked up, where you can then unlock him and give him booze, which will cause him to get pissed and smash into the blockade. This will break it, as well as giving you a small number of points. This is how you'll be getting those other passages open, giving Leroy alcohol which can be found and also bought when entering the saloon, and making him smash into stuff. Despite seeming simple, there's also a level of skill you need here which could in turn give you more points. This is because the further you make Leroy run before smashing into a blockade, the higher number of points you'll get. I always thought this was a great addition that didn't even need to be there, but helps in getting set up faster and getting the map open at a sooner round. There's also candy which you can find, which has a variety of functions. If you give Leroy candy randomly, he'll most likely launch into a frenzy and start killing zombies for a while. However, if you give it to him when he's standing in front of the box, he'll turn around and whack it, causing it to be permanently fixed in that spot for the rest of the game. Just a couple nice additions for our convenience. You'll notice when opening one of these blockades, there'll be a wall of weapons on the wall. However, these aren't your standard wall weapons, but instead filled in chalk drawings, which you then need to pick up and place somewhere. This is where those question mark chalk drawings come in, with you being able to place any of these in whatever location you choose. It's a fun little mechanic, which not only gives you access to weapons like the Galvanuckles, but also gives you 1000 points for each one you place down, with the final chalk drawing actually giving you 2000. Now that we're onto the new stuff the map introduces, let's look at both the new weapons and new perk which is brought into Buried. I think this map was very innovative in terms of its ideas, with some of them being genuinely incredible. But for some reason, all of this stuff was just left behind when going into the future of zombies, which is partly good and partly bad. It makes the map more unique for sure, but I can't deny that it feels a bit unjust to not elaborate on some of the great ideas this map presented. The new weapons we get are the Remington pistol, the time bomb, the ray gun Mark II, and the paralyzer. The ray gun Mark II has become somewhat of a staple, being introduced initially in this map and brought back several times in the future. Much like Mule Kick in Black Ops 1, the Mark II was also added into every other previous map if you bought Buried. It's an incredibly powerful weapon and is a huge step up from the original ray gun, which during this game has started to seem less effective than it once was. It fires a 3-shot burst, giving out a huge amount of damage, still making it useful up to rounds 30 to 40. The biggest improvement is that there's no splash damage at all, which was always the ray gun's biggest downfall, but genuinely does lead into what some may consider to be a problem and some may consider to be a positive. The most interesting thing in the box for me has always been the time bomb, as it brings in a concept which Zombies has firmly stayed away from ever since it began. It takes the form of an equipment item and can be placed down whenever and wherever you want. Upon doing this, you'll see that above the round counter is now an icon with the same number of whatever round you're on. By placing this down, it's essentially created a save point, which you can return to whenever you want. This is a brilliant idea, but with all the overpowered things that are already in this map, might be a bit overkill. The time bomb refills whenever you get a max ammo as well, meaning you can actively update the save point. So basically, you can go down, lose all your perks, and hopefully be able to transport back to a point where you had all your perks and equipment. The only problem with this would be down to your own stupidity, like if you got the Mark II out the box after you placed the time bomb down and then went back in time, which would return all your previous weapons. Finally, we get the paralyzer, which is one of my favourite, if not my favourite wonder weapon of all time. Strangely, the weapon I compare it to most is the Winter's Howl, which isn't a great start, but it essentially slows down the zombies very quickly, and then after literally a couple seconds of using it, the zombies will explode. This not only saves you from any danger, but also effectively and rapidly kills zombies forever because of its infinite damage range. This weapon also works on a cooldown timer instead of having ammo, basically making it what the jet gun should have really been. Best part is that the cooldown timer isn't even that hard to control. It goes up to 115, which is on a dial located on the actual weapon, and has a fairly rapid cooldown time. Packer punching this thing pretty much only helps with the cooldown timer, however does also kill slightly faster. The best feature of the paralyzer is in relation to the new ways you can traverse the map. If you point the weapon down and then jump while shooting, you'll be launched into the air, and can literally just float there until the weapon overheats. This not only lets you access different areas of the map easier, but can also work as another way of saving yourself, launching yourself into the air, and flying above the zombies. Now, do you see the problem with all of these things? Going into Buried, you'll be wanting the paralyzer, and that's basically all you'll need. This takes us to the map's biggest criticism, being the fact that most people, despite thinking this map is good, think it's way too easy. That doesn't affect the map's quality in my eyes, but I can totally understand why people would find this map boring or dull, because ultimately there's no real challenge. You don't even have to be good at zombies or games in general to be good at Buried. There's also specific points in the map where you can exploit the paralyzer, basically turning zombies into some kind of cookie clicker, where you literally just press the shoot button to slowly kill the zombies. As I said, I've got no problem with giving the player a power fantasy style of map, but I can't deny how easy everything is. Take into account the huge amounts of points you can rack up from breaking the blockades with Leroy, as well as the chalk drawings, and you can not only pretty much open up everything, but also get some good gear all in the space of round 1 or 2. Whilst we're still in this initial section, let's talk about something that you may have thought I had initially forgotten. In Green Run, Die Rise, and Buried, there's actually these things called perma-perks, which work as these active buffs which come and go pretty much at random. They aren't explained at all in game, so if you randomly see a teddy bear pop out the top of your box, it's not a glitch, it's just a perma-perk. There's a variety of these to acquire, all being gained by doing various different obscure things. There's enough of these that I don't want to go over all of them, as they aren't all particularly useful anyway. But ones like the teddy on the box, which gives you better weapons, the PhD one, and also the ray gun off the Olympia are especially effective. You'll most likely be gaining these without even knowing, although you're able to tell if you see a random green flash around you for no apparent reason. There's a number of new buildables in this map, which, surprise surprise, can actually be exploited to make your game even easier. What I'm specifically referring to is the subsurface resonator, which you can place in this tight juggernog passage and literally not even need to do anything. This is where things go a bit too far in my eyes, as I'm fine with an easy map, but if it's so easy to the point where I can walk out my room, that's just not a game anymore. It's just waiting as rounds go up. This buildable system is still like the one in Transit. For some weird reason, they took an active step back from the innovation in Mob and returned to this terrible separate parts system. On top of this, you also need to build the turbine in this map to power up these things, which is annoying, but I guess is worth it considering your game from that point on will literally just consist of replacing the resonator when it breaks. Before we head to the house, let's look at the brand new perk Vulturade. This has always been one of my personal favourites and has been brought back in different forms later on, but this is still the best version. Upon picking it up, you'll immediately notice icons pop up all over the map. Vulturade has several intuitive functions, the first of which being the ability to show where things are around the map, including the box, wall buys, perks, and also the pack-a-punch. This aspect is very nice to have, but obviously not essential if you're both familiar with the map or familiar with zombies in general. The other function includes some little drops you get from the zombies, including some spare ammo, little gold bags which give you a small amount of points, and most importantly, the zombies which produce green smoke. Killing a zombie and standing in this gas will cause a monkey bomb type effect for a fairly long period of time. You'll see the Vulturade logo emanate with gas, signifying if you're protected or not. Hilariously, although this perk is great, you can't deny it's just another extremely powerful aspect of this map that makes it even easier. Heading up to the house, you would have most likely already noticed a ghostly figure staring out some of the windows. A key thing to note here is that if the lights are on, upon emerging out the other side, you'll get a reward. Once you enter the house, you'll notice that some ghosts will start making their way towards you. You'll be wanting to keep these girls at a distance, as instead of attacking you, they'll start taking away your points 2,000 at a time. If you eventually run out of points entirely, the ghost will then start attacking you directly. You should try to get through the house as fast as possible, going up the stairs, behind the bookcase, and then out the back. There'll be several spawn locations for these ghosts, so just be wary before charging forward. The more times you head through this house, the more you'll become familiar with its layout and how frequently the ghosts spawn in and where they spawn in. When you eventually reach the other side, you'll notice that if the light was on before entering the house, the ghosts will keep following you. Killing all of these will result in a free perk, arguably being the easiest map in which you can acquire all the perks. This takes us to the maze, which is arguably the toughest part of the map if you don't have the paralyzer. You can get genuinely lost in this place, with several winding passages, and some doors which will randomly open and close. As I said though, the one caveat here is that if you have the paralyzer, you can simply fly into the air, and not only get a layout of the maze, but also jump over any doors which might have gotten in your way. In the middle of the maze is also a fountain, and by causing Leroy to smash into the fountain on the other side, we can then explode this one, and see some kind of whirlpool at the bottom. This takes us back to the bottom of the starting area, which is where we can build the nav card table in this map. Making our way through this place, we'll emerge at a winding staircase, where you'll be able to buy stamina up and also pack-a-punch your weapons. You'll want to be careful when climbing down though, because there's certain holes which you can actually fall through, being another case where you can get instantly downed. So, let's take a look at the Easter egg, which just like the overall map is one of my personal favourites. We're once again back to the 4-player only 2-sided Easter eggs, with the first step separating the Easter eggs instantly. Like usual, we'll talk about the Maxis path first, which involves you building the gallows by the courthouse, as opposed to the guillotine near the saloon. You then need to go around the map and find 4 orbs and charge them up with the paralyzer until a red smoke comes off them. You'll also want to place a subsurface resonator down, causing the orbs to explode. A floating lantern will then spawn into the main part of the map, which you need to knock down with a grenade and pick up. You then need to power up the lantern by giving Leroy candy, causing him to start killing zombies. You'll then need to place the lantern on a roof near the saloon, causing some codes to appear. These actually translate to different signposts in the tunnel area of the map. You'll have to place down a time bomb, and then use either the Galvanuckles or Bowie knife to melee these signs in the correct order. Once you do this, an electrical wisp will spawn in, which you'll need to follow through the map, while keeping it alive by killing glowing zombies nearby. It will eventually make its way back to the gallows, and fill up one of the 2 containers. This is where you need to go back in time, and repeat the same process to fill up the second container. There will then be 3 bells which you can ring around the map, as well as a switchboard which lights up depending on which bells are pressed. It looks convoluted, but is fairly easy to understand. Essentially, the 3 columns are associated with the 3 bells. The column on the left is the bell in the candy room, the one in the middle is the barn, and the one on the right is the courthouse. The switchboard will start off with 1 light on the top row, and depending on which column it is, one of the players will have to press whatever bell associates with them. After this happens, another light will come on, and you'll have to repeat this process until the entire switchboard is lit up. Finally, we need to head to the fountain, which will give us the option to make a wish. Once we do this, there will be 4 sets of targets which pop up around the map. This is known as the sharpshooter step, and all 4 players will have to get into position before making a wish. The targets pop up and down at a fairly rapid pace, and to actually complete this step, all 4 players need to take down every single target. With the varying skill levels you may have on your team, this might take some time, but ultimately is incredibly rewarding once everyone gets their targets. This completes the Easter egg, once again giving everyone all perks permanently. Richtofen's side is fairly similar, however key changes are things like building the guillotine instead of the gallows, powering up the orbs and not destroying them, using a time bomb on the guillotine and finding a switch instead of doing the bell step, and then finally pulling some switches in the correct order in the maze, and then doing the sharpshooter step again. The best part of this Easter egg is arguably the end game, which you can only do after the main Easter egg, as well as having completed all previous Easter eggs. This is where the nav cards come in. On all 3 previous Victus maps, there were these nav cards which spawn into the map, which upon picking them up will show beside your points. There was also a nav card reader. This is what links all 3 of the maps together. However, it is admittedly a bit confusing. To get this end game, which now would be referred to as the Super Easter egg, all 4 players doing the buried Easter egg must have completed all the previous Easter eggs before this, and also have all 3 nav card tables built, as well as having the right nav cards inserted into each. The nav cards you can find in each map aren't in fact the ones you insert into that map's nav card reader. So, for the transit reader, you insert the nav card in buried. For the die rise reader, you insert the nav card from transit, and for buried, you insert the nav card from die rise. Doing all this unlocks the endgame, which is just basically a secret additional story bit for the hardcore players but it's fine either way. You activate this by finding a sort of Easter egg tracker in the courtroom, and once you press the button located inside, you'll either hear the voice of Maxis or Richtofen congratulating you. As I mentioned earlier, the Maxis version of these events are the canon ones in terms of the storyline. However, both paths show pretty cool results. On the Maxis side, you hear both Maxis and Richtofen confront each other, where we then hear Maxis take back control of the ether, sending Richtofen's soul into the body of a zombie. This causes all the zombies' eyes from that point forward to glow orange. However, there will still be a blue-eyed zombie spawning in from time to time, which signifies Richtofen's soul inside the body. If you actually get up close to this one, you can hear Richtofen talking. You don't get a reward per se, but the Richtofen zombie will always drop a power-up when killed. In Richtofen's end ending, we'll hear another confrontation between him and Maxis, this time wiping Maxis from existence, and occasionally jumping inside Stuhlinger's head and taking control of his body. On this route, we do actually get a reward, giving all players a permanent fire cell, and a special variant of Mule Kick, which allows players to hold 4 weapons instead of 3, which for me was more of a curse in disguise. And that brings us to the end of the Victis storyline, as well as the end of Jimmy Zielinski's run at Zombies. It was a wild ride for sure, and I can appreciate how ambitious they got with their ideas on this game. I'm sure if it just panned out a different way, we could have gotten a completely different Zombies experience in the future. This takes us to the last map of Black Ops 2, Origins, which just like Mob, many people consider to be the best map ever made. I love Origins, but admittedly do have a lot more reservations with this thing than Mob. Origins is a huge World War zombie nightmare, taking us back to when all 4 of the original crew met. The intro cutscene is one of the greatest of all time, being set to this incredible metal soundtrack from Avenged Sevenfold. It does a great job at not only introducing us to the new look our characters have, but also how this is all taking place across a war-torn area of France. This also translates into the actual game, which is something we've never quite seen before. Usually zombie maps are always set in abandoned or dilapidated places, but as we can see, planes are still fighting across the skies, and artillery can be seen and heard constantly. The visuals are both unique and familiar, taking us back to the World at War days, whilst introducing all the fleshed out elements of the zombie storyline, and of course the standout feature of the map, these huge robots. There is so much to this map, so let's take it one by one so we don't get confused. Let's start with the map's design, which arguably is my biggest gripe. This map does have great flow, just like Mob, with everything feeling cohesive and interconnected. My only main problem comes in the form of the scale and the mud. Some people may take issue with how tight these trenches are to navigate, however I think this adds to the intensity and requires you to have some foresight before just dashing forward. The scale of this map is huge, only being topped by transit. However, for the most part, I didn't really notice it, due to the amount of interesting locations and parts to collect. My biggest issue comes in the form of the mud, which is present all over the map. As you can probably assume, the mud is placed around the map to slow you down, primarily in areas around the center of the map like the tank path, but also pretty much everywhere. It's understandable why it's there, but I really don't like it. I think the worst thing you can possibly do is restrict the player's movement, because it will inevitably lead to frustration, as players won't be able to do the things they normally can. Everything apart from that though is great. Having these well designed and memorable locations, like the church, the excavator site, and the underground areas. You'll notice from the starting room that the power on this map works very differently, and has both its positives and drawbacks in terms of difficulty. Instead of a sole power switch, there's 6 generators around the map that you need to power up. The good side of these things is that they only affect a specific area of the map, which sounds bad, but as you'll come to find out is rather useful. They also bring great flow to the map's design, giving you a clear objective from the start, with the generators being easy to notice and located in key areas of the map. The downsides are they do cost money to activate, although admittedly the price is only 200 points in solo, and on top of this, to actually power these things up, you need to survive for a short while inside the metal grating surrounding the power. It's not very challenging, but does obviously pose more risk than just pulling a power switch. There's a whole lot of new stuff to collect on this map, which may seem fun for some people and a curse to others. In the starting room, we'll always find Maxis's brain, as well as a shovel. The brain is used for a buildable later on, but the shovel is a nice feature that's added to the map, which can dig up bone piles scattered around. These both contain things that will help you, like weapons and power-ups, but also can spawn in zombies, or a bunch of grenades, so just be careful when digging these up. The buildable system from Mob thankfully returns here, with every part being able to be collected at the same time, which is one of the best quality of life improvements these maps have over everything else. You can build the zombie shield once again, as well as the Maxis drone, which both serves as a helpful defense, as well as an integral part of the Easter egg. It flies around the map, and can also be used to discover certain secrets, like collecting a few discs around the map and rewarding you with a weapon. Of course, the most well-known buildables are the staffs, one of the most insane additions to any zombies map. There's 4 in total, giving the chance for both you and anyone else you might be playing with an opportunity to use these things. All 4 of these are acquired in different ways, some being slightly harder or longer processes than others. The 3 parts for the fire staff can be acquired by powering up all 6 generators, killing a mini-boss zombie, and shooting a glowing plane down from the sky. Before we jump into anything else, let's just talk about those first 2 things, being the challenges and the new boss zombie the Panzer Soldat. What I now notice is that Origins is so well made that everything sort of feeds into each other, which is great for a map, but fucking difficult when trying to clearly break everything down. The challenge chest can be both found at the start of the map and at generator 6, giving you 4 identical challenges every time you play. Getting 115 headshots rewards you with a pack-a-punched weapon. Capturing all 6 generators awards you with a max ammo. Spending 30,000 points will give you double tap. And filling 4 chests around the map will award you with the 1-inch punch. These 4 chests are located in different areas around the map, and look fairly identical to the challenge chest. You just need to kill zombies around these soul chests until they disappear. This might sound easy, but take into account the mud, and also the fact that these huge giants actually walk through the map, and you might find yourself going down, or having your chest reset by being stepped on by a giant. If you do manage to do this though, the 1-inch punch is a great reward, allowing you to one-hit melee zombies up until round 19. It's also required for the Easter egg, so it's advised that you try fill up these chests as soon as possible to maximize their effectiveness. The Panzer Soldat, on the other hand, is not helpful to you at all. In fact, he wants to end your game as soon as possible. This is arguably one of the hardest mini-boss zombies we've ever gotten, with his fairly substantial amount of health, only being able to be quickly taken out by the wonder weapons. And of course, his flamethrower and grapple ability, which can easily destroy you if you aren't being careful. The flamethrower in particular keeps giving out damage after you get hit by it, so if you get hit a couple times by a zombie and then get burnt, chances are you're dead. It doesn't help that these guys are fairly rapid as well, constantly running after you. If you get too far away, he'll then try and grapple you, where you'll then have to aim for a flashing red light inside his arm. If you don't manage to do this, he'll trap you right in front of him while he burns you, only being able to be released if you deal a sufficient amount of damage to his head. Only thing is, once you're in this position, you'll most likely be killed, which I think is kind of bullshit. The grapple can get you at quite a range, and there's no real way to dodge it except running away. Although I will say, adding all this stuff up leads to one scary enemy, with the alarms which blare out whenever he's about to spawn in genuinely being intimidating, because of how easily he can fuck up your game. Once you get all the parts for a staff, including the color-related vinyls which are all located in specific areas of the map, you'll need to go to one of the 4 tunnels round the map and play the vinyl. Oh my fucking god, I just realized there's even more stuff you need to pick up. To actually play these vinyls, you'll need the gramophone, which can be found inside the excavator site. Also around this area is the standard black vinyl, which you'll need to use to unlock the underground stairway inside the site. This unlocks the area where you can actually build the staffs. However, before that, we need to head to the tunnel which has your staff's element labelled. Use the gramophone, enter the portal, grab this crystal in front of us, head back to the excavator site, and build our staff at the bottom. You might have already noticed the way I've written this section, and yes, it's intentional. I get why so many people like this map, as while you're doing these tasks, you constantly feel like you're progressing and getting stronger. However, at the same time, you can't deny that this stuff can be a bit of a drag. I feel like you have to be in the mood to play Origins, otherwise the amount it throws at you could lead to someone feeling overwhelmed. The area you travel to when collecting the crystals is known as the Crazy Place, and has an excellent visual design. It's in this map specifically where the idea of the 115 element was solidified, changing the meteor looking appearance of it into more of a blue fluid-like substance. It's of course found in solid form too, but can also be seen inside the power generators as liquid as well. This area includes these 115 walls falling from the sky, either trapping you or blocking your path. It's hard to say that these things are actually unfair, as although you don't really know where these things are gonna go, they very rarely actually get you trapped, and can't kill you either. It's once again asking for your full attention, making sure the player isn't just breezing through the map and becoming bored. You'll notice while playing that the weather will frequently change, which is technically not a brand new addition to zombies, as we saw something similar in Call of the Dead with the fog. But there's a variety of new weather conditions here, like rain and snow. This once again makes the map feel more alive, and gives the environment more personality. Fog does also return here as well, so certain weather conditions could also affect the way you play, as you become more aware of your surroundings. I mention this as for the ice staff, you specifically need to wait for snow to come in, and then dig up 3 different bone piles to get 3 staff parts. The wind staff parts are acquired by entering the robots, so let's just focus on them for a second. These are my personal favourite addition to the map, and are the first things I think of when thinking of Origins. They not only have an incredibly cool design, but the sheer size of these things make them both a spectacle and intimidating at the same time. They walk through the map and can instantly down you if you get stepped on. Luckily, they have predetermined places they can stand, which can be distinguished both by the clear footprint outline and also the red flashing lights which come on. If you find yourself stuck as they're about to step on you, there'll most likely be yellow lights on the bottom of one of their feet. Once their foot gets raised into the air, you can shoot the bottom, which will cause the foot to open up, which saves you, and also is where you collect the wind staff part. With there being 3 parts, you can naturally assume you have to access all 3 robots to get these. Finally, you get the lightning staff parts by riding around on the tank and jumping off at specific points. The tank is the one real form of transportation on this map, which you can activate near Generator 6 or Generator 2. It's semi-effective, as it does get you around the map faster than just running through the mud. But at the same time, due to it only being located in 2 places and being on a set route, it's less effective than, say, a teleporter. Despite the 4 staffs being an easier task to build with other players, you can still acquire all 4 in a solo game. They decided to elaborate on the upgraded wonder weapon idea from Mob, giving all 4 staffs upgrades, which basically turn them into non-stop killing machines. Unlike Mob, however, there's a bunch of obscure and specific steps you need to take to upgrade each staff, basically having to complete a mini Easter egg each time. Some people may love this added challenge, and others may find it too convoluted, with both standpoints being understandable in my eyes. Yes, it's definitely more difficult and obscure than just pack-a-punching, but at the same time, the steps are actively fun and engaging, making the upgrade feel even more rewarding upon completion. Okay, that was an exhaustive list of things, but I think we got most of the main things out the way. Let's now look at the new equipment we can get, a new way of getting perks, and a couple new power-ups. Then we'll check out what many have claimed is the best Easter egg of all time. Looking to the box, the map introduces some new weapons, like the KSG, MP40, Scorpion, Scar H, and the MG08. The MG08 has often been described as a wonder weapon, however it's simply an LMG that's solely exclusive to this map. We can also get a new type of monkey bomb called the G-Strike by acquiring a stone slab and cleansing it, which works exactly the same, except instead of exploding, a huge amount of artillery is fired down. A machine known as the Der Wonder Fizz is also introduced, which can be bought for 1,500 points, and is essentially the mystery box for perks. It randomly spins between several perks, and gives you the ability to acquire perks both in and out of the map. It's in this map only, excluding Grief, which features PhD Flopper, which still appears despite not having a perk machine on the map. The same goes for Double Tap, simply giving you more choices to how you want to set up and play. There's multiple of these round the map, also featuring a teddy bear bottle, which moves the machine somewhere else. Finally, there's a few new power-ups, such as Blood Money and Zombie Blood. Blood Money is found inside the dig sites, and will give you a random amount of points ranging from 25 to 500. It's a simple addition that doesn't affect anything too heavily. Zombie Blood is especially effective, essentially letting you take a break for a while, as all the zombies ignore you for a short period of time. Okay, let's go through the Easter egg, which sounds kind of simple on paper, but as you'll come to find is a test in time management and survival. The first step is to acquire and upgrade all 4 staffs, which as I said, might sound simple when saying it, but takes a lot of time, especially if you're playing by yourself. Up to this point, I've gone through a lot of steps in very close detail, but there's literally tutorials of upgrading these staffs adding up to over an hour, so I'm just gonna say, upgrade the staffs, do it. Use a YouTube guide, you'll need it, especially for the ice staff. Once you've done that, you'll need to place all 4 staffs on pedestals, with one being at the bottom of the excavation site, and the others being found in the robot heads. The Easter egg is actually impossible to complete with one person, but as you can assume by this step, it's not really designed with one person in mind. You now need to head into one of the robots and press a red button in front of you. After you do this, another player will have to throw a G-strike grenade on a piece of land behind generator 5. You then need to send the Maxis drone into the hole, which will cause a bunch of panzers to spawn into the map. This can also be done on solo, but requires the player to do this step rapidly, and also needing to enter the robot in the middle, so that you can pull the step off in a reasonable time frame. You then need to get a zombie blood, and shoot down a glowing plane in the sky. This will cause the pilot to spawn in the map, which also can only be seen in zombie blood. It will run around the excavation site area, and upon killing it, gives you an upgraded version of the Maxis drone. You then need to head to the bottom of the excavation site, and kill 20 zombies with the 1-inch punch. This will cause them to also get upgraded, with you now having to head to the crazy place, putting all 4 staffs in all 4 pedestals, and killing 100 zombies. This will cause some kind of vortex to open up in the ceiling. All you need to do now is send up the Maxis drone, and you've completed the Easter egg. As I said, sounds fairly simple in comparison to a lot of the previous ones, but that still doesn't take away how time consuming and difficult some of these steps actually are. As opposed to any in-game reward, this time we get an ending cutscene, which other than Transit, was arguably the angriest the community had gotten. At the time, this ending basically implied that all of the events weren't real, and that Samantha and her brother Eddie were simply making up all these things while playing with their toys. It's a fairly unsatisfying ending, and at the time, I'm not sure if they genuinely thought this was a good ending, or if they had a bigger plan in place. But from my perspective, from the number of references they throw in, like Maxis being their dad, Fluffy the dog showing up, as well as literally showing our characters as action figures, it did genuinely feel like they tried to go with the "it was all a dream" approach, which just feels like a cop-out. So, that brings us to the end of Black Ops 2 Zombies, which was a wild ride for sure. We started off with Transit, which is one of the worst zombie maps of all time, but a valiant attempt at experimenting outside the usual format. And by the end, we were getting some of the best zombie maps of all time, with Mob, Buried, and Origins still ranking as my personal favourites of all time, due to their interesting design, engaging gameplay, and fun Easter eggs. The next Zombies game comes in a strange form, being developed by Sledgehammer Games for their game Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. This was not only the beginning of a new futuristic setting for COD, but also the first Call of Duty game not made by either Infinity Ward or Treyarch. The previous year, Infinity Ward attempted to experiment around with a zombies type of mode called Extinction, which obviously took a lot of notes from Zombies, but was also fairly unique, and focused more on defending certain points. Advanced Warfare, however, gave us Exo Zombies, which before this video I had never played, and after this video I'd never want to play again. Okay, I should be careful, because I don't doubt there's quite a lot of people that actually like this mode. However, I'm not going to take a large amount of time to focus on this, because the substance just isn't there. Every single map is a huge step down from Treyarch's zombie efforts, even including the final map Descent, which I didn't think was that bad. To sum up each map's design, as you can really do that due to each map's fairly similar layout, they all feel so claustrophobic and small. I find it such a weird decision to not broaden these maps out, because as you can assume by the title, we end up getting exosuits. This essentially lets us fly around in the air for a bit, which is balanced out by zombies which also have exosuits as well as special zombies which spawn in frequently, which either explode or shut off your exosuit for a brief period. The latter of which is unbelievably frustrating, killing any momentum you might have had, and being a huge risk. That's genuinely about all the new things they bring to the table. The box now comes in the form of the 3D printer, now costing 1,000 points for some reason. The Pack-a-Punch comes in the form of these upgrade stations, costing 2,500. They let you upgrade your weapon multiple times, which is most likely why they lowered the cost. But that may have also come with the consequence of being less effective, with there being multiple times where I upgraded a weapon only to seem exactly the same, with just a different skin or attachment. I'll be honest and say, I hate how all these maps are designed. They look so generic and boring, and usually consist of either white destroyed looking labs or destroyed buildings. Not to mention that everything is so so confusing. So many loops, circles, and weaving hallways, which just makes me feel consistently lost when playing. I suppose with this being the first time playing, I'm not used to the map's layout anyway, but compare this to the first zombie maps made by Treyarch. Of course, if Sledgehammer gave us a Nukta and Toten type map, it would be pretty disappointing, but I think if they even tried to give us a Der Riese, it would have been passable. Der Riese is simple. 2 pathways to the power, 3 teleporters in different distinct locations. Simple. You didn't need all these convoluted hallways and multiple passages linking together, because it just becomes confusing. Talking of how generic everything is, that also translates to the story, the weapons, the perks, the pack-a-punch. Literally everything feels lifeless. I only like John Malkovich because it was John Malkovich, and I only like Bruce Campbell because he's Bruce Campbell. Whenever you play without them, you had these generic characters spouting out boring and meaningless dialogue. The 3D printer is so underwhelming to use. Gone are the tense moments where you're begging to get the wonder weapon. Now you just see some weapons slowly rolling between each other, and then when you actually use it, it slowly prints out the one you randomly get. Not to mention, it's kind of confusing, with me initially thinking you had to time your activation correctly to get a certain weapon, which I bet a lot of people have done, because sometimes the same weapon genuinely does get printed. All the perk machines look identical, and are just these generic grey looking things, that without the hard to see hologram at the top, literally look like they could just be a random thing attached to the wall. Instead of Jug, you have Exo Health. Instead of Quick Revive, you have Exo Medic. It's so lifeless, yet still copying things which were actually good. I don't think I've ever played a zombies game where I'd actually describe the zombies as stupid, but here they somehow screw up the AI so much that in a lot of cases they'll just start walking away from you. I guess they just weren't that hungry. And not to forget, I think Exo Zombies brings in probably the worst mechanic I've ever seen in a zombies game. There's dog rounds, which are exactly the same and give you a max ammo, but there's also rounds where specific infectious zombies spawn in, and upon hitting you, will cause you to get infected. Not only do a huge amount of these spawn in, but every time you get infected, you have to spend 200 points at a specific decontamination zone. After doing this, it cleanses you and gives you a camouflage effect. I can see what they were going for, but it's so frustrating to deal with. Giving us a camo effect also causes the zombies to ignore us. So rather than cleansing ourselves and being able to kill more infected, they literally run away from us so we can't kill them. And then when the camo goes away, they'll come back and infect us. If you can't already tell, I really didn't like my time with Exo Zombies, but I guess there's a couple cool and new things. The sound design's alright, there's a few weapons which sound pretty punchy. The idea of using an exosuit in zombies is new and pretty cool, even though I don't think it translates that well to gameplay. The explosive touch power-up is very cool, although it feels like I'm having a seizure, and the infinite ammo power-up is a good idea too. Descent looks pretty great with the huge waves and heavy rain pouring down, and also on that map, John Malkovich's character is an enemy, and will bring you into a mini boss fight at one point, which is both surprising and fun. Oh, and the trident weapon is pretty cool, and that's genuinely about it. No, I'm not joking. I was so disappointed when playing this, because I'd never even played it before, and thought it was interesting from a distance, but now I know why nobody talks about this mode. It's unoriginal, uninteresting, and frustrating to play. If any of you enjoyed this, I'm jealous of you, because I could not find any fun in this thing. And no, I'm not going to talk about the Easter eggs. From what I understand, they're nothing special, maybe with the exception of Descent again. But to be honest, the crux of this video in terms of explaining stories solely lies on the Treyarch games. Now on to Black Ops 3, the game which many consider brings us to the current peak of zombies. You wouldn't have thought that when it initially came out, however, with the only maps being Shadows of Evil and The Giant, the latter of which was only available in a special edition of the game, or had to be bought separately. The Giant was simply a remastered version of Der Riese, this time having a nice snowy redesign. In terms of a brand new zombies game, this might sound underwhelming. However, the addition of The Giant might have overall helped this game's life cycle more than you'd expect. Shadows of Evil is a masterpiece in my eyes, and luckily in the eyes of most players at this point. However, you wouldn't think that when the game first came out. People had a firm pushback against this map, primarily due to the complex nature of the map's design and mechanics, meaning that most people just resorted to playing the giant for its simplicity. In retrospect, Shadows of Evil was essentially preparing us for what the future of zombies was about to become, mixing both mystery and smooth gameplay perfectly. In terms of design and tone, the map is a huge switch up from everything else before. We saw brief glimpses of change in maps like Buried, moving away from the metal aesthetic which was so closely linked with the franchise. However, this time round, we find ourselves in a misty city, with all of our actions being set to an ominous but jazzy soundtrack. The map is visually astounding, with everything having so much personality wherever you look. Be that random signs hanging off buildings, or small shops, every single thing has a uniqueness to it, making the location feel alive, as well as just keeping everything visually interesting. We're once again taken away from the original crew, and are given a celebrity cast, this time having Heather Graham as Jessica Rose, Ron Perlman as Floyd Campbell, Neil McDonough as Jackie Vincent, and the legend himself, Jeff Goldblum as Nero. The intro cutscene is my personal favourite of all time, setting up all these characters and the environment perfectly, yet also so efficiently. By the end of the cutscene, you understand that the idea of this map is built upon these characters' misdeeds, with characters like Nero killing his wife, and Floyd using brass knuckles in a boxing match. Despite seeming fairly large and complex from the outset, the map takes a fairly similar design to previous maps, however requires you to understand these new mechanics to unlock everything. The first of which is the Beast Mode, which can be activated at these blue fires around the map. These are very similar to the Afterlife mode from Mob, letting you power up things around the map, whilst also being invisible for a brief period of time. This time, however, you'll automatically be brought out of the mode instead of having to revive yourself. It's elements like this which are great, but are also the reason people didn't like the map when it first came out. I love having to power up all these different parts of the map, as well as grappling up to certain points. Everything feels so smooth, and also gives you a great sense of progression. At the same time though, for those who aren't familiar, the game literally tells you nothing about this mechanic, which will lead to a lot of new players getting confused, stuck, and most likely annoyed that they can't figure out how to get perks or Pack-a-Punch. Talking of the Pack-a-Punch, this has also been changed into a more complex process. The main difference here is that usually I'll follow the word complex with convoluted, but in Shadows of Evil it's actually fairly straightforward. There's 4 different and very distinct areas of the map: the starting area, the canals, the waterfront, and the Footlight District. I think the fact I can actually name all these places from memory alone stands as a testament to how unique and memorable all the different locations are on this map. Each of these areas holds a perk and a teleporter type portal, which can both be unlocked in Beast Mode. The teleporter will always be hidden behind a door, and when activated will transport you to the subway under the map. In all 4 of these locations, there's also a ritual item and a ritual room. By using the summoning key, which can be collected at the start, as well as the ritual item, you'll be able to activate a short ritual, which will bring you into a lockdown, and after it's finished, will give you a gate worm in return. Getting all 4 gate worms causes a wall to open up at the bottom of the subway, which is where the Pack-a-Punch is located. For a new player, I can understand if you think this is way too complicated, but it's actually a fairly simple process when you boil it down. It's just the Beast Mode stuff that might be a bit confusing initially. The map's not that big, taking the approach of being jam-packed with detail as opposed to broadening out. It is big enough to have transportation, however, both in the form of the teleporters and the tram. The teleporters make the map flow so well, all leading to the subway, and then having 3 different portals in the subway leading back to the 3 different areas. Say you want to get from the canals to the waterfront, you pretty much never have to run across the map again after all the teleporters are activated, as they're just so much faster to use. The tram, on the other hand, is also practical, but less effective, taking quite a while to travel between the different locations. It does give you a chance to have a breather, making it quite similar to the gondola from Mob, but does also serve as a way to acquire the Apothicon sword, which is required for the Easter egg. Whilst activating these rituals, you'll eventually come up against a few of the new enemies, which add to this Lovecraftian aesthetic. First, we have the Magua, which might arguably be the best mini-boss zombie we've ever gotten. The Magua can only be damaged when it opens one of its 3 mouths, exposing a yellow weak point inside. Doing this both damages the Magua and also releases a parasite, which is another new enemy brought into this map. Destroying all 3 heads causes the Magua to die, which might sound simple. However, it's essential that you keep it at range, as if it gets close to you, it will either do a 2-hit attack which will leave you 1 hit away from death, but most likely he'll do a slam attack that without jug will kill you instantly. It's excellently designed, being both fair but challenging, intimidating but beatable. The parasites that get released fly in the air and shoot projectiles at you, which is something we haven't really seen in zombies at all up to this point. Both these and the Insanity Elementals, better known as the Meatballs, replace dogs on max ammo rounds, and are in my opinion a bit more challenging. Getting killed by the parasites is pretty difficult, as they go down in a couple shots of pretty much any weapon, with their projectiles not giving out that much damage either. However, when you pair these up with the Meatballs, you can go down pretty easily. The Meatballs crash onto the map and roll rapidly along the floor, exploding if you either shoot them or they hit you. Unlike the parasites, when these hit you, it basically serves as a normal 1 hit from a zombie, and with how rapid these guys can spawn in, you better keep these guys at range as well. Adding all these new enemies together leads to an engaging experience, as well as cementing the Lovecraftian aesthetic. All the characters in this map are dripping with personality, with so many memorable lines. All the personalities are once again very distinct, which seems to be the key word that keeps cropping up when talking about this map. There's a reason so many people love this map, and think it's the best map ever made, because there's nothing else quite like it. I think this is the reason there were no other maps in this initial Zombies experience, because all of their effort basically went into making this map the best it could possibly be. In terms of weaponry, you can once again assume this time we're working with the brand new weapons introduced in Black Ops 3. However, there are obviously some weapons that are solely unique to this map. Our starting weapon, known as the Bloodhound, was a godsend, having a cool and sleek design with a punchy sound. It's the weapon that literally everybody wanted to use in Mob, but was only featured in the intro cutscene. On top of this, we also have the Apothecon Servant and Lil Arnie's, which are both very cool, but very gross at the same time. The Apothecon Servant can be built with 3 different parts found either from enemies or these pods around the map. The Magua drops a heart, the parasites and Meatballs will eventually drop this xenomatter, and to get a tentacle you need to use the fumigator on one of these pods. These are essentially just like the bone piles in Origins. However, if you leave them for longer, as the rounds progress they'll grow in size and change colour, with purple being their highest tier. This will not only give you access to the final part, but also reward you with some genuinely good gear and power-ups. You then need to build it, and you've got the best wonder weapon ever created. The Apothecon Servant has a fair amount of ammo, considering it essentially shoots out a more effective version of the Gersh devices from Black Ops 1. It's very overpowered, but does have genuine drawbacks like the ammo count, being more of a problem in higher rounds, and also the fact you can't kill Maguas with it. The Lil Arnies, on the other hand, replace the monkeys, and are much more gross and effective in wiping out zombies. So, let's look at the final new additions, starting with the new perk known as Widow's Wine. This is easily the best perk outside of Juggernog, but is also so simple that I was surprised nothing like this had ever been added before. All this perk gives you are these spiderweb grenades that upon being hit will explode, causing all the zombies around you to either get majorly slowed down or completely stuck. These will save your life so many times, especially if you find yourself trapped in a corner. It's also one of the most expensive perks, being 4,000 points, but unlike Mule Kick, actually deserves the price tag. I also just want to mention here that in both Black Ops 2 and this game, Double Tap had actually been changed to Double Tap 2.0, becoming a much better perk. As opposed to having a rapid fire effect, you now simply shoot out 2 bullets at the same time, with it only costing 1 bullet, essentially just doubling your damage. This makes double tap a much more effective choice, and is one of the perks you'll find yourself picking up a lot. The zombie shield once again makes a return, this time being known as the rocket shield. Despite the main function still being the ability to protect your back, there's an added function of the rocket boost, which will launch you into the zombies and wipe them out in one foul swoop. It's very cool, but not very practical all things considered. Looking back to the Pack-a-Punch, it seems that Treyarch might have taken some notes from Exo Zombies. Finally, let's talk about the ability to double Pack-a-Punch your weapons. Unlike in Exo Zombies, where Pack-a-Punching your weapon basically does nothing, in Black Ops 3, double Pack-a-Punch can give you one of 5 new abilities added to your weapon. There's Thunderwall, which has a Thundergun-like effect, Blast Furnace, which burns a whole group of zombies, Fireworks, which causes a double of your weapon to spawn in and wipe out zombies, Turned, which causes a zombie to become your ally and start killing other zombies, and Deadwire, which has a Wonder Waff type effect. All of these are activated randomly when shooting at zombies, and work off an unseen cooldown timer. What may initially seem like just a nice addition actually turns out to be the most frequently used asset for getting to high rounds. These effects have unlimited damage, meaning that Fireworks will always wipe out a horde at any round, and your Turned zombie will always kill zombies in one hit. It's very overpowered when used effectively, but for most players will simply serve as a nice addition which will help them out on a casual game, which can be acquired when collecting 3 fuses from around the map and placing them in a fuse box in the subway. This now activates several civil protector panels around the map, which you can activate for 2,000 points. Buying this causes a robot bodyguard to spawn into the map, which will help you in killing zombies, and also will revive you if you go down. To be honest, I don't think it's anything too special, but it's definitely cool, and is the first time we've seen zombies experimenting with the idea of bots and AI outside of just the zombies. So, let's talk about this map's Easter egg, which is pretty great except the last step, which I don't know why they added. You first have to open up the Pack-a-Punch, causing the environment outside to change. I always loved how you re-emerge from the subway, only to see a huge tentacled mouth creature filling up the entire sky. You then need to acquire the Apothecon Sword, which can be unlocked by noting down 3 signs inside buildings, which can be seen while riding the tram, and then inputting these signs into the brick wall in the subway while in beast mode. This gives you an egg, which you'll then need to place into these Apothecon statues in the 4 different areas of the map. You need to charge these up with zombie souls, and once it flashes white, you can pick it up and move on to the next statue. Once you've charged up your egg to the maximum, you head back to the subway and place it back into the egg slot, giving you the Apothecon Sword. You then need to upgrade the sword, which starts by collecting another egg known as the Arch Ovum. Depending on who you're playing as, you need to head to whatever ritual location corresponds with you. Jackie is the canals, Nero is the starting room, Jessica is Footlight, and Floyd is the waterfront. A spirit will give you an egg, which you need to place in 4 different circles around the map, and once again charge up. You then need to head back to your ritual room and acquire the upgraded sword. Then activate a book in Nero's ritual room, which will cause a flag to spawn in the subway. Once again, you need to pick this flag up, bring it round to certain areas of the map, survive until it's charged up, and then place it in a ritual room. You need to do this 4 times for each room, which does genuinely start to expose this Easter egg for basically being the same thing over and over, basically boiling down to charge this thing up 4 times. Heading back to the Pack-a-Punch, we now need to interact with all 4 gate worms again, which will cause the Shadow Man to spawn in. This guy talks to you from the very start, and is the villain of this map, as well as pretty much this entire zombies game. You'll need to weaken his shield by interacting with the Apothecons by all 4 gate worms, and then shoot the Shadow Man until he's floating over the ritual table towards the exit. Interacting with that will cause the Shadow Man to get trapped within the summoning key, which you think would be the end of the Easter egg. As you might have noticed, all these steps can be done solo, but for some reason this final step requires 4 players, where you have to enter this permanent form of beast mode, shock 3 electric boxes around the map, as well as shocking the middle where the tram paths meet, which completes the Easter egg. Not only is this step annoying because you have to coordinate who shocks what at the right time, while this time being bombarded with zombies and Margwas that actively attack you, but also because occasionally the screen will flash and you'll need to cleanse yourself inside a glowing wisp. Failing to do this will make you go down, and will also have a 100% chance of having your team all sigh in disappointment. It's a weird decision, not only because all the steps have been fairly okay to achieve, but also doable solo. Admittedly though, it's worth doing just for the experience and outro cutscene. We not only destroy the huge monster in the sky, but we also see the grand return of Richtofen, who snatches the summoning key at the end and heads through a teleporter, which we can see links to the events in the Giant, where Richtofen shoots himself and collects his soul. I'd say going into the next map, Drak, is really where the cutoff point is for casual players. Whereas before, in most cases, everyone could play a zombies map and experience most of the mechanics, it seemed that Jason Blundell's method of making maps really did appeal to the hardcore players. In Origins, one of the coolest parts was obviously the staffs and their upgrades, something that would be way too complicated to understand for people just jumping into the game for the first time. It's not really a positive or negative in my eyes, but simply an evolution. We've finally gotten to the point where releasing a map like Narked or Verrucht just wouldn't be acceptable anymore. This takes nothing away from Drak though, easily being one of the best zombie maps ever made. And funnily enough, I do think that despite having a lot of cool secrets and mechanics, it's also not a very difficult map either, making it more accessible to everyone. The intro cutscene was always strange to me, being the only cutscene to be in 2D animation, just like the Black Ops 2 ones. I have no idea why this is, maybe something to do with budget issues, but it still gives a good setup anyways. We've travelled to a snowy castle known as Drak, in hopes that we'll acquire the body of Ultimus Dempsey. This is the setup for the entire Black Ops 3 Zombies story, hunting down our past selves to acquire their souls with the summoning key. It gives us a great incentive, taking us closer into the character's journey, while also making us question why they have to kill the old versions of themselves. The key question here is, well, why is there now two versions of them? The group we're playing as, which were introduced in Origins, are known as Primus, which take the form of a younger version of the Ultimus group. This is where all the elements of the story start merging together, with Mob of the Dead being key in understanding the cycle which these characters are going through. As I've said several times now, the pieces aren't all there yet, so I'll explain whenever possible. Drak is a beautiful map, both inside and out. It's set in a very unique environment, being some kind of old abandoned castle, which was taken over by Group 935. One thing they got perfect with these maps are the flow, never feeling like you're being slowed down or blocked. Drak takes things back to basics a bit, injecting elements that we're fairly familiar with, while giving them a redesign. This isn't to say they're simply rehashing ideas, but almost putting a new spin on some underutilized ideas in the past. No more generators or separate power stations, just one power switch that turns on the entire map. No more dogs from Mob, but this time stone dragons which come to life upon killing a zombie nearby. As you can expect, there's 3 of these dragons round the map, and upon feeding them all, we get rewarded with the Wrath of the Ancients. This is the wonder weapon of the map, which is very effective in its initial form, but just like Origins, can be upgraded to something much better. There's 4 upgrades in total: the electric bow, the wolf bow, the fire bow, and the void bow, all having their own unique quests in order to achieve. See what I mean about bringing back old elements? It's not unoriginal because the change is so big. These aren't staffs, they're mystical bows with completely new abilities, arguably being more effective than the staffs in a lot of cases, but anyone can clearly see the influence it's taking from maps like Mob and Origins. This isn't the only wonder weapon on the map however, with there also being the Ragnarok DG4s. Don't let the name fool you into thinking this is some kind of spin on the Wonderwaff. It's actually something a lot greater. We see the return of the Panzer Soldat, this time looking even more awesome, but at the same time a bit easier to deal with. The grappling hook is gone, which in my opinion was a great decision. More times than not, if you were killed while getting grappled in Origins, it would feel like bullshit instead of a lack of skill. Pretty much everything is the same, apart from his increased speed and his brand new electric projectile, which I'm also not a big fan of. It's definitely a better alternative than the grapple, but the fact the shots have some kind of auto aim to them, where it can pretty much predict where you're gonna run, oftentimes leads to you getting hit. And with them basically being the equivalent of one zombie hit, as well as being able to be shot 2 times, the stun effect and damage can be a bit frustrating. Add on to this the fact he's faster, and still has has his flamethrower, and you'll realise that he still shouldn't be taken lightly. The Hellhounds make their return for the first time in a while, serving of course as the max ammo round. On top of this, the Monkey Bombs also return, as well as the Wonder Fizz, letting us get perks like Electric Cherry and Widow's Wine, which aren't actually located on the map. The Rocket Shield from Shadows of Evil also returns, with a brand new redesign to fit the aesthetic of the map. One of the parts is located in the Pyramid Room, where you need to step on these 4 tiles to activate a low gravity mode in the room. This only lasts for a short amount of time, giving you the chance to boost yourself through the air and run across the walls. It's a lot of fun, and uses some of the elements introduced in the campaign and multiplayer to its advantage. Let's jump into this map's Easter egg, which as you'll see introduces some brand new elements which have only been hinted to in the past and will become staples later on. The first step really is just acquiring all the equipment you'll need, including at least one upgraded bow, which translates to multiple upgraded bows depending on how many people you're playing with, as well as having the Ragnaroks. After you have this equipment, you need to reacquire the original Wrath of the Ancients, and shoot all of the rods coming out the teleporter. This will cause them to turn orange, and once you've shot them all, you should hear a distinct sound effect to let you know you're on to the next step. You'll then need to collect your upgraded bow and shoot 4 objects around the map, which are now sparking. This will cause the teleporter to turn purple, and using it takes us back in time, represented by the switch to black and white. Here you'll need to collect both a blue canister and some fuses, as well as noting down the code Dr. Groff uses to lock his safe. You then get transported back to the rocket test area, where we'll have to head back up to the death ray, inserting the fuses into a panel on the side, and switching the lever on the other side to protect. This will cause a panel near the clock tower to show 4 different images, where you then need to input the code that Dr. Groff inputted. You now need to set the death ray back to destroy, and put the fuses into both Tesla coils, before heading back to the panel when using the keycard. This will cause a game of Simon Says to begin. You need to first complete this one, which will cause one of the Tesla coils to start flashing white, and you also need to head back down to the rocket test area, and complete another one of these Simon Says games. Upon doing this, we can interact with the green button on the death ray, causing a beam of electricity to get shot up into the sky. It appears that 935 were attempting to transport Dempsey's body via a rocket, shooting it down and sending it flying into the map. Dempsey's body can now be looked at closely, being protected by some kind of electric barrier. Nearby, we can find the golden rod, which also crashed into the map. Before we use it though, we need to go back in time once more, and collect a stone slab which we can place into a slot near Double Tap. This takes us to the next step, where we need to place the golden rod into the tomb in front of the Wrath of the Ancients. This will cause a keeper spirit to spawn in, as well as infinite hellhounds. The spirit will go to 4 locations around the map, where you'll need to use your bow to collect souls. Once you've done all 4, the spirit will manifest into a physical being, heading back down to the pyramid, and teleporting to the moon. Dr. Groff has been communicating with you through the intercoms, basically telling you to stop what you're doing. This is because he's located on the moon, and is distrusting of the random change in personality that Richtofen had. Before this, Dr. Groff only knew the insane scientist that was Ultimus Richtofen, so it makes sense why he would want to stop their plans. He's unsuccessful though, with the Keeper heading to the moon and teleporting the MPD into Der Eisendrache. We place the blue canister into one of the slots and see the Keeper inside, with it now appearing to be corrupted and actively fighting against us. You then need to use your Ragnaroks on one of the blue tiles, which will teleport you to the boss fight. Now, unlike the previous maps where boss fights were basically surviving for a period of time, here we see some actual innovation, with our aim being to take down this big corrupted Keeper. It's fairly simple, with us simply having to place our Ragnaroks when it's in the middle of the arena, and then lay into its weak point which gets exposed. However, in between each attack on the boss, it's separated with numerous amounts of zombies, now redesigned as skeletons, as well as hellhounds and panzers. With the help of the bows, it shouldn't give you much trouble, but the panzers' unpredictability may lead to you going down. It's a very welcome feature, and bring some raw intensity and panic back, with you worrying about how to kill the boss, and if you've got the right weapons and enough ammo to survive. Upon beating the boss, you'll get sent back to the MPD, where you can pick up the summoning key and head back to the panel by the clock tower. To remove the electricity to Dempsey's pod, we need to charge up the summoning key, which we can do by placing it on the panel. This in turn causes some rockets to launch up into the air and explode into the moon. It's a spectacle for sure, but I'm pretty sure that's all it really is. There was no important story reason this had to happen. The summoning key could have just been charged up off the bat, but I am glad we got this moment, as it works both as an iconic and memorable point in our journey, with awesome visuals and incredible soundtrack, but also works in letting us know that we're actively messing around with the timelines, and making our way towards breaking the cycle and creating a better future, working as a direct contrast to us destroying the Earth, and messing everything up on Moon's Easter egg. We then get one of the best ending cutscenes of all time, where Dempsey comes to terms with the fact that he needs to kill his older self for the greater cause. He's hesitant at first, but eventually ends up switching off the pod, killing the older version in the process. It's great in creating this bond between our characters, giving us a deeper insight into Dempsey's personality, and giving us meaningful but subtle interactions, like having Richtofen reassure Dempsey that he's done the right thing. Richtofen collects Dempsey's soul, bringing the Easter egg to a close. Oh my god, I forgot about the gobblegums. You might have noticed around the maps there's been these bubblegum looking dispensers. These are the newest and arguably most controversial mechanic, which has been brought into all the maps on Black Ops 3. With Activision becoming gradually more scummy as these games have progressed, it was inevitable that microtransactions would work their way into zombies somehow. I'd argue though that here they aren't really that offensive. Kind of. Essentially, whilst you're playing, you'll be randomly given liquid divinium, which is usually acquired when buying something within the map. You can use this on the main menu in Dr. Monty's factory. There's 3 options depending on how much divinium you want to spend, with level 3 giving you all 3 slots, and most likely raising your chance at getting a rare gobblegum. There is a huge amount of these, both ones you can acquire from this factory, as well as some free ones which are given to you as you level up. Zombies works like multiplayer now, with you being given XP and multiple prestiges. It's a welcome addition in my opinion, and gives you a larger sense of progression that I think was missing from the previous zombie games. Buying liquid divinium feels genuinely pointless, but can be done if you want. Some people claim these are overpowered and shouldn't have been put in, but in my opinion, I think they're great. If you don't want to use these things, you really don't have to. But if people either want an easier time playing or setting up, these are a great addition. They are really overpowered, specifically ones like Perkaholic, which gives you all of the perks instantly. Shopping free, which makes everything free for a minute. Self-medication, which allows you to revive yourself up to 3 times while keeping all your perks. And lots of others which are super helpful. If you want to stay as classic as possible, you really don't have to use these things. But I also can't deny that they give you an active advantage over other players. Finally, there's the weapon kits, which are also a nice addition. We saw a slight experiment with this in Black Ops 2, where you could double pack-a-punch your weapon to get some attachments. However, now, since Zombies works more like multiplayer, as you level up, new weapons are able to be customized, meaning that we can place a bunch of useful attachments onto our weapons and have them be actively upgraded when using them in the next game. Once again, just a nice quality of life addition, which not only makes us feel like we're progressing, but also gives us a helpful addition in our next game. Zetsubou no Shima, almost the polar opposite to Drak, and is a clear example of what can go wrong when trying to innovate when the mechanics aren't fully thought out. The opening cutscene to this map might be my favourite of all time, showing the gang being transported on a Japanese ship, only to fight their way out and escape to an island in the distance. Specific shots, like the one where the whole crew lean over the boat to catch the summoning key, reinforce their journey once again, and makes you think of them more as a collective group of allies, as opposed to the Ultimus group, which pretty much hated each other. As you can tell by the title of this map, Zetsubou has its roots firmly set in maps like Shinonuma, not only in terms of the Imperial soldiers, but the disgusting, green and sludgy look to to everything. It's actually hard to say. I like how most of this map looks, but I don't think you're really supposed to. Everything just looks so mossy and gross, which works effectively in terms of the tone and setting of the map, but visually is pretty grim. The idea of challenges returns from Origins, giving you 3 tiers of challenges to complete, to either unlock a max ammo, a weapon, or another perk slot. Doing all 3 causes lightning to occasionally shoot down from the sky, which is vital for a certain Easter egg step. The power on this map has to go down as one of the worst ideas they've had since WWII. If we cast our minds back to when this map first came out, people absolutely hated it, and it's completely understandable. Zetsubou launched barely functioning, so many bugs and glitches, and worst of all, the amount of setup you needed to do to even just turn on the power. This has obviously been fixed and balanced, but elements like the door prices and the amount of doors you need to buy is still pretty insane. To get power, we first need to get a bucket from somewhere around the map. This feeds into several new mechanics, which will both help us in surviving and for the Easter egg. But first, we just need to find where the blue water is on the map, and use that to power up these 2 generators in 2 separate parts of the map. This can be an annoying process, not only having to run back and forth between both generators, but also that if you wait too long, they can turn off, meaning you'll have to put more blue water in. When they're both turned on, they unlock the bunker door, where you'll then have to head into the left room, swim underwater, cut the webs loose, and then turn on the actual power switch after a small lockdown. Way too convoluted a process, especially when comparing it to Horizon Drak's simple 1-flip power switch. Now, a lot of people thought the Smith plays was mental for saying Zetsubou was most similar to Origins, but I can totally see where he's coming from. It's not just the challenges or the generators, but how there's lots of things to collect, all seeming interconnected with each other, and there are a lot of things to pick up here. To unlock the Pack-a-Punch, we need to get 3 different machine parts from 3 different sections of the bunker. The first is unlocked after you survive the power lockdown. The second's located inside of one of these spider cocoons, and the third is underwater. You may have noticed this is the first time swimming has been a thing in Zombies, which works both in terms of the map's aesthetic, and also works well gameplay-wise. There's a lot of ways you could have screwed up the swimming, but due to Black Ops 3's swimming system, which had been pre-designed to flow well in multiplayer, it makes you feel rapid and constantly in control. These 3 parts need to be put around the Pack-a-Punch, which will eventually open up the door. Again, quite a complicated process, with the cocoon part especially seeming quite obscure to casual players. You might have also noticed these weird orange pods around the map. Well, these are the spores, and both make you cough and hallucinate, while also creating a mini-boss zombie called the Thrasher. The hallucinations are a very cool part of the map, perhaps actually giving you a bit of a jump in areas like the labs. The Thrasher, on the other hand, isn't very cool. In fact, it's one of the worst boss zombies ever made. Their main problem is that they're too overpowered. They have 3 weak points on their body, which will take them down. Sounds easy. Their big problem is that much like the Magua, they can one-hit down you without jug, and red screen while you have it. You can already see how this could lead to some bullshit deaths, but on top of that, multiple of these can get spawned into the map at the same time. And even worse, there's not a cap to that number. So if you're unlucky, you could have a constant stream of these things spawning in throughout the round, which just isn't fun. All they needed to do was balance these things just slightly, and they would have been fine. Let's look back to the bucket and water. There's 3 different water sources around the map, being blue, purple, and green, as well as a secret rainbow water. Zombies will frequently drop seeds, which you can plant around the map, and water with the specific colours. Now, I don't think the concept is that bad, but the execution is so poor. It seems very fleshed out when looking into it, but has the bizarre decision of having to make you water these things 3 rounds in a row. This genuinely does make Zombies more like Farming Simulator. It does have some interesting outcomes, like a trap which saves a crawler, much like Leroy from Buried. A trap which attracts zombies and kills them. These pods can give you power-ups, weapons, extra perks, and even extra lives. lives. But it's all predicated on the notion that you water these seeds for 3 rounds in a row, which is tedious, and in most cases will either result in you giving up, or just outright forgetting that you had to water it, which then means you have to do it all over again. I really like the idea of this, so it annoys me that the execution was so poorly thought out. Now it might sound like I don't like this map, but that's really not the case. I think it flows just as well as every other map in this game, once you actually get everything open. Spiders are introduced in replace of the hellhounds, which I always thought were very cool, but not actually threatening. I suppose you'll be freaked out by these things if you don't like spiders, but they're easy to kill, and don't give off a lot of damage. They can block off entrances with their webs, which I thought was an appropriate decision, making you need to think ahead, and consider if you can cut them down while zombies might be cornering you. You'll need these spiders for one of the wonder weapon parts, which you once again have to build. You'll need to lower this cage and get a spider inside, which upon pulling it up, will have its blood extracted. You'll also need one from a random glowing zombie which will spawn in, and a final one hidden behind a stone wall in the underwater part of the map. This is where the specialist weapon comes in, known as the Skull of Nansapwe. To acquire this, we need to place 4 skulls into altars around the map, which can be easily distinguished by their signs. The process is kind of annoying, especially in solo, but all you need to do is place one of them down, survive a short lockdown, and then place it back from where you initially collected it. Once you do this with all 4, an underground passage will unlock, where you need to survive another lockdown before acquiring the skull. It's one of the best specialist weapons we've ever gotten, being able to absolutely obliterate zombies, and also hold them in place for a while. It works the same way as the Ragnaroks, having to be charged up over time in order to be used. Mesmerizing the stone wall will unlock the last part, where you can now build the KT-4 in the labs. It's very similar to the Sliquifier, but in my opinion might be a bit better. Or maybe the upgraded version is a bit better. You need to charge it up to get the full effectiveness of the weapon, where you can then spit out this bubbling goopy shit that will cause the zombies to swell up and explode. I don't really have any complaints about this weapon. It's effective and could only get you killed if you aren't prepared while charging it up. It even destroys the Thrashers fairly easily. I think Zetsubou is an interesting map in terms of weapons, featuring some brand new ones that we haven't seen before and don't see again. Weapons like the Marshals and the Razorback only show up in this map, with the Marshals in particular being very fun to use. There's also weapons like the HG40 and MX Garand, which get introduced here, which are both fairly good, although both of these do show up in some maps later down the road. You might have noticed that I haven't been using the ray gun at all in this game, and there's a good reason for that, and a reason which has been criticised by a lot of people. Over these zombies games, the ray gun has gotten less and less effective, to the point where in Black Ops 3, the ray gun is a weapon you just don't want. It gives you less points, it can damage you, and in most cases has less ammo and less damage output than other standard weapons in the box. It's kind of sad to see this once mystical weapon be dragged down to nothing, but I don't really care that much. And that's pretty much all the main stuff. There's a new gas mask buildable which stops you from coughing and has to be used for the boss fight, and the shield this time has just returned to a normal zombie shield, but everything else new is once again hidden in the Easter egg. The Easter egg this time round is strange, because a large part of it is just to do with the setup. I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, and I'm actually leaning towards the side of good, as it more closely links the actions you take with the quest. So before you really even start the Easter egg, you should have the KT-4, gas mask, zombie shield, all challenges complete, a bucket and some seeds. It's a lot of stuff, but you'll find yourself picking all this stuff up naturally. The KT-4 should also be upgraded to the Masamune, which brings us to some of the coolest parts of the map. The first part can be gained when pulling out your shield when the lightning strikes at the challenge area, and then shocking a nearby panel to collect a test tube. The second part requires you to plant a seed behind the stone wall, which you revealed underwater, and water it for 3 rounds with rainbow water, which you can pick up when travelling through the pipes. The final part is the coolest, where you have to use the KT-4 on these blue webs behind the blue water, which takes us down to a boss fight. This isn't the main boss fight, but is arguably even better. A huge spider comes out of its nest, both being very freaky but also incredible to look at. The boss is very easy to kill, revealing a yellow weak spot in its mouth frequently, which you literally just have to shoot at until it's dead. Once it's dead, you need to pick up a tooth from its mouth, giving us the final part. As we leave, we can also pick up a free Widow's Wine if we haven't already filled up our perk slots. We can then build the Masamune, which as you can assume is just a more powerful version of the KT-4. After this, we can finally get onto the Easter egg, which technically only has 3 steps, which just take a long time to get to. We first need to use the Skull of Nansapwe on a wall near the purple water, and then on a door by the elevator. This reveals a machine which is missing cogs. These can be collected in any order, but the first one we'll look at is one of the worst ideas I've ever seen in any Easter egg. Essentially, one of these cogs requires you to use the Gobblegum anywhere but here, which teleports you to an inaccessible part of the map. This is a good idea in theory, as I felt that using Gobblegums should have genuinely played into the Easter eggs at some point, but the main problem is that they never tell you, warn you, or even imply that Gobblegums will ever be used. This means that not only when people were first discovering the Easter egg, they stumbled across this basically by chance, but to this day, there's so many times when I'm on set to complete this thing, and then discover, oh wait, I forgot to put in a shittier Gobblegum than the ones I already have. Literally, just a message like this Easter egg requires certain Gobblegums would be more than enough. The second cog requires you to water plants for 3 rounds with blue water, while also shooting them with the KT-4, which causes the seeds to have a green glow surrounding it. For some reason, this gives us a flak cannon round. Don't ask me why. And we then need to load it into the flak cannon and shoot down the plane. I always found this part to be really cool, but is very finicky to actually pull off. Not to mention that if you miss this thing, you need to do the whole plant process all over again, which can be really annoying. The final cog can also be annoying to get, as you need to electrify this zip line and jump off at a small dock by meleeing. Only problem is, if you fail and go into the water, you're instantly dead. It's quite easy to pull off, but having that risk in the first place, just for a cog part, seems a bit over the top. All you need to do now is put all of the cogs back into the machine, which will cause the elevator to turn on. This takes us down to the boss arena, as well as a mutated form of Takeo. The boss fight is very easy, but may give you more trouble than Drak. All you need to do is shoot the boss's yellow weak points when they open up, and in the meantime survive from the zombies and thrashers. The boss is actually less dangerous than the zombies, as its attacks are very obvious and slow. Once you defeat this thing, we get another one of the best cutscenes in the entire series. We see our Takeo confront the older Takeo, who tells us that the reason he was turned into the mutated monster was because he was sent here by his emperor, making him realize that everything he's been fighting for has essentially been a lie. The older Takeo already knows his fate, so decides not to fight it, working together with our Takeo to carry out a seppuku, which is a ritualistic suicide which originated from Japan. It's perfect, and makes you realize everything about this map fits perfectly into who Takeo is as a character. It's peaceful, measured, and respectful, about the calmest you can get in zombies. We collect the soul, and then get this strange teleportation effect, similar to Shadows of Evil, before being brought back to the map. This tiny thing at the end of the Easter egg is brought up again later on. What you wouldn't initially realize is that between those couple seconds from the end of the cutscene to when we get back control, the whole crew go to an entirely different zombies map, carry out an Easter egg, and then come back here. It's fucking insane.
Guess it's you next, Nikolai.
Nein. There is something else we must do. There is a chain of events that must be set in motion. Call it our insurance policy, in case we don't like where we end up.
We don't currently know what this has to do with anything, but we'll find out later on. I ragged on this map for quite a while, but I don't want people to think it's a bad map. I like all the mechanics it tries out, as well as the setting and the ending, but the main problem is that of course there's also a lot of tedious things which drags the map down. I really like getting to high rounds on this map, as using the skull was very satisfying, but I do have to say, it's most likely the worst map out of all the DLCs we get in Black Ops 3, which isn't saying much considering the zombies in this game are pretty much consistently masterpieces. Gorod Krovi is another map that's looked at as a masterpiece. this, which I have a hard time disagreeing with. The map has often been described as a World at War map in Black Ops 3. I can see why people say that, but it also doesn't make that much sense, considering how much stuff is in this map. The intro cutscene sees our characters falling into the map from this huge hole in the sky. We manage to grab hold of a random body, which actually turns out to be Peter McCain, aka the hanging guy from Shin Onuma. We pull his reserve parachute and float down. On the way, having a fucking dragon fly past us. This is arguably one of the coolest things they've ever put into a map, but at the same time I can understand if some people feel they've gone too far. We land in front of a huge mechanized robot, being controlled by Ultimus Nikolai, taking us into the map. Gorod has a somewhat similar setup to WWII's, in theory. It features 3 distinct areas, being the Tank Factory, Supply Depot, and Dragon Command. The power's located in the Dragon Command, and upon turning it on, will cause zombies to drop these code cylinders, as well as activating a talking robot called Sophia. The code cylinders have to be activated at any of the 3 Dragon stations, and will cause a Groff module to fall into the map. You need to both defend this thing and fill it up with souls, which will give you a part for the Dragon Network controller. By doing this 3 times, you'll get all the parts, which will activate the Dragon controller, allowing you to call down a friendly dragon who will fly you to another part of the map. This cutscene that plays is not only insanely cool, but also gives you a breather from what I'd argue is the most intense map so far. This takes you to the Pack-a-Punch, as well as the Dragon Strike. Trying to take this thing will start a lockdown, which will take about 5 minutes to complete at most. This rewards you with the Dragon Strike, which gives you both a short monkey bomb effect, as well as a dragon which shoots down fireballs from the sky. You'll see these dragons flying around the map constantly, which aren't just for visual effect. Occasionally, one of these will fly down to certain areas and start breathing fire on the ground, causing both the zombies to start flaming and explode when killed, while also causing damage to you. By using the shield, you can completely remove any threat of burning, which also has been redesigned into an even more effective version. In replace of the rocket shield, the dragon shield can now shoot out 3 fireballs, which will kill tons of zombies on any round. It's actually the primary weapon that people use when getting to high rounds, and as someone who's got to round 100 on this map, believe me when I say it's a very hard task. This is partly due to the weapons we get on this map, and more specifically the Wonder Weapon. There's some new additions like the FFAR, the L4 Siege, the Shadow Claw, and of course the grand return of the PPSH, which made fans go wild as it capped off the original trailer. But we also end up getting the Ray Gun Mark III in this map, which goes under the name GKZ-45 Mark III. I don't really know why it's so complicated, but there you go. The Mark III's a dual wield, and are very effective for a long time. The left hand shoots out a ball, which will slow down zombies, and the right hand is just a standard ray beam. Using both of these together though creates a black hole, which will wipe out tons of zombies around it. This can just be pack-a-punched, as opposed to the previous maps where you had to do these confusing upgrades. They make an interesting decision, however, to not make this weapon have infinite damage. This is why the shield is used for high round attempts, as after a certain point, the Mark III becomes genuinely useless. I don't know how to feel about it, because on one hand, the Wonder Weapon should kind of be this all-powerful weapon, but I also kind of like not having the ability to rely on one sole weapon, instead having to become more creative with my approach. There's also 2 new mini-boss zombies here, one of which take the form of the max ammo round. The first are the Russian Manglers, which are kind of similar to the Panzer, but are much easier to deal with. They shoot out this auto-targeting attack, which gives you 1 hit of damage. Luckily, he can't spam this attack, so you'll most likely be alright. Although it can feel pretty bullshit if you're red screen and get downed by one of these things. His other attack simply involves hitting you, which if you stay away from him shouldn't be a problem. He's actually really easy to take out, with a couple if not 1 headshot from a weapon like the Drakon taking him out straight away. If you shoot his projectile arm off, he'll actually start running towards you, which doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things, but will help out later on in the Easter egg. The other enemy is the Valkyrie drones, which I'm not so sure about. The first thing I always think is that they don't really fit the tone of this map that well. There's obviously some robotic elements, but for the most part, everything seems so broken down and destroyed. Having these robots just fly into the map always felt weird to me. These guys will shoot projectiles at you, which seems to be a common theme with a lot of the new enemies introduced in this game, which I'm also not a fan of. They don't do a lot of damage, and it's quite rare you'll actually go down to one of these things. But I never liked the idea of getting shot or stunned in zombies, as it sort of inherently goes against what zombies originally was. There's a lot of additional stuff you can unlock on this map to help you out. For example, if you shoot the Mangler's helmet off a few times, as well as his projectile arm, you'll hear a distinct sound, letting you know you've unlocked something. You can then find a Russian Mangler helmet, which you can wear to gain extra defense against these guys. A similar thing can be done with the Valkyries, as well as being able to get dragon wings, which I always thought was a very nice addition. We also get another specialist weapon on this map, which is just as, if not even more effective than the skull from Zetsubo. This time round, it's a bit harder to unlock, with us first having to collect an egg from the bunker. We then have to get a dragon to breathe on it, wait for it to cool down, and then kill some napalm zombies. Then you have to get some multi-kills and melee kills, before heading back to the bunker and putting it in this machine. Once you wait a couple rounds, you can bring it back to the map, and acquire the Gauntlet of Siegfried by these graves, which also contain challenges like the previous maps. This gauntlet gives you a little dragon which will shoot flames out, killing zombies instantly. It's such a cool design, and interestingly, you can even send the dragon away to go fight for itself. This will give you the second ability of the specialist, which is the 115 punch, which will launch you into the zombies. In most cases, the 115 punch is safe to use, but you should still be careful to not get trapped by any zombies. A final little thing I wanted to mention was the addition of the timer. I think this should have actually been placed in all the maps, as it's quite a neat addition. Essentially, Gorod now features a timer, which is both used to show how long it took you to get to a certain round, complete the Easter egg, and the overall time you've been playing the map. It gives you more incentive to come back to the map, and attempt to get better times on certain things. The reason this is also here is that you can now unlock specific melee weapons in these time trials. The game never tells you about this, but if you complete 5 rounds in under 5 minutes, it'll flash up on the screen. We can then go and pick up the wrench, which stays effective for a reasonable amount of time. There's 4 different melee weapons we can collect with these time trials, all being taken straight from multiplayer, and once again just gives you more reason to return to the map and test your skills. So let's get into the Easter egg, which some people love, some people hate, and I'm sort of in the middle, but more on the side of liking it. Before you start, you ideally want the Dragon Strike, Gauntlet, and Shield, as you'll be needing them soon. This Easter egg is a bit like Origins, where you can do certain things earlier on to maximize the time it takes. For example, there's several statues and trophies you need to collect around the map, which is actually considered the 3rd step. However, as you're setting up, you can actually collect all of these in preparation for when you actually use them. The first real step is killing a Valkyrie near a generator at the bunker, which will shock it and cause it to turn on. You then have to go back to the map and interact with several valves. I really don't like this step, and I can't argue. It's mainly down to me not wanting to learn how to do it. In one of these valves, there'll be a code cylinder which is trapped, as well as another valve with a green light. All of these valves can be set to 1, 2, or 3, and I still have no idea how to do this properly. Luckily, there's a lot of guides online that can help out with this, and I've heard once you actually understand this process, it's fairly easy to figure out. But I'll be honest, it's too confusing from the outset, so I think I'll always be sticking with a guide. Essentially, depending on where the code cylinder is and where the green light is, you have to set all the valves to certain values, which will in turn free the cylinder, which you can then place in Sophia. This opens up a small slot where you have to input the phrase Kronos, which then allows you to place down the statues in some slots behind you. I'm not going to go through all of them, but let's just say you have to use all the tools you've acquired to actually get these. The screen will flash white upon placing all these down, as you'll then have to carry out several side quests which all relate to these figures. This is the biggest criticism I see in relation to this Easter egg, that it either takes too long or is too hard to complete, which I don't really agree with. I can't deny, I do find these slightly tedious. The fact that you're constantly just carrying out these little quests for seemingly no apparent reason. Not to mention that some of these become incredibly difficult when playing with other people, as there's certain things you need to remember in the span of like 3 seconds. Let's Let's look over all of these briefly, starting with the one I just mentioned. The bomb figure works as a Simon Says type game, where the screen in front will show several locations you need to go to, and activate these small boxes to stop a bomb going off. Only problem is that the order you need to deactivate these things is very specific, and flashes up on the screen once very quickly. So quickly that I honestly don't know how I do this step in a multiplayer game. If you either fail this step or run out of time, you'll be downed instantly, which in the case of a multiplayer game will mean the game's over. It's very tedious and had no real reason to be this hard. The Gersh figure requires you to find this ball of energy around the map and shoot it, where you'll discover that this is Gersh from Ascension. You can do this step quite easily by shooting him with the Mark III, and upon completion, he'll be analysed by Sophia, and is most likely killed in the process. There's two figures which requires you to lead a Valkyrie and Mangler back to the Dragon Command, which are both fairly easy. The Valkyrie one you can complete by slowing down the zombies with the Mark III, and the Mangler can be shot in the arm to run faster. There's also one where you need to protect a Groff module outside the map, and then send your dragon to get the container inside, and then bring it back to Sophia. The final one will always be the lockdown, where you have to take a keycard and put it inside a device in the bunker. This will start a lockdown, where sprinting Manglers will be the only enemies charging at you. It's very easy, and once you're done, you just need to head back to Sophia and give the keycard to her. I've simplified this step a lot, but steps like the Valkyrie and Mangler ones may give you a lot of trouble, especially if you don't know a strategy to beating them. Sophia then gives you a power core, which you can send over to Ultimus Nikolai at the start of the map. Heading back to Sophia, she disconnects herself from the machine, launching into the air. This unlocks the boss fight, eventually taking us to a huge arena. We press a button to launch Nikolai's robot into action, with the first phase of this boss being to kill a dragon. The visuals and scale here are downright incredible, with the dragon flying around and breathing fire across the arena. Nikolai will eventually land a shot off on the dragon, revealing a weak point, which you'll have to shoot. Doing this 3 times kills the dragon, but we still need to take care of Nikolai. We get a short cutscene where our players explain this to him, where he obviously disagrees and starts attacking us. This part of the boss is much harder, so I heavily recommend using gobblegums like In Plain Sight or Danger Closest. Literally everything is thrown at you here. Valkyries, Manglers, zombies, as well as these fast robotic wheels which will explode near you. These are ripped directly from the campaign, and are very similar to the meatballs in Shadows. Nikolai will also shoot several things at you, making the boss fight incredibly difficult if you aren't prepared. If you use In Plain Sight, you can examine his weak points, and realise Nikolai is also easy to take down, being able to be beaten in less than 10 seconds if you know where you're aiming. After we beat him, we get another great cutscene, where Nikolai confronts Ultimus Nikolai. He tries to explain why he needs to die, but Ultimus Nikolai stays in his ways, even trying to shoot our Nikolai. Luckily, he hits his chest, causing him to kill the Ultimus version with a shotgun. Richtofen reveals that he's actually been working with Maxis, before sending all of them up into the portal. It no longer shows the full outro cutscene, as I remember it used to give us a teaser to the next map Revelations, which got everybody hyped up. Now the screen just goes black, and sends you back to the game in silence for a bit, which is really weird. Before you either keep playing or leave the game, there'll be a quote from the mysterious Dr. Monty, who we've only known literally just from his name in the main menu. Amazingly, he's played by the legend himself, Malcolm McDowell, which most people will know from films like A Clockwork Orange and If. He does a great job at reinforcing the mystery of this character, with us not exactly knowing quite how he fits in, while at the same time making us aware he's a much more important figure than we'd initially think.
Oh, shit. I completely forgot to introduce myself. Oh, sorry. I'm Dr. Monty. Hello. So nice to see you all.
This takes us to the final map, Revelations, which is not just the culmination of Black Ops 3, but pretty much the entirety of Zombies up to this point. Revelations starts with another brilliant cutscene, seeing our characters emerging in a basement, being greeted by Dr. Maxis. Dr. Monty is also here, serving as a physical character this time, as well as giving us the rundown on what's happening. Halfway through the cutscene, Maxis hears a voice in the night, turning out to be the Shadow Man. Monty says he didn't even know that the Shadow Man was hidden away in there, which would also make sense in Richtofen's case, as he only turned up after the Shadow's crew had already captured him. This causes Maxis to release him, quickly making all hell break loose in this seemingly perfect world. This initial house's location is never confirmed. However, with the Shadow Man released, he takes us into a whole different dimension. This is really where all the pieces come together, going all the way back to the original Nocta and Toten, taking us into Agartha, and releasing the Apothicons to destroy everything. This takes us into the game, which you'll immediately notice is visually astounding. From the huge 115 ball in the sky, to the Apothicon which greets us at the start of the map. The way you'll power up the map this time is fairly similar to Origins, with 4 generators to power up around the map. What you'll immediately notice is that pretty much every part of this map is made up of maps from the past. Now, as someone who was an avid zombie fan at the time, this is literally what everyone wanted. Everyone had been asking for a map that brought everything full circle, and this is about the best way they could have pulled it off. However, in retrospect, people have started to rag on this map, which I think is completely understandable as well. Despite the map being one big nostalgia trip, I can't deny that the layout is just poor. Everything feels so disconnected, which I get was the point, but it just doesn't translate to satisfying gameplay. Having to constantly teleport or jump between different pieces of the map does feel like it kills the flow. Not to mention that every part of the previous maps are so small that you sort of get a two-edged sword. On one hand, this map takes us back to all those nostalgic memories we had in the previous games, but on the other hand, these sections are so small that they also leave me feeling unsatisfied. Once we power up a generator, a portal opens up which takes us back to Narkt. Upon powering up all the generators, we can actually trap the Apothicon and then enter inside his mouth. This takes us to the Pack-a-Punch, which can be unlocked by shooting 3 points which releases it from this gross looking artery thing. We can then leave out the back, with the pieces of debris signifying which hole leads where. With this map bringing back everything from our past, you can only imagine that this would be the case for the box as well. This is another criticism I see of this map, and it is a criticism, that much like Buried, people think this map's far too easy. Unlike Buried, which does actually get difficult in the later rounds, I do have to say that Revelations has to be hands down the easiest map so far. You can see why by looking at the box alone. The new weapons we get this time are the Peacekeeper Mark II, the Banshee, the Rifty 9, the Tommy Gun, the Ragnaroks, Lil Arnie's, Apothicon Servant, and the grand return of the Thunder Gun. If you're wondering, yes, you can use the Apothicon Servant and Thunder Gun at the same time. The mysterious Apothicon Servant upgrade, which people had speculated about in Shadows, actually becomes a reality in this map. All you need to do is shoot various blue rocks floating around the map, and then Pack-a-Punch the Servant, and you've essentially won the game right there. Of course, you can Pack-a-Punch the Thunder Gun right off the bat, giving you another incredibly powerful weapon. The mini-bosses are also reused from all the previous maps, bringing back the Magwas and Panzers, as well as the spiders and parasites. The Magwas also have 2 other variations, having a fire and void version. This might sound like it will make things a bit more challenging, but by using the Thunder Gun, you can wipe out the Panzer and the Magwa really easily, in about 5 shots at most. You'll notice when powering up the generators, there's also a couple new enemies, being the Keepers and Furies. We saw the Keepers pop up occasionally in Shadows, but the Furies are completely new. The Furies basically replace the meatballs, flying into the map and launching themselves at you. I think this is really where the map's main problem comes in, as there's genuinely not much to talk about, considering everything in this map has already been done before. It was great at the time, but people have realised that because this map is just filled with things from the past, there's not many original parts from the actual map that stand out. Consider also how the map's design doesn't flow as well as most of the other maps in this game, and it not only doesn't stick out in people's minds, but when it does, doesn't seem that appealing to play anyways. I have to restate that it's not a bad map, but overall doesn't feel like a new map at all. What you might have noticed is that unlike all of the other games, there's been no mention of perks since Shadows. This is because they decided to keep a very solid set of perks between all the maps, as opposed to innovating or creating anything new. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Perks like Tombstone and Who's Who from Black Ops 2 were god awful, but at the same time you do want to see new things like of perks being introduced, no matter if they're bad or not. Having new ones completely absent at this point made people feel like they were missing out on something that should have really been there. Widow's Wine was admittedly a great perk, so it's a shame they didn't try to experiment with more things in this game, but it is what it is. I wouldn't have minded seeing the return of some classic perks on Rev though. It was the perfect chance to please everyone. Bring back literally everything. PhD, Vulture Aid, even Tombstone, and maybe give them new functions and abilities to make the bad perks actually usable. I know that would make things even easier, but I really don't think they cared about that when making the map in the first place. Let's take a look at this map's Easter egg, which set the record for the longest time it took people to solve it, taking around 2 weeks to solve. As we'll find out though, this is more to do with some very bad Easter egg steps, as opposed to some really tricky or obscure puzzle. We start the Easter egg off shooting 4 tombstones at the start, with us having to shoot Richtofen, Dempsey, Takeo, and then Nikolai. This causes them to light up for a brief second, which makes a random stone spawn in on one of the jump pads. You then have to build the Keeper Protector, which basically just serves as a more expensive civil protector, and then stand in front of this random stone, which will cause it to start some kind of ritual, where you then need to protect it. The only problem is, this stone looks literally identical to everything surrounding it, being needlessly obscure, and actually quite difficult to activate. There's been many times where I've stood in front of this stone and the Keeper just hasn't done anything. This is yet another running theme through this Easter egg, which is the fact that it's very buggy. Once the Keeper completes his ritual, he'll drop an audio tape on the ground, which you can put inside the recording device in Narked. You'll then have to head into the Apothecon and throw Lil Warnies into the holes around the area. Now it might seem unfair to criticize this, considering how obscure pretty much all of the Easter eggs in Zombies are, but you literally have no correlation between these steps. Nothing tells you that you need to throw Arnies inside these holes, and if that will even do anything. Whereas look at maps like Gorod and Der Eisendrak, it seems that every time you advance, you're at least given a hint of what the next steps may be. It's just a matter of finding how to activate them. You have to throw 3 Arnies into 3 different holes, which will cause some Magwas to spawn in. You have to kill them all, and then repeat the process a couple more times, which will then cause another audio reel to spawn in. We now have to place this audio reel at the device in Kino, which takes us to one of the worst Easter egg steps ever. It's not because it's hard, it's just because it's terrible, with this step arguably being the biggest reason to why the Easter egg took so long to solve. Essentially, after activating this tape, several new rocks spawn in around the map, and upon shooting them with a pack-a-punched weapon, the rock will reveal a bone. For whatever reason, I don't know. There's 6 of these in total, scattered all over the different areas of the map. Bones like the one in the church are particularly difficult to find, as they're covered by a large amount of debris, as well as not really sticking out from every other stone in the church already. It's hands down one of the dumbest Easter egg steps we've ever gotten, and I completely understand why people would hold a grudge against this map for things like that. Once we collect all the bones, they'll appear at the top of Narked, where we have to shoot them with the Apothecon Servant, which will cause a zombie to appear. Shoot that once more to make a tape appear, which we then have to put in the Origins device. This will cause a spirit version of Sophia to spawn into the map, which we then need to make materialize by using the turrets at all the different teleporters. These cost 2,000 points, and can both be used for this Easter egg step and also to kill zombies. Shooting these blue rocks in the sky will cause all the beams to direct their energy towards Sophia, who will then materialize after we interact with her. If you've done all the other Easter eggs up to this point, you can grab this spark from the starting room, and then escort Sophia to the teleporter. We'll then get teleported inside the house, which you'll not only recognize from the intro cutscene, but also all the way back in the original Kino der Toten. Here we have to pick up the Chronorium, as well as placing our spark into the book. This spark will cause every weapon in the box to now be pack-a-punched, as well as giving us the Path of Sorrows. This is Takeo's blade, and it always confused me why they didn't put this in Zetsubo. I mean, that's literally his map. We then get teleported back to Kino, where we have to place the Chronorium on the stand, which will cause several eggs to spawn around the map. This is another pretty tedious step, where we then have to search round the map for these eggs, take them back to the Apothecon, gather some souls, and then search for a rune, which can only be identified by beeping. You have to do this 4 times, gathering 4 runes of creation. Finding the egg is never much of a hassle to me, as well as finding the beeping rune, but that's only because I know most of the locations, and exactly what the egg looks like. For someone trying this out for the first time, it could take them a fair amount of time to even figure out what you're supposed to do. Chances are though that if you're at this point, you're already looking at some kind of tutorial. You then need to go to the projector room and interact with the symbols on the floor, which will take you to the boss arena. You aren't actually doing the boss fight yet though, but simply going through a few phases of killing Magwas to get the summoning key. You first have to input the correct runes of creation, which will cause the Magwas to spawn in. There's 4 different phases. There's the fire phase, which spawns in fire Magwas, the void phase, which spawns in void Magwas, and then a zero gravity and electric phase, which just has standard Magwas. You'll be able to pick up the summoning key after beating all of these, and will be taken back to the map. This leads us to hands down the glitchiest step of all time, which I've rarely seen work properly. Essentially, you need to throw the summoning key at several different things around the map. They're all distinct parts of previous maps, like the orb from Shangri-La, the poster from Mob, the tombstone from Origins, and even more. The only problem with this step is that there's a huge bug that's still not patched. If you enter any of the teleporters that bring you back to Narked, you'll lose the summoning key. If you lose the summoning key usually, it will spawn nearby, but this glitch actively makes the game think you still have it equipped. The only way to fix this is to either go down or wait for a death machine. I have no idea how this is still not patched, especially considering they actually went back and patched a game-breaking bug in Gorod. But I don't know, it's so dumb, and can potentially kill a run if you don't know what to do. This takes us to the boss fight, which, sticking to this map's theme, is simply the Shadow Man boss fight again. Interesting decision, considering the Shadow Man boss fight was easily the most underwhelming boss in the game, but okay. What I'm about to show you is how long it took me to beat this boss. Bearing in mind, before this, I hadn't played this map in a while.
Oh, fuck. Let's end this. Once and for all. Whoa! That's a nice big move.
Do I even have to say how underwhelming this is? It's pretty clear this map is the culmination of everything, and this is what we get for our supposedly epic conclusion. The idea was right in front of them. Just let us fight some sort of Apothecon creature, not the Shadow Man again. This takes us to the final cutscene, which, just like the opening, is visually stunning. We see Sophia and Maxis reunite. Maxis is now in the summoning key, with both of them launching themselves towards the big ball of 115. Causing everything to essentially self-combust, taking us back to the peaceful field at the start of the map. Monty gives a final speech, whilst also giving the worst line delivery I've ever heard.
What to do? What to do?
He explains that our crew should be fading out of existence, but discovers that we're being kept around due to the blood vials, explaining why Richtofen referred to them as our insurance policy. Richtofen says that instead of wiping them from existence, Monty should instead send them somewhere they've never been before. And as Monty tries to figure out a plan, he sets upon the perfect idea, before presenting us with the iconic Primus crew with all of their staffs. This in turn completes their cycle, which does still leave leave the door open to new possibilities despite saying it's definitively the end. Because although this grandiose journey in Black Ops 3 has come to an end, it would have been pretty unsatisfying if it's just told that our crew would be trapped in this endless cycle. And at the time, I remember this pretty much was the reaction. It was a great ending for sure, but slightly unsatisfying. Basically just telling us that all of our work was for nothing. The cycle will simply be repeated, which works on a meta level, considering we'll be playing these maps and doing these Easter eggs over and over again, but is unsatisfying in terms of everything that had been set up. I think of Revelations a lot like Zetsubo. I enjoy both of these maps, and had a fun time getting to high rounds on both, but there's just undeniable flaws in both of their designs, especially Revelations. It's a beautiful map for sure, but its one drawback is the lack of original ideas. If you ended up beating all the Easter eggs before this one, you'll unlock the Super Easter Egg reward, which will give you a huge amount of XP, an extra achievement, and an RK5 at the start of every map. Pretty underwhelming to be honest, and sort of makes you not that fussed about beating all the maps. We also have the Zombies Chronicles maps here, which was an excellent send-off to Black Ops 3. This now means that every single map from World at War, pretty much all of the maps from Black Ops 1, excluding Call of the Dead, and Origins were completely remastered. And it's hard to say remastered, because I more feel they were remade from the ground up. The graphics are obviously the main thing to notice with these maps, with most of the mechanics and Easter eggs playing out exactly the same. I would have personally liked to see more weapons from older games here, but that's just me wanting everything. They already bring back weapons like the baby gun, the wave gun, the Gershes, and everything else which was obviously necessary, but great to see. It's probably the biggest turnout I've ever seen from the Zombies community, becoming the highest selling DLC of 2017, which was a huge surprise, especially considering how Zombies initially started as this cult mode that not many people knew about. We then have what I consider the first real competent non-Treyarch version of Zombies. Infinite Warfare got ragged on so much when it was first announced, still being one of the most disliked videos on YouTube. But what a lot of people don't know, or at least refuse to accept, is that the game wasn't that bad. The multiplayer was pretty lame, and just copied Black Ops 3, but the zombies were pretty good, and the campaign especially was one of the best we'd had in ages. As I said, I'm not going to focus on this for a long time, but definitely a bit longer than Exo Zombies. Zombies in Spaceland was a genuinely great map, introducing a bunch of new mechanics, which Treyarch would eventually end up pretty much copying. The ideas of having zombies drop things like cash, grenades, and tickets was great. The fact that your grenades were actually useful this time round was also a nice addition. The most unique part of Spaceland was of course the setting, with lots of cool rides which you could activate as traps. And of course you had the arcade, where you could actually play things like Rings of Saturn, as well as every single arcade machine to earn tickets. These tickets were used for various items around the map, like exclusive weapons or black hole grenades. The Easter egg was pretty fun, with some genuinely challenging steps which didn't seem unfair. And of course, the wonder weapons on this map were all great and unique. I especially love the Discorder, which causes zombies to start head spinning. Overall, an incredible map, which was clearly made by a team that realized what Treyarch was doing. They obviously knew they couldn't beat Black Ops 3, so instead started off with a cheesy 80s setting, which I think worked perfectly. Unfortunately though, I don't think anything else in the game comes up to the standards of this map. It was a great foundation, but also was one that was very unique to that map alone. All the other DLC is dripping in personality, which I really appreciated, but overall just weren't as fun. Rave in the Redwoods had some astounding visual design, especially with the trippy neon effect you can get when using the pouches on this map. The Easter egg is also pretty fun and simple, with an intense boss fight at the end that puts Revelations to shame. The Vlad Wonder weapon was a bit of a letdown, but it's undeniable certain variants like the Thundergun one are very fun to use. The biggest word that comes to mind is forgettable. It doesn't really do anything wrong, but at the same time was just pretty bland, apart from the visuals of course. Shaolin Shuffle looked to be very promising, with its 1970s aesthetic, but ultimately fell short in terms of both map design and the Easter egg. The idea of having these kung fu abilities were cool, but didn't particularly work for me in practice. Certain elements of this map just makes things far too hard. There's the exploding roller skate girls, which are quite easy to deal with, but there's also these ninjas, which can hit you quite a few times, and even teleport in front of you. If you aren't paying full attention constantly, there's quite a big chance you'll end up going down to these guys, which I didn't think was that fun personally. I really like the setting, and Pam Grier holds a special place in my heart, but I can't deny, the Easter egg on this map is god awful. Oh yeah, I love following this barely animated rat along the floor. I also love going down constantly, and potentially getting trapped in the boss fight due to running out of ammo. Yeah, it's not a very good map, but I genuinely think it's worth playing, just for the look of the map and the music. Attack of the Radioactive Thing also holds quite a special place in my heart, but I can't deny, this map is pretty bad as well. It's very big, with the only fast way around being these teleporter pads, which I couldn't find for the life of me. I like the setting of the map, taking place in this old school 60s town beside the beach. The big radioactive thing is really memorable for me personally. I like the weird frog creatures which fly into the map. Despite starting off in black and white, it's weird how grey this map is. Just a bit lifeless in my opinion. And the wonder weapon is kind of cool, but also not really. It looks really lame even when you get all the parts, but I like the way it works, and also the idea of just adding parts which can be found around the map. The biggest criticism here is obviously the Easter egg, which as many of you may know is less of an Easter egg and more chemistry and maths. No Zombies Easter egg should ever have me pulling up a fucking calculator. That's when you know you've taken it too far. Despite that, I at least like the innovation. Taking risks and failing is always a lot more respectable than playing it safe in my opinion. Overall, pretty bad map, but I have a lot of nostalgia with it. Finally, The Beast from Beyond. Hands down one of the worst zombie maps I've ever played. I don't know what happened here. Bringing back the cryptids from extinction was interesting, but didn't really work in practice. It feels like they aren't balanced at all, and can kill you really quickly. Turning on the power for this map for a casual player will most likely be too confusing, and you'll probably end up dying before you get the chance to figure it out. There's pretty much no personality to this map, unlike everything else, with everything taking place inside this grey, lifeless facility. The map's design is downright horrible, with not one memorable location, other than maybe the Revelations type section of this map. And of course, the Easter egg, one of the worst failures of all. It's incredibly easy to figure out everything, but in turn, they balance this out by giving us one of the most unfair and unfun boss fights in all of Zombies. This first boss against these buffed up rhinos is so horrible. I've completed it once and never again. If you completed all the Easter eggs, you'll actually get a really cool reward. Unlike in Black Ops 3, you'll unlock Director's Cut mode, which simply spawns you into every map with all perks and 25,000 points. It's a very satisfying reward, and you'll actually unlock something else if you beat all the Easter eggs again in Director's Cut. You'll be able to fight Mephistopheles, a boss which is considered one of the hardest of all time. I've only fought this guy a couple times, and did not find it fun at all. The insta-kill attacks might be fun and challenging for some people, but I just didn't think they worked with these Call of Duty mechanics. I have genuinely heard a lot of people claiming it's hard but fair though, so I don't doubt that I'm just bad at going against this thing. And that's all of WWII Zombies, an admirable attempt at the zombies mode that I don't think should just be forgotten. Spaceland alone should be experienced by any avid Zombies fans, but you might be surprised by the other stuff they've got on offer. Unfortunately, we're not done with these non-Treyarch Zombies experiences, as Sledgehammer tried their hand once again in Call of Duty World War II, and if I'm being 100% honest, I can see why some people would like this, but I hate it. It's a complete retread of Treyarch's formula once again. At least IW brought some unique personality to things, sticking in people's minds from the visuals alone, but World War II just looks and feels like a knockoff once again. The perks have all the same functions as ones in Treyarch's games, once again having almost no personality to their machines. They finally fixed the Pack-a-Punch system, which shouldn't really be praised considering Treyarch mastered it in 2008. All the map's visuals for me are so generic and dull, they pretty much all blend together, perhaps with the exception of the Frozen Dawn. The sheer scale of some of those visuals are pretty impressive. Let's just give a quick rundown of all the maps. The Final Reich is the best map here, although I would only ever play this map to do the Easter egg. I like the addition of the notebook, giving you an easier time with the first part of the Easter egg. I do also like that you unlock the Groston House map upon completing it for the first time. I of course like the better overall graphics, and can appreciate that they at least tried to do some kind of scary zombies experience, although it completely failed with these terrible jump scares. The wonder weapon is also very lame, looking and acting like a bad Wonder Wolf. The Darkest Shore is awful, confusing map design with too many doors, okay visuals at a distance, but just really boring and grey. I didn't spend much time with this map. The Tortured Path is one of the worst ideas I've ever seen in zombies. I kind of appreciate the innovation, but innovation that's a complete failure from the get-go shouldn't be in a game. Instead of surviving, you have to last 10 rounds, completing random objectives. Only problem with this is that some of these require planning which they never tell you about. Meaning that at some point you might get an objective that's near impossible to complete, so you'll have to do everything again. None of these maps are memorable, they're small and really generic. I hate the Tortured Path. And the Frozen Dawn. I tried to look at something cool and this happened. I hate this map as well. The Shadowed Throne is shit as well. But finally, in 2018, we got Black Ops 4, which was on pace to be the biggest and best zombies experience we'd ever seen. We were finally gonna get the mob remake, which we were all waiting for. And it seems a brand new storyline was being introduced as well. As we'll see, however, not everything is gonna go to plan here. And in fact, for some people, this iteration of zombies is even worse than both World War II and Infinite Warfare. I'd argue that a lot of this stems from the actual Black Ops 4 mechanics, which really dragged these maps down. The Black Ops 4 mechanics were arguably the most criticised thing out of everything. As you can already see, the screen is completely cluttered with unnecessary shit, not only looking ugly, but also restricting our vision. They make the strange decision to have zombies actively spawning in front of you. You might have not even noticed this before, but zombies would always either spawn around you when you're in a certain area, or behind you when you're running. As this game shows, if you start spawning them in front, you literally never get a break because they're constantly attacking you from all directions. And in these tight hallways, they also block your path, which gets you immediately killed. I'm pretty sure they did this just to ramp up the intensity, but it's a decision that I think most people can agree didn't work out very well. Let's just look at everything else they did wrong here. The perk system in this game is indescribably stupid. Essentially, there's only 4 perks on every map now, but the catch is that you can pick whatever perks you want from the creator class in the main menu. The main problem is though, that they take away and change all the perks we actually liked. There's no more Juggernog or Speed Cola, but instead Blood Wolf Bite. This was mainly done to try and neutralize crutch perks like Juggernog, which you'd always find yourself picking up previously. But the problem is, they don't even get that right. There's perks like Dying Wish and PhD Slider, which are ones that 99% of the time will be equipped. Dying Wish gives you another chance before going down, so will always be equipped in solo. And PhD Slider is just PhD, so you're obviously going to have that equipped. Stamina Up is also really important considering the super sprinters make a return in this game, so that will pretty much always be equipped. And because most high round attempts require you to camp, you'll be wanting either Victorious Tortoise or Stone Cold Stronghold. So perhaps without even knowing, they both didn't get rid of crutch perks, while also making all of these perks less effective, and in some cases completely pointless. You can see what they tried to do, getting players to experiment with new perks and different combinations, but nobody wants to switch up their loadout after every game. 1, because they don't need to, and 2, because it's annoying. The only thing I found remotely interesting is that whatever perk you put in the tonic slot gets upgraded when you've got all the other perks. No, I'm not going to go through all the perks and their functions, there's just too many. But let me just say that everything outside the ones I'm using in this footage are pretty much pointless, or only useful for specific strats and circumstances. Okay, finally, let's talk about the special weapons and elixirs. These special weapons are also selected in the creator class section, letting you take in things like Thor's hammer, some kind of ancient sword, and a couple other things that just make you feel overpowered from the get-go. This is another huge problem with Black Ops 4, the lack of challenge. You spawn into the map map with a weapon that has infinite damage, and also the same amount of health the original Juggernog gave you. How did they not see a problem with this? These are also specialist weapons, meaning that after a certain number of kills, which in this game is not many, you've got the weapon back. All challenge is removed from the get-go, which is a terrible decision, going so far from where zombies first began. Every specialist weapon can also be upgraded to better versions, simply by killing a bunch of zombies with them. And of course, the elixirs. The lamest version of gobblegums they could have possibly given us. I don't know why they didn't just keep the liquid divinium. I never thought it was unfair, or that I needed to buy the things. But now we've got these elixirs that are nowhere near as effective as the gobblegums, and also cost more and takes more time to even get any of these. The brilliant Newton's cookbook is also gone, which was put into Black Ops 3 after Infinite Warfare came out. Literally, all the cookbook did was take the gobblegums you weren't really using in exchange for better ones. It was a great system. I don't know why it's not here. You also have talismans that, let's be honest, nobody ever used. They were too difficult to even get from this elixir machine, and even when you got them, they'd give you something really lame, like getting an extra grenade, or making a perk a bit cheaper. All of these mechanics will add up to an experience that is majorly flawed, but somehow still surpasses both Exo Zombies and World War II. Literally, anyone who likes those games are gonna fucking hate me. Okay, with that all out the way, let's have a look at all the Chaos story maps first, starting with Voyage of Despair. It starts off very promising, with this excellent opening cutscene, introducing us to the new characters. There's Scarlet, which is a Dempsey knockoff, Bruno, which is a Nikolai knockoff, Shaw, which is a Richthofen knockoff, and Diego, which arguably is the only character here that's not based off someone. So, yeah, completely new and original crew. The zombies in this storyline are spawned in through something called the Sentinel artifact, causing all the civilians on the ship to transform into zombies, before sending us into the game. The map starts with a huge iceberg crashing against our ship, which is a pretty incredible visual to start the map off with. This is because we're on the Titanic, which I always thought was a really interesting but risky design for a map. And as we're about to see, it didn't really work. Everything in this map is far too enclosed, and I mean even more than maps like Verrucht. The map's big, don't get me wrong, but these tight corridors which zombies just pour out from will oftentimes get you stuck and killed. There's also several flaws to this place, obviously, but I genuinely don't know if they thought about how this would work as a zombies map. It feels like quite a dedicated representation of the Titanic from what I've seen, but all these floors and hallways do make things quite confusing to navigate. Of course, a ton of weapons from Black Ops 4 appear in the box, which has had a redesign that I actually really like. It's gross, but really detailed when you look closer. This sadly brings us to another problem, however, one that stretches across every single map in this game. The wonder weapon of this map is the Kraken. That's pretty good, but not amazing. I love the design of it, looking like this mystical cannon. But the only problem is that no matter what map you're on, there will always be something that's better than the wonder weapon. Introducing the Hellion Salvo, the wonder weapon's wonder weapon. The way you pack a punch in this map is by activating the Sentinel artifact at the opposite side of the ship, which causes 4 pedestals to spawn around the map, which you then need to activate. Pack-a-punching works slightly different this time round, letting you pack-a-punch 4 times to gain 4 more big damage upgrades. This is where the salvo comes in. Despite not being able to properly use the double pack-a-punch effects, which have all had their names changed for literally no reason, don't worry, because this thing will kill a huge number of zombies in one shot, going far past round 100. This is why pretty much every wonder weapon pales in comparison. They quite literally can't deal more damage, and most likely have even less ammo. So hilariously, the game which had mechanics more focused on balancing the playfield and experimentation actually ended up being the most samey experience on every single map. I'd argue the coolest thing in the box is the homunculuses, which serve as a new version of the monkey bomb. They take a longer time to charge up, but are much more effective, with this little guy distracting and killing way more zombies than the monkey did. There's also several new types of zombies here, with a lot of them cropping up in every other Chaos map, which I mean can be a positive for some people, but I don't like them. The exclusive mini-boss zombie on this map is the Stoker, which is very easy to kill. He walks slowly towards you and will try to either hit you or throw a fireball at you, both of which you're probably not going to die from. Killing this thing initially will cause it to drop a key, which can be used as an alternative way of getting the Kraken, as getting it out the box is quite difficult. There's also the Catalysts and the Blightfather, which all are simply mutations of a normal zombie. The Catalysts come in the form of water, poison, lightning and fire zombies. The water one dashes about and hides from you, with its main function being to make other zombies deal more damage and harder to kill. The poison one is pretty much a normal zombie that just gives off a tiny amount of poison damage. The lightning one is a lot like the Screamer from Shangri-La, and the fire one is exactly the same as the napalm zombie from Shangri-La. Overall, I think they're an alright addition, although the one drawback is how many of these spawn into the map. It's not that they're hard to deal with, but it just becomes frustrating having your screen once again constantly cluttered with so much stuff. The Blightfather is a genuine threat though, and is the only different type of zombie I actually like. These guys are really gross, popping out of a zombie at random and basically turning it inside out. They deal quite a large amount of damage rapidly, so keeping them at a distance is key. They take elements from the Panzer and Warden, both having a grapple attack which you need to escape from, and also having the ability to spit goo on things like wall weapons and the Pack-a-Punch, meaning you'll have to spend money to use them again. They're also very durable, so the best way to take them down is by aiming at their weak points on their back, and if they're still up after that, just lay as much damage into them as you can. I've seen some people say these guys are annoying, but I mean, in a game as easy as this, you kind of needed something even a little bit challenging. Let's look at this map's Easter egg, which does also happen to be one of the worst I've ever done. I think there's a nice feature that actually helps you out with the Easter eggs, where you can bring up the leaderboard and see a really vague hint in the bottom left. It's obscure, obviously, but I can imagine it actually helping out some people trying to complete it without a guide. Pretty much the first step for every Easter egg in this game is either to turn on the power or Pack-a-Punch, which is kind of weird considering you'll be doing that anyways in spite of the Easter egg. However, this Easter egg then dips in quality immediately by making you go round the map, find some triangles, and note down the times of clocks nearby. Already convoluted. You then have to count how many spaces the hour and minute hands are on. So if the minute hand is on 3, it will be 3. But if the hour hand is on 9, it will be -3. You have to do this with 4 clocks around the map. Then, if that wasn't bad enough, you have to input these into some random dials at the start and end of the map. And after that, you've done the step. If I have to start making notes on an Easter egg, something's gone very wrong. This then causes 4 tiny electrical outlets to start sparking around the map. If you don't just run past these things, you'll notice they fit in line with the 4 different catalysts on the map. Killing the specific catalyst nearby will cause a circle to stay in the area. You have to flip the round to activate another one, and when you've done them all, you need to interact with every circle in the order poison, water, electric, fire. All these are just lockdowns. However, it's advised you have a Pack-a-Punched Kraken during these, so that you can pick up a poison hand during the initial lockdown. You need to use this poison hand to upgrade your Kraken, which can be done using a buildable, costing 6,000 points, giving you an elemental upgrade. You then need to shoot these leaking pipes. I hate this Easter egg so much, until the room fills up with water. You then have to Pack-a-Punch the Sentinel artifact, which will cause a bunch of symbols to activate around the map. All these symbols are associated with the planets, and heading back to the start of the ship, we can now interact with this model solar system. This causes the planets to flash up in a specific order, where you then need to shoot them out the sky, and collect an orb which lands nearby the original symbol you picked up. I don't even need to mention how annoying this is. I'm playing a game, not doing astronomy. The sun will always be the final orb you need to pick up, which takes us into a very hard section, where we need to make our way to the front of the map, whilst also getting rid of these blockades along the way. They take a fair amount of damage, so just make sure you're getting through these as fast as possible. This takes us to the boss fight, which I'd argue is the only kind of enjoyable part of this map. We first get teleported underwater, which gives us this incredible visual of this strange mystical tree. I have no idea what it is, but it looks cool. This takes us back to the ship, where there's now a huge eye we need to fight, which was apparently within the iceberg we crashed into. There's several sections of the map we get teleported to, with the first 2 simply needing us to survive. The the third one needing us to attack the eye while it's shooting, the fourth being to attack the eye again, and the final one taking us back to the start and attacking the eye. It's quite a difficult boss if you don't know what you're doing, but I found it very easy using the Hellion, obviously. This takes us to the ending cutscene, which shows us escaping and the boat sinking in the background. So basically, there was no point to any of that. I really don't like Voyage, especially when looking at the other maps in the Chaos part of the game. It's like it just took ideas from the other maps and crammed them in without even knowing what the result would actually be. Now, Chaos has gotten off to a bad start, but luckily the next map 9 has been held up as one of the best zombies maps ever made. It's once again a lot more mystical than the Ether storyline, with this map being set in a gladiator arena. After Voyage, the characters made their way to this underground location where they drank some kind of magic water and were transported back in time. Whenever I look at this map, I always think how different this map is from Zombies' initial roots, but I guess if they kept with that dark and creepy atmosphere, it would have eventually gotten stale. The main problem with this map is that I think it works too well with the Black Ops 4 mechanics. It's hands down the best map in the game, but the reason for this is basically because zombies seem to be made around this map, with 4 distinct areas represented by the huge god statues. Their main function really is to tell you what perks are where, with all the statues being represented by your perk slots. The whole Norse mythology thing works a lot better here than in Voyage, literally standing out like a sore thumb on that map. Clarity is the key word with this map. No confusing hallways or secret paths. Just a simple map with 4 distinct pathways. On the top and bottom layer, there's also fire that will occasionally turn on, which you definitely need to look out for. It takes away quite a lot of your health, and can sometimes be a bit unfair, considering you don't really know when these are going to open up, or how long they'll stay on for. I'm not sure if you would have noticed, but I'll mention it anyway. Black Ops 4 inherently doesn't change much stuff from map to map, at least in Chaos. It's like they had a set design, and then just copy and pasted a lot of stuff into each map. The catalysts, for example, show up in all these Chaos maps, which I suppose works in terms of the story, but just seems lazy from my perspective. They aren't a max ammo round, but simply an annoyance that crops up all the time. I will say though, I think they're placed a lot better into this map. The amount which spawned in on Voyage was just ridiculous, but they've seemingly balanced it properly on 9 for some reason. There are some new enemies featured in this map. We have the gladiators, the brawlers, and even zombie tigers. The gladiators look very cool, and will either try to hit you or throw their axe at you. They aren't that challenging, but won't go down easy either. The brawlers are fairly similar, but will run directly at you, and either try hit you or launch at you. In both cases, he'll hit multiple times, which can even get you down if you just stand there. These guys aren't that hard either, but you'll definitely want to be staying out of their way. Finally, the zombie tigers just worked as buffed up dogs. They'll usually just hit you, but they can also launch at you, which counts for 2 hits, making these tigers a much larger threat than dogs. All of these enemies are balanced really well, keeping you on your toes, but also not overwhelming you. Accessing the Pack-a-Punch is always pretty fun, with you having to activate 4 gongs around the map and collecting the heads of the 4 champions. The Pack-a-Punch is located below the map, inside the temple, which is large enough to run zombies round, but also tight enough to get trapped. Unlike the annoying Pack-a-Punch in Voyage, which would constantly move around, in 9 it's in this sole location, which shouldn't be a positive, but somehow is. The shield makes a return in both maps as well, both serving fairly similar functions, but arguably being a bit better in this map. In Voyage you had a shield which could shoot bullets, and now we have a shield which can shoot fire. This gives more effectiveness to the actual shield as a weapon, as opposed to just having it on your back, and once again leads into that idea the game's trying to make, of trying different things out. The wonder weapon on this map is confusing. I've tried so many times to convince myself it's not that bad, but I'll be honest, I fucking hate this thing. The Death of Orion has a really interesting design, taking the form of a huge scorpion. Its main function is to shoot electricity at zombies. The biggest problem with this thing though, is that even when Pack-a-Punched, it has a hard time at actually killing things. I assume its main function was to hold zombies zombies in place, as when you charge it up, it will cause a bunch of zombies to be stunned by electricity. However, it takes so long for these things to actually die that I don't see any point outside of perhaps saving yourself from a sticky situation. And in that case, if that's the weapon's main function, it doesn't work that well. I don't think it's a very good wonder weapon, but still has a pretty cool design. I think this is the first time I'm gonna say this, but the highlight of the map for me is the Easter egg. I love doing the Easter egg on this map because it has such a flow to it. It's filled with memorable moments and has an epic conclusion. The first step is of course activating the Pack-a-Punch, which will cause a number of parts to activate. The whole Easter egg is based on appeasing the 4 gods, with the first being Danu. We need some wood, which can be broken off by a gladiator at one of the braziers at the start. We need a specific skull, which can be found and taken in the temple. We then need to place that in a grinder and activate it 3 times with a charged up shot from the Orion. And finally, we need some shit. Yes, some actual shit. The map has an interesting mechanic, where the crowd will either like you or dislike you. If you play well, the thumb in the bottom left will be green, which gives you rewards in return. But if you're playing bad, it will be red, which rewards you with things like shit. You need to place them in a bowl and wait a couple rounds. You know when you can pick them up when green smoke starts coming off them. You then need to place these in the water area, and then wait a few more rounds. The parts will start smoking green again, where you'll then have to kill a zombie with the firebomb effect nearby. This will cause the screen to flash white, where you'll then need to stand on the parts for a second, which will take you to a corrupted version of the area. There's 3 pods you need to shoot in this area, which could be quite challenging if you aren't using the Hellion. But let's just accept from this point on, if you've got the Hellion, you most likely won't be in much trouble. This completes Danu's trial, taking us to Raz, where there's now 4 bull symbols you need to shoot round the map, which will spawn in 4 gladiators. Killing these causes the Ra statue to shoot a beam of energy at a pillar, which leaves a blue icon. You'll then be put into a lockdown, where you'll be shown a set of symbols corresponding to specific zombie types. You need to kill these in the correct order to complete the step, and once you've done it once, you need to simply do it one more time and you're done. You then need to interact with the podium at the start, which will teleport you underground, where you then need to wind up several screws around the bottom of the map. This causes 4 poles to start sparking with lightning in the starting area, where you then need to kill zombies with the dead wire, kilowatt effect to charge them up. Once you do this, activate one of the 4 orbs around the podium, which will take you into a short lockdown. You'll be able to use your specialist weapon for as long as this takes. You'll be wanting to pay close attention to your surroundings, as a huge number of gladiators, tigers and brawlers will be thrown at you, which can easily put you down, even with your specialist weapon. This takes us to the final step, where we have to shoot some symbols underground with the Orion. I always thought this step was so dumb. You basically have to activate 3 symbols with 1 shot, so it's very finicky. You've got to do this 3 times in different areas, and once you've done that, you need to stand on a pressure plate to activate 1 more lockdown. Completing this lockdown gives us a key, which we can use to enter the boss fight. We get teleported to this downright huge area, which we've never even seen before. The same gladiators, brawlers and tigers get thrown at us here, but with the large area, they aren't a problem. It might seem easy at first, until a ginormous elephant comes out of the darkness. Both this and the Eye from Voyage, I personally think, are some of the most stunning boss fights we've ever gotten. There's definitely been better designed boss fights, but these are the best in visuals alone. With the Hellion, you can take this guy out fairly fast, but you also want to watch out for the elephant's crushing attack and the snipers that sit on top of him. You'd initially think it's over, until another elephant crashes out of another entrance. It's basically just the same fight, so you can take this one out pretty easily as well. That takes us to the end of the Easter egg, with a final cutscene which shows all of our characters getting their heads cut off. Cool. We then got Dead of the Night, a map which actually takes place before Voyage and 9, featuring a celebrity cast with Brian Blessed. What? It also has Kiefer Sutherland, Helena Bonham Carter, and Charles Dance. Despite having arguably the best celebrity cast so far, they don't use them effectively at all. The intro cutscene is alright, letting us know that we'll be fighting in a mansion, an interesting location which hasn't actually been explored before. This is the 4th installment of The Dead maps, which include Call of the Dead, Mob, Shadows, and this one. They all feature celebrity casts and one-off characters. However, comparing these characters to all the previous ones just shows how annoying these guys are. There's a reason I remember names like Sal DeLuca and Jackie Vincent, because they have so much personality. I've only ever known these guys as their real-world names. You might be wondering why I'm focusing on this so heavily, but having a memorable crew was such a staple of these maps, which gets torn down by this one. It's not the actors' fault, they sound like they're trying. It seems like the writing is the main issue. The map's design is alright, I suppose. Despite a large part of the map being set inside, it never feels that claustrophobic, even with the ridiculous way zombies spawn in on this game. I'd say the map's biggest issue is that everything kind of blends together. It works cohesively as a mansion, but that doesn't mean any of these areas are memorable. I know a lot of people absolutely despise this map, and I kind of do too, so I'm really trying to give it the benefit of the doubt. The environment of this map I think is very unique, taking place around this half-destroyed mansion, with a graveyard and laboratory on two sides of the map. Here's where the biggest problem comes in though. This map is downright tedious to play, especially if you're going for the Easter egg. To unlock the Pack-a-Punch, you need to charge up some crystals around the map, look into them, which will give you a hint of where to go. You then need to do a little quest, which will give you a tuning fork. There's 3 of these in total, with one quest requiring you to find a random painting and escort a ghost to the graveyard, another being a small lockdown next to a clock, and the final one being another lockdown near a perk. After you do all this, you can finally unlock the door to the Pack-a-Punch, which is at the front of the map. Whenever you open this up, a werewolf will spawn into the map, which is one of the new enemies. There's also the addition of the Nosferatus, as well as the return of the Catalysts. The werewolf is a pretty good mini-boss, being intimidating and dangerous enough to keep your full attention, but not so difficult that you can't deal with him. I love when your screen starts shaking when he's nearby, only to have this guy run and jump right at you. It's advised that you take these guys down either with the Wonder Weapon or Silver Bullets, which you can build and add to any weapon. Killing it with Silver Bullets will also reward you with a part you'll be needing for the Wonder Weapon upgrade. The Nosferatus are not so great, however. In fact, I really hate these things. These vampires fly into the map as bats, and will run at you incredibly fast and try and hit you. Upon hitting you, your screen will turn red around the edges, like you've been poisoned. Essentially, you have, as for a brief period of time you can't regenerate any health. If that sounds annoying, you best believe it's incredibly fucking annoying. The biggest problem is that these aren't mini-boss zombies. As the rounds go on, more of these spawn in at an increasing rate, making everything really frustrating to deal with. There's also Crimson Nosferatus, which are buffed up versions of the normal ones, just in case they weren't annoying enough. The wonder weapon on this map is the Alistair's Folly, which can be upgraded 2 times. This is where my biggest criticism lies. The amount of parts you need to pick up and things you need to do in this map is mental. This is the biggest problem that Zombies has run into, and Black Ops 3 isn't exempt from that. Whereas in the old days you could just get into a match and have fun, now you almost have to do all this tedious shit, because if you don't, you're at an active disadvantage. Dead of the Night is one of the worst examples of this, with the Wonder Weapon, the Pack-a-Punch, the shield, pretty much everything being a chore to access. You can get the Alistair's Folly from the box, or by entering a code with some symbols around the map. I'd advise just finding the symbols, because the box in this game seems to give you the worst weapons as much as possible. The initial Alistair's Folly is good, but sort of standard. It shoots out a powerful projectile, which will only be effective for a short amount of time. You then need to upgrade it to the Chaos Theory, which requires you to kill a werewolf with silver bullets, and pick up the part which gets dropped. And also just hit this random bookcase with your shield, which I suppose kind of stands out from the others, but come on. Head to the labs and turn the material into Prima Materia, and then you can finally build the Chaos Theory. This version is much better, now having a charged up shot, which will either cause the zombies to swirl in the air, or literally just walk away from you. But wait, we're still not done. You now need to use the Chaos Theory to collect bile from the Nosferatus. Use that bile to summon a Crimson Nosferatu in the graveyard, and then pick up the part which is dropped from it. Then go to the forest, and use the charged up shot to get zombies to dig up these random piles of dirt, which will give you another part. And then finally, shoot some orange lights at the graveyard, shoot down the bat, and collect the final part. So convoluted, and I genuinely don't know why. Literally nobody is getting satisfaction from this, as it probably takes more time to implement with even less people seeing this stuff. And even the ones who are seeing it are annoyed by how dumb it is. You need to turn a couple of the parts into prima materia, and once you've done that, you can finally build the Alistair's Annihilator. Now, despite all these steps being dumb and drawn out, they're actually worth doing. You'll need this for the Easter egg anyway, but if you're planning on going to high rounds, you'll pretty much only need this weapon. We still have the same charged up shot from last time, but with the addition of a ball of fire and a green void on the ground. If you hadn't already noticed, all of these charged up shots have infinite damage, so this weapon is pretty incredible and fairly easy to use. Just point and shoot for the most part. In fact, the way I got to round 100 was literally just sitting in this really tight corner, with the biggest challenge being when I should shoot my shot, which wasn't a challenge really. There's some other weapons you can get, like the Savage Impaler and the Steak Knife. These are as optional as you can get. Both of these basically serve as a way to get rid of wolves and Nosferatus faster, which really doesn't matter if you've already got the Annihilator, so I never ended up getting these things. If you want to get them though, just prepare for some even more tedious and drawn out steps. Okay, so the Easter egg. God almighty. No easy guide should last almost an hour. Before you even start the proper Easter egg, let me remind you what you need to get. You need the Pack-a-Punch unlocked, the shield, the silver bullets, which in total requires 7 parts to build, the Alistair's Folly, then the Chaos Theory, and then the Alistair's Annihilator. This will already take you a while, but brilliant, we've got even more stuff to do in this game that still doesn't have a save function. You'll need to go back to the 3 crystals which unlocked Pack-a-Punch and look into them again. This gives you 3 more quests that you'll need to complete, all of which are pretty much no fun to do. There's one where you need to direct a beam of light to the lab, which requires you to mess around with these wheels in this extremely tight area until all of the colours match up. You then need to run around the map, check several locations for some zodiac symbols and scratch marks, bearing in mind the zodiac symbol almost blends into every location. The scratch marks will be located around the zodiac symbol and will add up to a number. There's 3 zodiac symbols in total, so you have to order them from ascending to descending. You then need to go to the labs, input the signs in the correct order, use the wheel behind you, smack it with your shield, turn on the electric trap below, run through it with your shield, and hit the telescope. No, I'm not going through the other 2. They're just as annoying. The effigy quest is kind of cool, where you go into this afterlife type mode, but the night one is also incredibly frustrating. Luckily, there's no more after that. Upon completing the quest, you'll be given 3 stone slabs, which will bring you into a brief lockdown. Collecting all 3 unlocks the boss fight, which I actually kind of enjoy. As opposed to the Voyage and 9 bosses, I still find this one pretty challenging. You're up against a werewolf, who this time has a huge amount of health and is invisible. All you need to do is line the 3 lights from these pillars up to the green box in the area. You then need to lead the werewolf into the trap, which will make it reveal itself, allowing you to get a bunch of damage off. There's 2 phases to this boss, but they're basically the same, and that's Dead of the Night. If you can't tell, I really don't like this map. I think my biggest problem is that I see potential there. I like the ideas it brings. I love the way the map looks. The idea of fighting vampires and werewolves is cool, but the execution is so off. The final chaos map in this game, and I'm pretty sure that also means of all time, is Ancient Evil, a map that is surprisingly held up as another one of the greats. The biggest problem this map had was by the time it came out, Black Ops 4 was already dead. The game was just bad, and the initial zombies experience meant that even the community wasn't interested. Despite me not even touching this map when it first came out, I think Ancient Evil's pretty great. That's not to say it's perfect, but I think it's the best it can possibly be, while working with mechanics that are inherently flawed. This map takes place right after 9, where we see our characters wake up from what I guess was one big trip. We're still in just as mythical of a world, with our characters now finding themselves in somewhere dripping with Greek mythology. The map's starting room is filled with zombies, making this the fastest round 1 of all time. The visuals on this map are incredible. The huge ravine we found ourselves in shines god rays in several parts of the map. There's mysterious bronze-looking sculptures thrown around the outside, and we can see a huge waterfall towards the back. we once again have to get the Sentinel artifact, which takes us to this game's favourite thing to do, a lockdown. When we activate it, we get introduced to the boss of this map, which I think was so well done. Never before have we really seen a boss that actively taunts us throughout the Easter egg. Usually we just fight a boss at the end, but this guy shows up a couple times to try and stop us, which makes him feel more like a character, as opposed to just a challenge at the end. The lockdown introduces you to skeletons, which are just buffed up versions of normal zombies, which can also revive themselves after being killed. After we complete the lockdown, Pegasus will get rid of the remaining zombies, being another extremely cool and memorable part of this map. You can then pick up the artifact, which also gives you a max ammo. There's nowhere near as many parts to find compared to Dead of the Night, but even the ones you do have to get, for the most part, happen naturally. An excellent addition to this map comes in the form of the Oracle's Assistance, which is an idea that I don't know why they haven't tried to replicate. The Oracle will either top you up on ammo randomly, or will highlight certain parts that are nearby. This not only gives us a helping hand, but also makes the map more accessible to those who might be playing for the first time. If you're a pro at this map, you'll already know where the parts are, but what's the harm in just giving a little tip off for those who are having a hard time? The most impressive part to me was always when you collected the golden bridle for Pegasus. This always spawns in the mini-boss, known as the Geganese, I think, which is actually really similar to the werewolf. It has a new shield blast attack which stuns you, as well as a spear which he'll lob at you, but he's fairly easy to avoid, with purposely slow wind-up times. The trade-off for his slower movement is his health, with him even having the same orange weak point that the wolf did. Even when you're shooting this thing though, this guy will not go down easy, so make sure you're mostly aware of your surroundings when taking this guy on. This isn't the impressive part though. Pegasus will be flying around the map until you pick up the bridle, but will float near the Zeus perk upon you acquiring it. You can then activate the circle on the ground to hop onto the Pegasus, which starts a cutscene. I was fairly impressed when this happened on Gorod, when you spoke to Nikolai, but here it's taken to a whole new level, showing us flying through the waterfall and emerging in a completely new environment. We also see the re-emergence of the boss of the map, who tries to take us down when flying in. The reveal of this new area was a really nice surprise, and has arguably even more impressive visuals as the initial area. I love the overwhelmingly red tone of what's called the dark side of the map. I also love elements like the huge woman who's got acid dripping out of her mouth, and the huge dead snake that you have to make your way through. To unlock the Pack-a-Punch this time, all you need to do is unlock these 2 crows with your specialist weapon. This will bring you into a small lockdown near the Pack-a-Punch, as the crows chip away at the large crystal, and after that, the Pack-a-Punch will be permanently in this area. This map's wonder weapon comes in the form of 4 elemental gauntlets. All of them require a dormant hand, which can be found around the map, in these piles of debris with purple smoke coming out of them. There's 4 of these gauntlets around the map, all of which require you to survive a short ritual in order to unlock. Starting off, they all function fairly similar, shooting out these balls of energy, which takes out the zombies. The upgraded versions are where all of these really shine though. However, unlike Dead of the Night, and to be honest, even maps like Origins and Horizondrak, the upgrades here are actually fairly simple. The Hand of Gaia only requires you to shoot 3 orbs on 3 bushes around the map, and take the plants which drop from them back to the pedestal. This takes you into a mini arena, which basically serves as a tutorial for this upgrade. It's very friendly to new players, making both the upgrade and functionality of the wonder weapon simple. The Hand of Hemra requires you to carry 3 balls of light to the pedestal. The Hand of Uranus requires you to shoot zombies into these arrows and bring the feathers back to the pedestal. The Hand of Charon requires you to kill zombies in the pool of water nearby and acquire 3 Charon tokens. Or Charon, is it Charon? These can also be upgraded again to make them even more powerful and have more ammo, but you'll be able to survive with this soul upgrade alone. I love how they all have very distinct colours, and the way they all look when using their charged attack feeds into this mystical setting of the map. The Easter egg this time round is about the same quality as 9's, although does have some stinker steps in. Your first priority should be getting the hands upgraded, which surprisingly doesn't take that much time, and also doing some challenges in the meantime. These can be activated near the fires both in the starting area and forge. You can complete these challenges in varying levels of quality, ranging from common to epic. The challenges are okay, although you'll want to be extra careful when doing ones like recovering health, as these naturally have you actively putting yourself in danger. You'll need to do enough challenges to the point where the fire at the start will now be quite high and blue. Pull out your shield and melee the fire, which will cause your spear to be set alight. There's a few oil spills around the map that you need to hit with this flaming spear, and once you've done that, you're on to the next step. Using the redeemed hand of Charon, you need to shoot a charge shot near the Spartan monument, allowing you to see some statues with blue eyes. Shooting all of these reveals some hidden cogs around the area, which you can blow open by shooting the walls with a faint light coming out of them. We need to use our shield spear once again to lock 2 cogs into place. We have to do this with 3 different sets of cogs, but once we do that, we need to head back to the Spartan monument, wait for all the statues to be facing a certain direction, and then shoot a final spear at a cog in front of us. The Ra perk will now be missing the 2 items it usually holds, with one being trapped inside a crystal and the other behind a wall. We need the Geganese to use his shield blast attack to release the crystal, which can be a bit finicky. Once we have the item, we give it back to the Ra perk, as well as giving it our Hand of Hemra. This is arguably the most annoying step of the Easter egg, where we need to defend this beam of energy that Ra starts shooting towards the wall. Skeletons will start to spawn in and block the beam. However, if they block it for too long, you'll have to try again. This wouldn't be a problem on its own, but it's the fact that they can block it from 2 angles. The area is unbelievably cramped, so you can barely see anything that's going on, and also whilst you're trying to protect this thing, Blightfathers, Catalysts, and Zombies will all still be coming after you. It's confusing why they made this step so hard, because even for someone like me, who beat it on my first try, I found myself losing control and not being able to tell if a skeleton was blocking the beam or not. We then get another fairly tedious step, where we first have to use the Hand of Gaia to activate these vines near the starting area. This causes a Geganese to spawn in, which will drop a golden pole when killed. This can be put into this golden wheel nearby, where you'll need to charge it up 3 times with electrical zombies and line up the blue symbols with the golden line. It's pretty annoying to achieve, especially when you're playing solo. We then have to head back to where the Sentinel artifact was at the start, where there'll now be a spotlight with a colour that coordinates with whatever gauntlet you're using. Here you'll have to complete a mini shooting gallery, where you'll have to use both your normal and charge shots in specific areas. I love this step, as it's so intuitive. You don't need any external guide or help, something that I wish Easter eggs did a lot more. You need to do 3 shooting galleries, which will complete the step and give you a max ammo. We then need to head back to the dark place and input a set of symbols onto a door. The order is always the same every time, so just look at a guide of someone doing it. From my understanding, it's the order in which the symbols appeared in the opening cutscene, which would make this step more of a trial and error than anything. This takes us to another in-game cutscene, which shows Shaw being killed by Bruno. We aren't actually dead though, and from what I understand, we've now been brought into this kind of cult that's represented by the orange gem on our foreheads. I'm not that sure about this storyline, but I think I've got the gist. We then need to get the Pegasus Strike, which can be built with parts lying around the dark side. We need to place it down near the start of this area, which will cause a ballista to spawn in. Finally, we need to use the Hand of Uranos to turn the ballista into the right position, melee the flame with our shield at the starting room, head back to the dark side, run through the acid trap near the Pack-a-Punch, and then finally melee the arrow on the ballista, which causes the boss portal to open. Heading into this boss fight, we get another incredibly grand cutscene, taking us to an entirely new area. This is probably the most impressed I've been with zombies in a while. I couldn't believe how great this looked, or the fact this new area that barely anyone will see looks straight out of God of War. The boss first turns Pegasus against us, who we need to shoot down and attack with our specialist weapon. I love how you can jump between these different pieces of land, either to get away from zombies or run after Pegasus. This part is fairly easy once again if you have the Hellion, taking down Pegasus at ease. Make sure to actually run into the fire that the boss throws down, as this will recharge your specialist weapon much faster. Do be careful though, because the damage also stacks, so don't be like me and try rush through this thing, because you'll end up going down. Once you take Pegasus down once, he'll block off the piece of land you're on. You then need to do it one more time, which leaves one piece of land remaining. You then need to take the boss on himself, which is very easy, much easier than Pegasus even. He'll teleport down to your area for a short amount of time, where you'll literally literally just need to get as much damage off as possible. From what I understand, you can even kill this guy on his first entrance. So yeah, it's pretty easy, but cool nonetheless. This sadly takes us to the end of Ancient Evil, which I'd argue is the highest high the game ever reaches. The saddest part is that the outro cutscene introduces interesting elements, like Medusa, leaving us on a cliffhanger that I'm pretty sure will never be elaborated on. At the time, people were saying they were sick of the Chaos maps, and only wanted DLC for the Aether storyline, but I think you'll find that in retrospect, the Chaos story was where Treyarch's focus was. This was the storyline they put all their passion into this time round, and as we'll see with the Aether side, it's not so pretty. The first map we got for the Aether side of the game was Blood of the Dead. If you're a long-time fan, I'm sure just like me, you would have been absolutely gassed when this was announced. A Mob of the Dead remake with the Primus crew? What could go wrong? Blood of the Dead is one of the worst maps I've ever played. It not only destroys what was so great about the original map, which is bad enough, but the new elements they add are pretty much all horrible, pointless, and ruin the map's flow. The best part of this map is hands down the visuals and tone. It does a perfect job at recapturing the atmosphere of Mob, as well as tickling those nostalgia taste buds, like when one of the classic themes play when we enter the prison for the first time. That's the thing though, we don't start there. Instead, we start in a completely new area of the map, that after leaving, becomes a complete chore to journey back to. There was so much mystery around Mob, with certain things like a secret lab set up by Richtofen being hinted at, but now all that mystery gets thrown out the window, as we start in the lab, and see all the Victus crew in the freezers. This is where they start to go so wrong with the story. Do they not understand things like the Flytrap Easter egg, the radios in Shinonuma, and pretty much everything from World at War got people interested because it was subtle. They didn't shove it in your face. This is in fact where the crew travel to at the end of the Zetsubo Easter egg, with Richtofen realizing at the start that he'll inevitably have to sacrifice himself here. For this Aether side of the game, we get all new specialist weapons, including the Hellfire, Overkill, Path of Sorrows, and Ragnaroks. Unlike the Chaos ones though, which you could argue have different uses and advantages in certain maps, here there's a big imbalance, as the Path of Sorrows is pretty much always the one you'll want. This is because its level 1 works as a one-hit knife, its level 2 is a dash attack, and level 3 is complete invincibility for quite a while. The others are also effective, especially the Ragnaroks and Overkill, but pale in comparison to the sword. Playing in those Chaos maps for a while does genuinely make you sort of miss things like the ray gun and the monkeys. They're old classics at this point, so I can't deny they're a welcome return. Along with the normal ray gun, we also get the Mark II, and of course the Blundergat. The Blundergat now has 2 upgrades, one of which being the same acid gat from the original Mob, but the second being the much superior Magma Gat, which you can acquire by simply putting the Blundergat inside the Warden's fire, filling it with souls, and running it back to the start. Pack-a-punching this thing gives you 2 shots to work with before reloading, both having a monkey bomb effect to them, as well as killing numerous zombies that approach it. There's 2 elements I just mentioned there that do nothing but drag this map down: the Warden's house and the Pack-a-punch. The Warden's house is another pointless area to this map. It so didn't need to be here. You might think, oh, at least they're expanding the map, giving you more stuff to discover, but this is where the Pack-a-punch comes in. Remember in the original Mob, you had to build the plane and fly it to the bridge. That was a well-designed and memorable moment. Well, in this map, that's gone. No more bridge, no more plane. Why would they take out arguably the most iconic part of this entire map? Instead, we have to build the Spectral Shield, charge it up with souls, which works by killing zombies really slowly with this key, and finally blasting those souls into the power box. This activates the Pack-a-punch, which also works on a rotation. Only problem is, the map's too big, and doesn't tell you where this Pack-a-punch goes. At least on Voyage, they had a sign letting you know where it was, but with Blood, you pretty much have to guess. Not to mention that all the Pack-a-punch locations are at completely different areas of the map. Luckily, they didn't completely lose their minds. If you had to power up everything on this map like that, I'd say this would be the worst map ever made. But luckily, we simply need to turn on a power switch down by the docks. There's a lot of stuff that's brought back here, but in the worst way possible. The Hell's Retriever makes a comeback, with you needing to feed the dogs just like last time. But the trade-off is is that upon picking up the Hell's Retriever, it will always replace whatever grenade you have. They made this bizarre decision to not let you have tacticals, so if you had monkeys, which are actually quite important to this map's Easter egg, you'll have to get them from the box again. Not to mention, the Hell's Retriever feels nowhere near as effective. The wind-up is so slow, and with how fast the zombies get in the later rounds, you haven't got a chance of using this thing. You can also get the Hell's Redeemer and the Golden Spork, but they're so useless that I really don't see the point. The enemies this time round are exactly the same, with the only new addition being the Hellhounds, which weren't initially present in Mob. The Warden functions exactly the same, being not that much of a threat, whilst running round and locking things down. Hands down, the worst part of this map is the catwalk, which was designed so tightly that you literally have one way to go down, and if that way's blocked, you're basically dead. Remember, zombies in this game spawn both in front and behind you all the time, so if they block you in front, they've most likely got you cornered at the back as well. And oh my god, the Easter egg. If you thought Dead of the Night was bad, this is a travesty. This is the worst Easter egg I've ever done, and I'm gonna do something I haven't done since the Black Ops 2 section. I'm not gonna use all my own footage of the Easter egg. I've done it once on solo, and a couple times with other people, but I'm not doing it again. It's so bad. So, the first step is to activate the Pack-a-Punch, with the next step having to take place after round 17. What the fuck? Well, that's what people thought for a while. Essentially, what you need to do is get 3 numbers from the Warden's office, and input them into the numbers machine on the spiral stairway. This causes a spoon to drop, which you can collect by powering up the crane by the docks and using the Hell's Retriever to knock it down. You'll need to knife this random wall at the top of the stairs at the Warden's office, which will reveal some markings. The only way to do this before round 17 is to get monkey bombs, which isn't that easy. You've then got to throw a monkey near these markings while a Warden spawned in, which will cause him to break open the door. So that's already pretty annoying. But it gets so much worse. We have to pick up a glowing orb on the table and place it on a map in the starting room. This causes the Chronorium laying on the ground to start glowing, and by interacting with it, a bird gets spawned in. This bird is also apparently the spirit of the weasel. Okay. You then have to find this bird round the map 3 times while it's invisible, with the only way to see it being to look and hear it through your shield. Do I even have to mention how annoying this is? That means you're searching for this thing over this huge map, either walking really slowly for a while or just randomly guessing and quickly using the shield. Either way, it's a pain because you have to check literally every room. Not to mention that once you shield blast the bird, you not only have to flip the round, but it could also spawn in all of the other locations that you just searched, meaning you'll have to go back and look at everything again. And if that wasn't bad enough, this is when the Easter egg is still okay. The final one needs you to acquire zombie blood, which can only be gotten by typing 872 into the number pad. The bird is invisible without this, and you'll have to use the Hell's Retriever to collect the Chronorium from it. We can then place this down on the body from earlier, which will eventually cause it to present a page with some numbers on. This is the bulk of the Easter egg, and it's awful. Just imagine if Gorod Krovi's trophy steps were 10 times harder and more complicated. Once you enter the numbers in the keypad, the light from the tower will be shining at a specific location in the map. This translates to what challenge you'll be doing. And guess what? I think only one of these could be considered even passable. I'm not going through all of them in detail, because they really are that complicated, but I'll give a rundown. There's one where you have to tune up a spirit's banjo. That's the okay one. There's one where you need to do Morse code by trial and error, and then lead a spirit down to the docks. That one I consider to be the worst Easter egg step of all time, including non-Treyarch games. I've heard there might be some kind of light that tells you what to input, but I've never seen anything like that. There's the most convoluted version of Simon Says I've ever played, which involves the docks and the starting area, as well as remembering several very similar images. That one's almost as bad as the Morse code. There's one where you need to shield blast a ghost and take his soul, which not only takes a very long time, but actively requires you to also survive a new round of zombies when doing this, making it incredibly hard on solo, and pretty hard with friends. And finally, there's one where you need to lead lead a spirit from the cafeteria to the warden's office. This one isn't that bad, and it's pretty fun to see the spirits cheering the guy on. I summed those up easily, but they are far from that. These steps alone are so bad that they completely turned me against the map when I was trying them for the first time. Doing all those takes us to the boss fight, which can be entered by placing all the orbs you acquired onto the map and interacting with the electrocuted corpse. This causes the warden to knock us out and lock us up. The bird eventually unlocks us, where we'll have to reacquire our gear and head back to the start. For some reason, the warden gets really big at one point, and I don't know why. In comparison with the previous steps, the boss fight's a cakewalk. All you need to do is wait for the warden to put these 3 orbs in the air, shoot them down, and spirit blast the machine in the middle. Do this enough times, and you'll be able to enter the machine if you're playing as Richtofen. If you're not, a bot will get spawned in to take his place, which will play a cutscene showing another Richtofen making his way towards the arena and blowing everything away with a crystal. This completes the Easter egg, which actually takes us to a brilliant cutscene, where Richtofen has to face his own death. This cutscene also essentially rewrites the end of Revelations, as the version of Richtofen from the ending cutscene of that map teleports in and gives Nikolai the Chronorium. Apparently Nikolai has a bigger purpose than anyone would have initially expected, with the Great War Richtofen telling us that we now have to focus on taking down Dr. Monty. This all relates to the cycle we've been trapped in, with our characters constantly forgetting this crucial information. We even hear Nikolai question who Dr. Monty is after Richtofen tells us.
It will be needed to defeat Dr. Monty.
Who?
And with that, we leave Richtofen to die in Alcatraz, this time not ending up back in Zetsubou, but finally being able to break the cycle and head somewhere that will actually help us. We can see where they travel in the next map, Classified, which is just a 5 remake. I'm not going to focus on this map for very long, as it's actually a lot more competent than Blood was, and doesn't have an Easter egg, but I actually really like this map. I didn't mind 5 in the first place, and was always confused when people said they didn't like it. The intro cutscene to Classified is arguably the best cutscene of all time. It's all done with this brilliant colourful art style that just flows so nicely. On top of this, it tells us crucial information without seeming overbearing or exposition-y. We see that after the Shangri-La Easter egg, our characters actually ended up getting teleported here instead of Area 51, with this map taking us back to the events that were happening during Black Ops 1, or at least we initially think. The map stays in line with this, despite being quite dark and set inside. There was always a vibrancy that I associated with this map. It does essentially the polar opposite of what Blood did, introducing quality of life changes that only enhance this map. They introduce a shield, let you access the back area of the starting room, and also make teleporting a lot more convenient, so that now there's icons that actually show us where we're gonna end up, which is such a great decision. The Winter's Howl is sort of better, but still not very good. The elevators are still fun to camp in, but aren't practical when it gets beyond round 50. The Pack-a-Punch has been changed to fit more in line with the story, making us build a teleporter which transports us to Area 51 instead of the classic Pack-a-Punch, which is fine by me. The biggest change they made was the removal of the Pentagon Thief. He was arguably the most standout part of this map, and was a really unique and interesting enemy. I don't know why they removed him, maybe because people said he was annoying, but replacing him with standard Hellhounds just feels really lame. There's also lots of secrets you can find on this map, but no main Easter egg. Oh wait, that's right, there is a main Easter egg. A main Easter egg with no steps. Well, 1 step actually. Get to round 150. This brings me to something that Black Ops 4 is terrible at, and that is running in general. Let me show you what I mean. This game crashes so much, it's unbelievable. Whether the coding is so busted that this is the best we can get, or they're just too lazy to go back and update this game, the amount of crashes is unacceptable. No other zombies game has crashed this much, and actually no other Call of Duty has crashed on me at all, with the exception of Cold War when it first launched, which was even worse, but eventually got sorted out. So not only is getting to round 150 hard enough, but you also have to hope it doesn't crash, which it is so prone to doing. wanna know what you get? A cutscene. And quite a crucial one at that. For those who actually managed to do this Easter egg, we see the Primus and Ultimus versions of our characters meet up. The only thing we need to notice here is that these versions of Ultimus aren't the ones we're playing as in Classified. I kind of get this, because Classified is all based on survival, and this Easter egg is more just a reward for high round players, but it's also kind of confusing. This crew in the cutscene are from after the Moon Easter egg, being held in Hangar 4, presumably leading into the cycle where they got experimented on. I'm pretty sure Primus are the same ones from Blood, even though Richtofen doesn't have the same outfit on. Nikolai has clearly learned a lot between Blood, taking charge, and telling Ultimus they need to come with them so they can win the Great War. It seems that finally, the cycle is beginning to be completely broken, this time not killing our past selves, but actively using them to stop this greater evil that Monty brings. This takes us to Alpha Omega, which is another remake, this time of a map that almost nobody liked, Nuketown. I can't believe that we're coming to the culmination of the entire zombie storyline, for real this time, and the second to last map is a Nuketown remake. Now, this map isn't terrible, but just like, why? It's so boring. It's around this time where we can really see the budget and time constraints, which has now been fully accepted by the community. Black Ops 4 did not sell very well in the grand scheme of things. 14.3 million copies might sound like a lot, but in comparison to the heights COD has reached before, it's not even close. We also have to bear in mind that Black Ops 4 came out after a string of badly performing games, with Infinite Warfare and World War II both selling far less copies than Black Ops 3 did. We can see this right from the intro cutscene. No more nicely animated cutscenes, but instead these sort of lame 2D ones that haven't been present since the strange inclusion of one during Horizon Drac. The worst part is, this is where vital information starts to be dropped, letting us know that Nikolai has now read the Chronorium and understood what he needs to do to complete their quest. We even get some scenes involving the Great War, which has been referenced and teased for literal years at this point, and only being able to see it in this kind of art style is really disappointing. In terms of design, it's a bigger Nuketown, while also having the bunker unlocked. The reason I think this map is so lifeless is because it's obviously been ripped straight from Blackout. Don't get me wrong, I actually really liked Blackout, a lot more than the boring camp fest that is Warzone, but the sacrifice of having a lot of people like one mode is that you'll then be instructed by your higher ups to focus more of your time onto that mode. We can see the Zombies team were most likely put under a lot of pressure, putting all their eggs into the Chaos basket, which ultimately proved to not connect with players. Ever notice that the Chaos maps are all completely unique and original, whereas the Ether maps are just retreading things we've already seen before? I'm pretty sure this is why. They cared more about Chaos. Unlocking Pack-a-Punch this time round is really annoying. You have to turn on the power and make your way down to the bunker, where you need to survive a short lockdown. Can they genuinely not think of anything else? How many lockdowns have I mentioned in Black Ops 4 alone? I'm sort of joking here, but at the same time it's like, why couldn't they switch things up a bit? Constantly a lockdown or collecting souls. No innovation. To be honest, while I'm writing this, I think that's what this map says to me more than anything. The reason it's so boring is because it's so stale. You've done these things and played these same maps so many times now. When a new map comes out, you want something fresh, something you've never experienced before. But Alpha Omega is pretty much the exact opposite in every way. From the enemies to the weapons to the map itself, nothing is new. Anyways, after you've done that lockdown, you'll need to interact with 4 ventilation units around the map. These are filled with some kind of green goo, and you have to hold the wheel until the dial's at 0. The process is annoying, but made a bit easier, as you can clearly see where these ventilation units are from the green smoke coming out the houses. While you do this, buffed up zombies will come and attack you, which, I mean, just why? Doing all 4 unlocks the Pack-a-Punch, for a while. It's open long enough so it will never be a problem when setting up, but eventually these vents will get clogged up again, so if you want a Pack-a-Punch, you'll have to repeat the process. Once again, is there any need for this? So, let's look at the things this map actually adds, which also consist of either annoying additions or pretty much pointless ones. In terms of enemies, staying in line with Black Ops 4, everything is rehashed with the slightest change. There's Nova Bombers and Jolting Jacks, both of which are different versions of the classic Nova Crawlers. The Bomber's basically the exact same, but has the ability to buff up zombies, just like the water catalysts. The Jolting Jacks are also the same, but can shoot some lightning at you. And there's also the Lightning Hounds, which are literally just the Hellhounds with a redesign. So yeah, they had the chance to make this map interesting, perhaps change the views of people who hated the original map, but it just seems really lazy. All we can hope for is that maybe we get some kind of cool wonder weapon. The wonder weapon is the Ray Gun Mark II. Well, that's half true. The Ray Gun Mark II is the base for all the different versions. As expected, you'll need to do an upgrade quest to get these, although it's not required for the main Easter egg. There's a version that shoots lightning and recharges ammo, a version that works like a shotgun, a dual-wield version, and one that shoots out bombs. I actually like the designs of these things, but the main problem I found is that you don't really need these. They aren't overpowered infinite damage wonder weapons, they still get capped, and become less effective way before round 100. I suppose they might help if you're going for the Easter egg, but the standard version I found worked just fine. And of course, the elephant in the room, the wonder weapon is the Ray Gun Mark II. You know, the weapon that's been on pretty much every map since Buried, and wasn't even the wonder weapon on Buried. I'm sorry, but I'm genuinely struggling to find things to talk about, mainly because anything I could possibly mention has already been done before. Seeing the Galvanuckles return is pretty cool, with them I think being more effective than they were in Black Ops 2, and I also like how you can play as both the Ultimus and Primus versions of our characters in this map, carrying on from the ending of Classified. I know that a lot of people just see this map as dull, but looking at it closely makes me realise that this map is just insulting. Porting Nuketown from Blackout, not really introducing a new wonder weapon or anything new in general. It's not even fun going for high rounds, because there's a really easy exploit where you just have to sit and press E for several hours straight. The Easter egg for this map is it's pretty terrible as well. The closest Easter egg I can compare this to is Attack of the Radioactive Thing, and no, that's obviously not a good thing. The first step is unlocking the Pack-a-Punch, which will activate the Rushmore system. I actually really like this character, serving as this patriotic AI who's in control of the facility. Interacting with him will cause several clocks around the map to activate. You'll need to get the Galvanuckles and melee a zombie in front of a TV, causing it to spout out some numbers and letters. You'll obviously have to note these down, unless you've got an incredible memory, so we're already off to a bad start. These numbers correspond to the times you need to set on the clocks, with the letters being which clocks you need to change. Doing this correctly not only completes the step, but also rewards you with a Pack-a-Punch Mark II and another packed weapon. I don't know why they give you such a great reward for this step alone, but I'm fine with it anyways. You need to interact with Rushmore again, causing a red crawler to spawn in the bunker. You'll need to lead this to the transfusion facility, which will cause it to crawl into a random window. Talk with Rushmore again, and he'll tell you that a 115 container has been stolen. Heading down to the bunker, we come across Martin hidden behind a door. He's stolen the container and refuses to give it back. At any point before this, we could have entered several 4-digit codes from around the map into Rushmore's number pad. So once again, tediously having to find random numbers and noting them down. Doing this will unlock the Adam unit, which is literally the civil protector again, and leading this guy back to the door will make Martin scared, throwing the container out of the door, which we can then place back in the transfusion facility. Interact with Rushmore again, and we'll then need to charge up a fuse near the power with a jolting jack, and then run it back to Rushmore. The time it takes for the fuse to lose its charge is very quick, so the best way to do this is by building the telepads and placing them in the closest locations, both from when you pick it up and where Rushmore is. This will cause 3 paintings to start smoking green, where you'll have to get a zombie with brain rot to tear them down. This gives us even more codes that we'll need to note down and input into Rushmore's number pad. The next step requires us to head down to the bunker and interact with a bunch of power boxes until all their lights are green. I'm not exactly sure how this step works, but the solutions are the same every time. You'll then need to find 3 mannequins around the map which are sparking, and surprise surprise, you'll need to do 3 lockdowns to get some mannequin parts. Head to the broken mannequin near the start and place the parts down. This will cause the man himself, Peter McCain, to make a comeback. Let me remind you once more, this was the random guy hanging in Shinonuma. He's been trapped inside this Adam unit, with us needing to help him get his soul back in his body. This is kind of similar to the Gersh step from Gorod, but this time you'll escort this orb back to the body, causing McCain to thank us and fly away. The whole point of this Easter egg was essentially to get Rushmore's trust, so that we could get access to the elemental shard in the APD. You can now head to the APD control panel and charge up one of the canisters with the mannequins which start to spawn in. This opens the door, revealing the Avogadro inside. hide. Yep, they even reused bosses from previous maps. This takes us to the boss fight, where we need to collect souls. Oh my god. You have to do these in a specific order, which is shown on the screens by the control panel, as after you're done with the container, the area will be blocked off. It's not very difficult, but the Avogadro can do some very powerful attacks, which can take away most of your health. After you fill them up, head back to the APD, and literally just shoot the Avogadro back towards the door. He'll get pulled back inside, and after Rushmore congratulates us, we can now get the elemental shard. The outro cutscene involves Maxis being eaten by Dr. Monty. However, before he dies, he teleports Samantha to our location. When she arrives, she does an awful scream that literally sounds like a 4-year-old. We can also see that her brother Edward has been teleported as well, with her speaking to him in another different accent. They literally couldn't make up their minds throughout this entire story. I've got to say, this is laughably bad. It doesn't really say much apart from the stuff we would already assume. Going to kill Monty, tearing down the fabric of time, and all that kind of stuff. This takes us to the true finale of Zombies, Tag der Toten, which is another remake. What the f— The intro cutscene shows the Victus crew being released from their pods in Alcatraz, before cutting to both the Primus and Ultimus crew sat around a campfire. They're celebrating how far they've come, while Victus are panicking about being killed. I've got to be honest, there's something I really like about this crew, sort of how they're just puppets, with Stuhlinger making a comment about Dr. Monty, and asking if he's some kind of bad guy. They get teleported out of there, arriving in the lighthouse from Call of the Dead. We finally cut back to the campfire, with everyone asleep on the ground, apart from Richthofen, who appears zombified, assumedly being the reason he can communicate with Victus. This takes us into the map, which, look, despite being a Call of the Dead remake, is a lot more competent than Alpha Omega was. You can still see the obvious budget cuts. 2D cutscene, taking the lighthouse from Blackout, but I think they really tried on this last one. No, it's not as grand as Revelations or Origins, but who said it needs to be? I actually really like the design of this map, and wish a map like Blood was more like this. Call of the Dead was already a pretty great map in terms of design, but what Tag does is take that, add areas that aren't a slog to get through or completely pointless, and make some quality of life changes to certain pre-existing areas as well. For example, the bit below the lighthouse now has a full walkway, whereas before you only had the stairs leading down. This simple change adds a lot of flow to this area alone, not blocking you or giving you an easy area to get trapped in. I also love the look of this map. Everything's still covered in snow, but it's not actually snowing, and in fact is actually sunny. The sunset is a brilliant addition, not just making the map look very pretty, with the pink sky being a standout for me, but also works in a way to show how our story is coming to an end. There's quite a lot of new gameplay additions here, some of which are good, and others which are pretty bad. Let's look at the weapons first. The weaponry's the same in terms of normal guns, obviously, but we do see the return of things like the Thunder Gun and Matryoshka dolls. The Thunder Gun is just as great as it's always been, but has a definite lack of punchiness that the others had before it. It just seems really lame to shoot this thing. We also get 2 new wonder weapons, which are both pretty bad. First, we have the Wunderwaffe DG Shush. I can't say that. It's literally just a less effective Wunderwaffe, with a scope for some reason. We don't ever really need the sniper scope, maybe except for one tiny Easter egg step. It has a lot more ammo than the normal Wunderwaffe, and kills more zombies when landing a headshot, but that's about it. It's not that effective, and I think the best thing it does is stun zombies for a little bit. And we also have the Tundra Gun, which is genuinely terrible. I can appreciate trying to do a new version of the Thunder Gun, but this is just so bad. It's basically the Winter's Howl with splash damage. I'm not joking. It's okay in the early rounds, but once you get even a little bit into the later rounds, this thing won't be able to one-shot, so it's basically useless. The splash damage as well is such a weird decision. It's useless and it actively hurts you. One thing I thought was quite weird about all these weapons is that none of them have a Pack-a-Punch camo. I don't know why this is, but it just felt weird Pack-a-Punching something and then have it return looking exactly the same, with just a different name. Finally, we've got the Samantha music box, which can be acquired by getting some key cards and doing a small lockdown in the lab at the top of the map. It's a fairly fairly decent piece of equipment, although has quite a long wind-up time, and might not be as effective as something like a standard monkey. When thrown, Samantha will jump out of a portal and kill all the zombies nearby. Only downside is that if there's a zombie that's just a bit far away, it won't get pulled in, making it kind of unreliable. It's hands down the coolest piece of equipment. There's a character called the Hermit, who's at the top of the lighthouse. He'll ask for several parts around the map, either so that he can repair them or use them to help you. Things like the Flinger's Return, but you'll need to take the fuse box from them and get the Hermit to repair it before you can use them. There's also the zip lines, which now need to be set into place with some wheels, and once you set both of them in place, the Hermit will give you a zipline handle, which will let you travel on any zipline in any direction, which is a great addition, which the original map didn't have. One of the other things you can give him is a blue rock, which will turn the lighthouse beam to blue. This now means the golden Pack-a-Punch is unlocked, which you can fling over to whenever the lighthouse is shining on it. The Pack-a-Punch works exactly the same as it did on Call of the Dead, but the golden pack is a great addition in terms of Black Ops 4's busted mechanics. Pack-a-punching multiple times to increase your damage was such a pain. The golden pack simply lets you upgrade your weapon once, giving it the full damage upgrade in one go. The only downside to this, of course, is that the lighthouse will shine on all the other random Pack-a-Punch locations on the map as well, not making the golden pack as reliable as you might think. There's challenges you can do around the map for the Hermit, which gives you rewards and permanent upgrades, like being able to break the ice faster or halving the price of traps. These are a nice addition, and are also used for the first Easter egg step, although I'm not sure if it's worth doing all of them, but if you do, you'll be able to unlock the Thunder Gun for free. In terms of enemies, we quite literally got nothing new. Hellhounds, Napalm Zombies, and Electric Zombies, all stuff we've seen before, although the Napalms are important for getting the dynamite parts, which you can get when killing them with these random snowballs around the map. These snowballs aren't very useful, but I can appreciate how they kill zombies with one headshot, being able to kill these napalms on whatever round. The dynamite is simply used to unlock different areas of the map, usually being certain shortcuts, which just makes getting to certain areas a bit easier. The Easter egg in this map could possibly be my favourite in Black Ops 4. It's not only great in terms of the storyline, but the steps in my opinion are quite cohesive and easier to understand than a lot of the others. The first step is to complete 2 of the Hermit's challenge totems, where he'll then call you up to the lighthouse and give you some dials. If you've done the Call of the Dead co-op Easter egg, these should look familiar. We need to go to the artifact storage and place down the dials near the perk. We then simply need to switch the numbers on all 4 until they make a bell sound. You can find the numbers in other places around the map, but there's no punishment for trial and error. This will cause us to hear the Apothecum Blood, which will give us certain locations to go to in the form of a riddle. Best part is, the riddle's confusing, but actually understandable. For example, the one we get here is where fools freeze, which is in the water at the cargo hold, which we fall into when ziplining down. In all 3 locations, we need to pick up an offering, usually being some kind of body part. After we do this, we'll get a riddle on where to find the Seal of Duality, which is located in one of 4 locations. We need to break down whatever's covering it, and then blow up the safe it's being stored in. Once we pick it up, we need to head back to the artifact storage, where an orb will be floating. We need to shoot this until 3 orange orbs fly off it, where we'll then have to find these around the map, hit them with a snowball, and then shoot them. This makes all of them return to the artifact, where we need to shoot them into the Seal of Duality. We can then pick up the seal and place it onto the campfire. Throwing down the Samantha music box lets us hear the Primus and Ultimus crew talking around the campfire. We now need to find the second elemental shard, which is hidden behind the door that the crew were trapped in on Call of the Dead. It's not as easy as putting in the fuse this time, with the Hermit first giving us some soapstones. You need to place these near the lighthouse trap and activate it, causing both of them to catch fire. You then need to head up to the labs and place 1 soapstone under the decontamination trap, causing it to freeze. You then need to place both of these into a control panel at Human Infusion, letting us pick up a fuse. It needs to be charged, so we first have to shoot 2 batteries on the electric towers, and then charge up 3 generators near the lighthouse. This lets us open up the door, with the elemental shard floating inside. We now need to repeat the process of shooting the orange balls around the map and placing the Seal of Duality on the fire. This time, the crew discuss what the Agarthan device is, with Nikolai saying it's the key to bringing peace to their world. We need to head back to the lighthouse and give the Hermit the device, taking us to a short lockdown. Afterwards, he says it's still not charged charged up, with us now having to go to every Pack-a-Punch location round the map and putting the device inside. This both charges up the device and breaks the machines, with the golden pack always being the last one we go to. Before we head there, we first need to do the orb step one more time, letting us hear the gang talk one more time about Samantha and Dr. Maxis. I always thought it was kind of sad that the final map doesn't even have us playing as the main crew, but it is what it is. We then head to the golden pack, and after charging up the device, the map completely transforms, which is one of the coolest and most memorable switch-ups since the Eclipse mode in Shangri-La. The map's now covered in lava, with the Agarthan device having a bubble round it. This keeps us safe from the outside, which will constantly damage us. We need to follow the device round the map, with it occasionally stopping for us to fill it up with souls. This part isn't very challenging in the grand scheme of things, but doesn't make it any less engaging. As I mentioned, the water's now lava, so if you step in it, you're gonna get damaged, and quite significantly. Luckily, rocks pop out of the lava as we head forward, which we can jump on to save ourselves. The device makes its way to the labs, where it enters one final charging phase. Intense metal music starts to play, as your characters even say they're most likely gonna die. This is such a great part, but has always been a bit disappointing for me because of the first time I did this. I get how it's supposed to be the final stand kind of thing, but the first time I did this, as the area got smaller and smaller, I was just constantly losing health, with it eventually stopping when I had only 1 health left. I thought it was intentional, and loved how tight it was, but ever since then, I've breezed through this step, making me think the intense experience I had the first time was just by chance. It's really cool anyway, and beats a lot of maps' endings, despite it not even being a boss. We get one final speech from Nikolai, explaining that the Shadow Man and Dr. Monty weren't as bad as we would have thought, with Monty turning evil due to his thinking that staying in the cycle would bring balance to the world, and the Shadow Man turning evil when trying to stop him.
You have spoken many times of a war, Nikolai. A great war.
Yeah, a war unlike any we have ever seen.
Oh, are you going to tell them everything, Nikolai? The Apothecons, the Keepers, the Shadow Man, the Dark Ether, Monty.
Shadow Man? The Apotha what's? What's he talking about, Nikolai?
They are legends contained in the book, the Chronorium. Tales of demons and angels commanded by the forces of light and darkness.
That does not sound unlike any war we have ever faced.
Demons and angels, light and darkness, the big stuff. Who was who? Which was which? Do you know that, Nikolai?
Monty and Shadow Man were more similar than you know, Richtofen. Both were corrupted by the Dark Ether. One by his own ambition, the other desperately trying to save his friend. Do you remember when I asked you what you really want?
We remember. But why do you ask this now?
Because the Great War? No. The greatest war is the one we fight against ourselves.
Everything in the map is now destroyed, and I really appreciate how they just let you walk around for as long as you want. There's no zombies, you can't buy perks, you can't pack-a-punch, and I personally think this was really intentional. Without the zombies, you're basically in complete silence, making everything feel so hollow. It sticks to the landing of this being the true end a lot better than I think Revelations. I never bought the ending of that map, but here, it's undeniable how finite everything is. We need to give the Seal of Duality to the Hermit, and head to the sun deck on the boat. We can then see the Hermit fly into the air, announcing himself as Pablo Marinus, a name which had been thrown around all the way since Black Ops 1. We'll talk about the importance of his character in a second. He sends the Agarthan device back down to the boat. Picking this up takes us to the final cutscene. It's revealed that the zombies weren't actually gone from Tag, with Stuhlinger asking Richtofen if he'd forgotten about them. Nikolai now has the Seal of Duality, putting the summoning key on it and making it explode. This quite literally means there's no coming back, as we see everything fade out of existence. Nikolai kills zombie Richtofen and gives one final speech about the greater good.
We fought for what we wanted. We got more than we deserved. All the chapters of our lives, good and bad. Even if there was no witness, even if no one cared to see. it still happened. Somewhere. We fought the Great War over and over, but victory could never be ours. We were always doomed to fail. Monty told us the truth. Our journey is the very reason this madness exists. We are the ones who fractured the universe. This is the truth the Chronorium showed me. The truth Richtofen could no longer face. When we are gone, so too is everything that spewed forth from the ether. Element 115, the Apothecons, even Monty himself. All of it will be banished to where it belongs. The Dark Ether. We should not be here. Our time has passed. But for all the pain and torment we have endured together, as we leave this life behind, it is my hope that you know one thing beyond any doubt.
Look away, Eddie.
You are more than just my allies. My brothers in arms. You were my friends.
The final thing the game makes us do is take control of both Samantha and Eddie, with our only option being to walk towards a light. We hear all of the characters talk about what they want to do in the future. It's an excellent cap-off to the storyline, making us aware that it wasn't all about the Apothecons, or Dr. Monty, or the secrets hidden in every map. It was all about the journey and internal struggles that our characters faced. And that's it. A genuinely brilliant ending that kind of puts the Revelations one to shame. So, the storyline's over, and trying to analyze it is so complicated, just from the fact that multiverses is one of the main cruxes of the entire plot. There's many different stories involved, with different dimensions and cycles, but let's just focus on the one where they break it. There's lots of little details here, like Arthur, or rather Leroy from Buried, actually being a servant in Der Eisendrache, or that someone known as Jebediah Brown actually built the Pack-a-Punch and Agarthan device in the same town as Buried, but it's so long and complicated to explain that I don't really think I could do it justice. The basic gist is that Monty and the Shadow Man have existed for as long as time. The Apothecons are corrupted versions of the Keepers, who were the ones that sent Element 115 to Earth, so they could cause a war and create a rift to Agartha. Pablo Marinus was saved by Primus during this Great War, and in this specific cycle, whereas the crew usually forget everything before, Richtofen actually remembers what happened during Revelations, and how Monty has simply sent them back to the Great War once again, only to repeat the cycle. Pablo Marinus joins Primus, and buys time for Richtofen to build a teleportation device, in which he travels to Blood of the Dead. Pablo gives Richtofen the fire gem from his staff, which is what Richtofen uses to kill all the zombies in the final moments of Blood. Alcatraz is known as a pocket dimension, which has a whole cycle of its own, as we could see in the original mob. When the Warden breaks their portal at the start, they become trapped, with the Great War Richtofen being their key out. From this point on, the cycle's broken, with all the other maps simply being their journey towards the end. I know there's much more stuff, but because Black Ops 4 is this grand journey to the end of the multiverse, it almost makes games like Black Ops 3 a self-contained story. It was never the true end in Revelations, just the end of that version of the story. That also wraps up Black Ops 4. There's other side stuff they added, like the Gauntlet mode and Rush mode, but admittedly admittedly, these get pretty stale after a couple attempts, and I especially find the gauntlet frustrating, as it gives you challenges that are sometimes impossible to achieve, with you also not being able to plan for them. Where have I heard that before? In the time between Black Ops 4 and Cold War, Call of Duty had a huge switch up. 2019's Modern Warfare reboot was huge. It was brilliant, with a great campaign, multiplayer, and awful Spec Ops. The worst and biggest thing I think this did though, was completely dumb down the COD franchise, and the main reason, I think, is Warzone. I don't mind Warzone. I think it's pretty boring, but it's okay. But after Warzone came out, it was huge, which now meant that both Cold War and Vanguard would both be revolved around Warzone. It was such a bad idea, and makes both games look like they're literally trying to copy what Modern Warfare did, which I think is quite unfair. Cold War in particular did its own thing, with gameplay more similar to CODs of the past, but even then, you can't deny it's very similar. The zombies in this game make a huge switch up, and one that I actually think works, unlike Black Ops 4's needless changes. But at the same time, I think it's also quite similar to Black Ops 4, having a set of mechanics, perks, and weapons which carry across all the maps. So, before we talk about the maps individually, let's just talk about the mechanics. The first thing I noticed is that the progression has completely changed. Gobblegums and elixirs are gone, but have been substituted with genuinely good upgrades. You now have a skills tab, where you can use in-game currency to upgrade just about everything. Perks have 5 tiers, which make them incredibly more effective than their normal version. Weapons have 5 tiers as well, making each category more effective against killing zombies. And you can also upgrade these new field upgrades, which essentially replace the overpowered specialist weapons. You earn this currency very frequently in-game, so you'll be able to unlock pretty much everything in no time. The perks here are basically the perfect balance of what Black Ops 3 and 4 did. There's a huge variety to pick from, but unlike Black Ops 4 where you could only take 4 into a game, this time round you can literally buy every single one, making this the first Zombies game to actively remove any kind of cap on the perks. This was such a great choice, letting people play exactly how they want. You might think it makes things easier, and it definitely does, but you've got the choice to not pick these perks up if you want to challenge yourself. All the perks they offer are great as well, with the upgrades for them being even better. They do things like making Tombstone actually effective, whilst also baking the mechanics of Who's Who into the perk. We also see all the classics like PhD and Jug return, which were absent from BO4, and I think it's just such a grand improvement. The Wonder Fizz has been repurposed in all the maps to adhere to this, with it now simply being an easy way to buy all the perks from one location. Finally, on the main menu, you can see that we can now create our own class, and pick whatever character we want to play as. The custom loadouts are great in my opinion, letting you bring in weapons that you'd call your own. This is where we can also pick what field upgrade we want, which are another great addition. There's quite a few of these things, all with separate functions, although there's definitely a few here that people will always be picking. It's good that we have variety, although anyone going for high rounds will always be picking Ring of Fire, letting you shoot for as long as you want, while buffing your damage to an unbelievable degree. The operators, however, aren't so good, and actually serve as one of the biggest drawbacks this mode has. From what I've heard from fans, seems to align with what I always thought, that despite the gameplay being pretty great, this mode has essentially no personality. This might sound like nothing, but you'll eventually see the maps do heavily suffer from this, making you think back to maps like Revelations and Gorod Krovi, and then wondering where's the kind of mystical creative stuff that Zombies once had. The operators are a big part of this, as we no longer have a crew, but instead literally anyone you want to pick. Thankfully, this storyline is completely rebooted from the past one, but still, having Frank Woods or Mason killing zombies is just weird in my opinion. Alright, let's look at the first map, D Machine, and break down the gameplay. So as you can see, the map's obviously aware of this reboot, taking us back to Narked, but also introducing a whole nother layer to this map that actually flows really well. You'll notice straight away that upon killing a zombie, you'll either be given 90 points for a standard kill and 115 for a melee or headshot. This is fine by me, as it doesn't really affect anything too much, but it has added to this removal of skill that started to happen in Black Ops 4. In that game, points also worked weirdly, where you were no longer able to get points through classic strategies like 8 shots to the leg and a knife. I'm not entirely sure what the reason was back then, but I assume here it was more to do with making gameplay more accessible. You no longer can get extra points by using a worse weapon, which, as I said, is good in terms of making the rounds and gameplay go smoothly, but also comes with the drawback of having pretty much every game play out the same. Another couple drawbacks are that for some reason they've tried to turn zombies into multiplayer. What you won't see in my gameplay is that by default, zombies now have a health bar and damage points which pop up when shooting them. However, the biggest annoyance being the big message that says you killed them still comes up on the screen, and you can't turn it off. For whatever reason, I don't know. It could be some kind of dopamine rush tactic, making players think they're achieving something really great by just killing a zombie, but it's just annoying. I think this mode takes some good notes from ideas presented in games like Exo Zombies, with zombies now frequently dropping grenades, tacticals, and salvage. Grenades are actually useful this time round. One good Semtex could wipe out an entire horde, which I think is great and very satisfying. Tacticals are also good, having things like stun grenades, decoys, and monkey bombs. That's right, the monkey bombs are no longer a box item, but can either be picked up from zombies or crafted with salvage. These mainly help in either distracting or stunning the zombies, although there's certain ones like the Gersh type grenade, which are also helpful with killing. I can imagine some people disliking the salvage mechanic, but I personally think it's really well implemented. The main use for salvage is building armor, upgrading your weapons, and crafting either lethals, tacticals, or support items. This introduces us to 3 new mechanics, which all play pretty integral parts. Armor is one of the most effective things in Cold War zombies, arguably being more effective than even Tier 5 Jug. The armor will absorb so much damage from all enemies, and also has 3 upgrades, which increase in salvage. There's a green and blue salvage, with the blue salvage being used for higher tier upgrades. You get the armor at this station, which is where you can also upgrade the rarity of your weapons. In Cold War Zombies, they made the genius decision of giving all weapons rarities, so uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary. What may sound convoluted works so well in practice, with it being made even better from the upgrade station. Red tier weapons are the ones you'll spawn in with, making your custom loadout essentially useless after round 5. That doesn't mean you have to get rid of your weapon. You could just save up a bunch of salvage, upgrade the rarity at an upgrade station, and pack-a-punch it. Wall buys are now color-coded, so you can tell which weapon has what rarity. However, the box also works the same way, giving you random weapons with random rarities. This decision not only works great in letting players choose what weapon they actually want to use, but also helps out those who want to grind for camos and unlocks. The crafting table I think is also a great addition, letting you build whatever lethals you want, tactical grenades, and the newest addition, support items. These are mainly score streaks, which have just been ported over from the multiplayer, but they actually work really well. This is what Black Ops 4 needed to do. If they didn't have budget or time, they needed to make those elements actually work. There's a large variety of support items, like a death machine, war machine, and even a chopper gunner. I've heard some arguments claiming that they're overpowered, but if you're worried about feeling powerful, this game isn't for you. The Pack-a-Punch works fairly the same, but once again has refined what the previous games did, and sort of fleshed out their concept. Pack-a-punching multiple times in Black Ops 4 was a pain, but I did actually appreciate the damage upgrade. This time round, they still make you pack-a-punch 3 times, but the damage increases and costs are both insane. First pack is 5,000 like usual, second pack is 1,500, and third pack is 30,000. This might sound mental, but chances are you'll most likely have a triple packed weapon by round 20. It once again doesn't lock you down to a certain weapon. Whereas pretty much all the previous games were focused on good, bad, and wonder weapons, here you can pretty much play exactly how you want. I also like how the elemental upgrades aren't attached to pack-a-punching, but instead a separate menu where you can choose whatever one you want to use. Luckily, despite all the weapons being spread out across all the maps again, they definitely don't skimp on the wonder weapons. The wonder weapons on this map are the D-Machine and the Ray Gun, but for the first time since World at War and Black Ops 1, the Ray Gun is a beast again. It's the best version of the Ray Gun ever, being so powerful at all rounds. You can even pack-a-punch it 3 times, making it pretty much unstoppable unkillable for most of the game. It will eventually have a damage drop off, but with how fast things like Ring of Fire can charge up, you can literally just sit in a corner the entire game, which is quite literally what the high round strat is for this map. The D machine is also pretty cool, both in terms of design and usability. I think of it as a less effective thunder gun, blowing zombies away with quite a significant damage drop off in later rounds. To get ammo for this thing, you can actually use the aim button to suck in the zombie souls, which is another really cool addition. There's 4 elemental upgrades for this thing, which are required for the Easter egg, but I don't think any of these are as good as the base version. There's a poison one, electric one, ice one, and fire one, with arguably the electric and poison versions being the only good ones. Thankfully, the enemies on this map take a huge step back from the annoying mayhem that BO4 threw at us. There was a definite decision to make the zombies an emphasis this time round, as in the past few games, it's like they weren't even important anymore, despite literally being the name of the mode. The only other enemies are Plague Hounds and the Megaton, with there also being some armored zombies which spawn in later on. Plague Hounds, as you could guess, are just a different version of the Hellhounds, kind of mixing the Novas and dogs together. These are fine, and luckily don't have that annoying stun effect that the Novas sometimes had. The Megaton can be downright intimidating when you first come up against him though. He's huge and takes a lot of damage, and just when you think you've killed him, he splits into 2 halves, which you then need to also kill. It's a brilliant design, with its attacks being somewhat similar to the Panzer, with his explosive projectiles. There's some other quality of life changes, like having an active ammo supply, which you can buy whenever you want, an exfil option, which means that you no longer need to quit or die whenever you're done with the game, and also the return of challenges, which gives you some genuinely good rewards, but that's about everything. So, the Easter egg on this map, as well as pretty much every Easter egg in this game, takes a big jump from everything we've seen before, and what I mean by that is that they're very easy. I get why they did this, with a whole new group of players that will be playing zombies for the first time, but damn, I've gotta say I was more disappointed than I thought I'd be, especially with the tediousness of maps like Voyage and Alpha Omega. I thought I'd want any complex stuff to be long gone, but nope, I missed them straight away. I'd say this is mainly down to a story problem. At least when I was doing all that complicated stuff, I was following a story that I cared about quite a bit, but this time round, I've gotta say, the story is downright terrible, and the main reason for that is because it's both spelled out to you, but also makes you not have a clue what's going on. This is mainly because pretty much all of the story is locked behind intel. Yeah, stuff you click into in the main menu and read. I have no idea why they did this. It's such a bad idea. It's the complete opposite of what they did in the early days. The reason people were so interested with the zombie storyline is because it was hidden under so many secrets. It was almost like some kind of urban legend when it first started. Now they're trying to create some lame by-the-numbers story that's not only boring, but hard to even understand. So, check how easy this Easter egg is. You need the D machine first off, which you can get from the box or by unlocking a door in Narked. You also need all 4 upgrades, which I'm not going to go through, but are very easy to get as well. You need to head into the Dark Ether, which is 100 times cooler than the original look of the map, and then collect 3 parts for the Ether Scope, build it by the Pack-a-Punch, and head through another rift. Get a diary by a computer, and give it to 3 spirits around the area. Activate the computer. Use all 4 D machine elements on the 4 parts sticking out the machine. Go into a rift, see some spirits talk, pick up a wrench, hit this tank, kill this zombie, throw a grenade onto the tank, take this ball back to the machine, lead a split Megaton into the machine, activate the computer, go into a rift in Narked, pick up a family photo, which will take us to a lockdown where you need to protect this zombie. Once he's done, escape. Now, that might have sounded complicated from the way I worded it, but compared to Easter eggs in the past, this is a cakewalk. It's fine, but admittedly disappointing for someone who's done all these really complicated ones in the past. The main problem is that nothing amazing happens. The coolest parts are maybe the merging of the Megaton or the spirits, but that's about it. No ending cutscene either, so you might as well have just exfilled anyway. Firebase Z is up next, which I see as probably the worst map in Cold War. It's too bad, as I think most of the maps in this game are quite good, but it's definitely the worst of the lot. The map takes place in Vietnam, starting in a small village. I actually really like this setting, as we haven't seen a zombies map in a place like this, with the closest comparisons being maps like Shangri-La. This village isn't the bulk of the map though, but simply the place you can pack a punch and access the Wonder Fizz. We have to teleport to the main part of the map, where we have to turn on the power via 3 generators. It's kind of similar to Origins, where these 3 generators only power up their portions of the map, and when all 3 are on, we can head back to the start and pack a punch. We see the return of both Hellhounds and Manglers, both of which are nowhere near as threatening as they initially were, with the Hellhounds literally just exploding when they get near to you. But we also get some new enemies, which make the map really annoying to play. The new mini-boss is called the Mimic, not only looking like a really lame Magua, but also having the ability to transform into an item on the ground. This gives them a chance to spring a trap on you, which I actually think was quite an interesting design. The main problem with these things is there's just too many of them. I think they might have turned them down just a bit, but even then, I think they go way overboard. This game is very easy, so by adding more of these things, you only get annoyance, not challenge. The wonder weapon on this map is the Ray K84, a mixture between the ray gun and an assault rifle. I love the concept, and the design of it is very nice, but in execution, I don't think it's that great. Don't get me wrong, it's a very good wonder weapon, easily being able to get you to round 100, but the main problem is that I don't think it's that fun to use, and its function isn't that original anyway. It's basically the ray gun Mark III, but harder to use. To shoot a black hole, you need to press a button, and then to switch back to normal shooting mode, you need to press a button, and wait for it to switch back. It's only a second, but can become frustrating when going to high rounds. The biggest addition to this map is something that once again is not good or bad. The idea of assault rounds initially sounds interesting, with you having to defend one of these 3 generators around the map. It's initially fun, seeing all these zombies charge towards you, and in later rounds, having to defend from this giant guy called the Order. But I'll be honest, my main problem with these is that they grind your game to a halt. On solo, I find it quite hard to take down Order, even when using the Ray K and Ring of Fire, so most of the time, I just run away and wait till the assault's over. The only consequence is that you have to turn the generator back on, which in later rounds you probably don't even need. I think it's a good idea, that just needed a bit more fine tuning, and maybe a bigger consequence when losing. As for the Easter egg, this is unfortunately pretty bad too. Just as easy, but more annoying in a few steps. The first step requires us to talk with the characters Ravenov and Peck, which will result in Ravenov giving us a key card. We need to collect 3 compounds in lockers around the map, and create a truth serum. We can put this truth serum in Peck's room, which will give us access to a code for the memory transference station. We then need to go around the map, and trap 3 specific mimics with the essence trap, and bring them back to the memory station. This is a terrible step, mainly due to how a lot of the time, you'll be trapping mimics that aren't the right ones. From what I understand, the mimics we need to capture are spawned in even before the round switches, so there'll be items lying around. Even then, it's pretty confusing, as none of the correct mimics even have different name tags. If you get the wrong ones, you'll need to do it again, but once you're done, you'll be given a floppy disk. This opens up a door to the OPC, where Ravenov will then give us a code for a locker next to Peck. This gives us an ether meter, which we need to use along with a shovel to collect 3 ether crystals. These are placed into all the generators around the map, which will then give us access to a computer, where we can align some satellites to our location. This powers up the OPC, where we get a cutscene of this new version of Samantha Maxis. The lamest part is how she's wearing all our old characters' stuff. So is this a reboot or what? We teleport back to the village, and have to fight an Order once more. After that, we get an outro cutscene, pretty much just hinting at the next map. Before we got the next round-based map, however, we arguably got the biggest experiment that we've seen in a while, with the release of the Outbreak mode. I was super hyped when this first came out. Open world zombies? Isn't that literally what we've asked for so long? Well, I don't really like it. I'm sure there's a lot of people that do, but I just can't get with it. Now, this is open world zombies. Technically, you're killing zombies in a big map, which I mean is relaxing, but quite boring when you're actively looking for fun. This mode is all based in objectives, with most of them either being an escort, collecting souls, or killing boss zombies. Once an objective's complete, you can teleport to a new location, with there being 8 in total. The problem with these areas are there are some which feel good to play in, and others that just feel too barren. This is partly down to the fact that some of these weren't made for the Outbreak mode, but instead head for a cancelled Warzone map, which was also transformed into the Fireteam mode in multiplayer. Once you realise that, you do kind of feel how empty these are, working much better in the context of a PvP mode. There's also several side quests in these maps, which do liven things up a bit, but I can't lie, after you've gone through every map, and hell, even a few of them, you've basically seen everything there is. You'll be doing these same objectives and getting the same rewards every time. Getting more points, perks, and weapons eventually becomes useless, with you just plodding on for pretty much no reason. That's the mode's biggest drawback for me. I find it boring. There's something satisfying about getting to a really high round in normal zombies, but getting to objective 15 in Outbreak just takes too long, and has you repeating the same objectives. Now there is 2 main Easter eggs in this mode, but I've never done them, and don't really want to do them. It sounds unfair, and it is, so I'm just not going to say anything about them. All I've heard is they're not really worth it, and the endings are both unsatisfying, so I was put off from the start. Zombies are of course barely a threat in the open world, as you can run away and take them out from a big distance. Pretty much every special zombie crops up here, which is just a bit frustrating when you're constantly getting bombarded with projectiles. This, once again, isn't difficult, just annoying. And yeah, there's not much I can really say about this mode. I just find it really dull, even in comparison to my least favourite zombie maps. There's lots of intel here, so if you want to find more about the story, then you'll have to play this mode. You can ride around in vehicles with your friends, which can be quite fun, and to be honest, playing this mode with your friends or to relax is what I see as most appealing. Whereas normal zombie games can get quite intense, here you can just cruise around for a while and do whatever quests there are. I think playing with friends really does make things automatically more fun, but playing solo really does expose just how little there is to keep you playing. Luckily, we then got Mauer de Toten, a map which I had initially no interest in, but has actually become one of my favourite maps. The visuals on this map are excellent, being set in a war-torn Germany. There's dilapidated buildings with fire bursting out of them, and fiery trains that come hurtling down the subways, all being topped off with this excellent rain which covers the entire map. Getting round this map feels so smooth, which I largely credit to these brand new zip lines. I love how smooth these feel, always being placed in perfect locations, where you'd want to either travel across a building or descend lower. The power's almost simple to turn on, but you'll need to find 2 fuses from a couple Tempests around the map, and then place them in the power. Tempests are a newish boss, being originally added in Outbreak. They only show up in specific instances on this map, which I think is something this map does very well. We also see the return of the Panzer Soldats, now being called Kranzi Soldats, and a brand new enemy called the Disciple. Now, if things sound kind of overcrowded, that's because they are, but this map manages these so well. The Disciples spawn in very frequently, with their main function being to buff up zombies. The thing is though, these are balanced very well, making the zombies more powerful, but not too much, spawning infrequently, but not becoming overwhelming. They can also try and damage you, but they take away so little health that they'll probably never get you down. The Panzers are pretty much exactly the same, but maybe a bit more aggressive. They now shoot fire projectiles at you, leaving fire on the floor, which will actively damage you. These guys are fine, and spawn in at a reasonable amount. The Tempests are just the Avogadro, literally. They shoot electric projectiles at you and go down really easy. There's also Tormentors, which just serve as a max ammo round. These are very easy, and just explode if you kill them, or if they get too close. The wonder weapon on this map is one of my all-time favourites, being known as the Cerberus. I love the design of this thing, with this sort of energy core in the middle, and the orb which floats around the weapon. This is only the initial design, however, with this wonder weapon being able to be actively changed, with pickups that are dropped by the zombies. There's 3 mod kits for the Cerberus: the Diffuser, the Blazer, and the Swarm. The Blazer shoots out a beam of energy, the Diffuser turns it into a shotgun, and the Swarm shoots out a couple explosives. Despite the designs and functions of these being very cool, I think I still find the initial Cerberus the easiest and most practical version to use. The Easter egg this time round is also pretty fun, and not as easy as the last 2. You'll need the Cerberus and Klaus from the start. Klaus is once again just the Civil Protector, which we can direct to a brick wall, which he'll break down. We need to use the Blazer mod kit to burn a hole through the metal on the other side, where we then gain access to a lab. Here we can pick up 3 canisters and essence harvesters, which we can place at these green boxes round the map. We need to use the harvester to spawn in some Tempests, which upon killing them fill up the canister. We need to bring all 3 of these back to the lab, where we're told told, we also need to find a warhead. You can upgrade Klaus to different levels, as well as giving him a hacking helmet that will help out in a later step. We can now call in another train at the subway, and by using Klaus to stop it, we can collect the warhead and a keycard. We now need to interact with a couple computers nearby, which will spawn in a megaton and a couple mimics. The megaton will drop some corrupted uranium, which you need to take to a workbench nearby. You need to then hang it on one of the zip lines, and then repeat the process with the other piece of uranium, and place it at the other end. This will cause both pieces to smash together, giving us a uranium rock. We need to take this to the warhead at the lab, and then repeat the process once more. Upon completing it the second time, we'll get brought straight to the boss fight against Valentina. I'll be honest, I have no idea who this is, and I don't really care to find out. The boss fight's pretty cool visually, but pretty standard everywhere else. It literally just comes down to getting damage off. She jumps around the map when you damage her enough, but she'll always end up back in the lab by the end. Once you capture her, Klaus takes the warhead and closes the rift, taking us into the ending cutscene. This Easter egg was also pretty simple, but along with stellar gameplay, great visuals, and some obscure steps, I think Mauer der Toten is a great map, and arguably the peak of Cold War. However, there's one more map to tackle, Forsaken. Now, like many maps in the past, I've heard lots of people saying they like this map, and just as many saying they don't, and like most cases, I'm somewhere in between. Let me preface by saying I think this is the laziest designed map out of all of them. Most of them take elements from pre-existing parts of the multiplayer and campaign, maybe apart from D Machine, but this is just a whole nother level. I've played through the entire campaign and really liked it, so when Firebase and Mauer reused some parts, I obviously noticed, but thought they actually worked. Here though, it's literally like they ripped this straight from the campaign. There's some design switch ups, like collapse sections of the map, but for the most part, it's the same. This takes us to one of the worst parts of the map, the flow. It's the polar opposite of what made Mauer so great. I don't know if they just ran out of time, which is highly possible due to them being dragged onto Vanguard, but this map is scattered across several different areas, all of which are only accessible through portals and zip lines. It would just barely work if they let you teleport anywhere you want, but you're railroaded into all these areas. I don't know why they did this, considering all the locations take place inside the facility. Literally just rearrange the map so you don't have to break the flow of gameplay every other minute. The gameplay is great as always, but admittedly does suffer because of the laziness. I saw John Rizzo made a good observation about the amount of windows in this map, and the fact the developers clearly just placed a zombie spawn in every single one, making the spawns a bit ridiculous. Talking of enemies, we get one new addition here, the Abomination, an even more blatant and, in my opinion, worse version of the Magua. This one has 3 weak points in its mouth, but at the same time you can just damage its body. It obviously does less damage, but with Ring of Fire, you can pretty much just gun this thing down. The worst part is its attacks. It can charge at you, which is okay, but the electric beam it can shoot at you is just really annoying to deal with. This adds to a bigger problem with this map, which is the fact they throw literally every enemy in here. The map's not tight, but it's still enclosed, and having all these enemies here just doesn't work. This is the most annoying map to play in terms of enemies, and reminds me majorly of what Black Ops 4 did wrong. It's strange how this game started so well, putting the emphasis back on the zombies, and then fell into the same old trap where they focus on these annoying mini-boss zombies. Don't get me wrong, you need some to spice up the gameplay, but not this many. The wonder weapon on this map is luckily one of the coolest, both in terms of functionality and design. It has 2 modes, one being an axe and the other being a pistol. The axe deals an insane amount of damage, and remember, this weapon can be triple packed. It can obviously melee zombies, whilst also being able to shoot out a spinning blade, which can kill zombies at range. The pistol version's fully automatic, but less effective than the axe. The Easter egg on this map is unfortunately a complete flop, being one of the easiest and most disappointing Easter eggs I think I've ever played. The first step is to press a button. Yeah, that really sets the tone for this Easter egg. It does take us to a really cool cutscene though, even though I have no idea what's going on. You now need to activate a control panel in the fuel processing area, which will take you to a small lockdown and give you a fuel tank. You also need a housing unit by making an Abomination smash into this wall, and a monitoring device which you can unlock through a vent with an Arc XD. To charge up the fuel tank, you need to destroy these 3 crystals around the map, and throw the shard that drops into an abomination. Killing this will give you a catalyzed shard, and when you have all three, you can build the neutralizer. You then need to guide this neutralizer to the boss area while charging it up, which can't even be considered a challenge. This final boss is also incredibly easy, but makes up for it in terms of visuals. All you need to do is damage its weak points, charge up Samantha, and shoot the weak points again. There's a cool moment where you get teleported to a dark area, seeing all the people who've been talking to you dead on the floor. It of course has no impact to me, because I don't know or care about any of these characters, but it's cool anyway. I feel like the next version of Zombies has some real potential though. If they get the story right, we could have something genuinely interesting, especially with the reintroduction of Sophia and Richtofen in the ending cutscene. That's the big reveal, by the way, that Richtofen's in this reboot. Don't take this any other way, like this is somehow connected. You'll be disappointed. Well, either you'll be disappointed or I will. There's extra additions here, like the cranked mode, which gets boring after one game, and Onslaught, which lets you kill zombies on multiplayer maps, but limits where you can go, also boring. And that's Cold War Zombies, a complete reboot in all aspects. The gameplay is different, but great in its own right, but the story's very lacking. And finally, there's Vanguard Zombies, which, sorry to disappoint, I haven't bought, and won't be buying. So admittedly, I can't really talk about this mode, at least properly, but at least from what I've heard and seen, it looks fucking awful. They tried to merge Onslaught and Outbreak, and basically completely failed. They seem to have forgotten that the most outspoken part of the Zombies community is the round-based fans. You know, the ones that have been supporting your game since Zombies became a thing. It's the biggest lack of foresight I've ever seen from Treyarch, creating what seems to be not only the worst designed iteration of Zombies so far, but also the most hated. It's hilarious the amount of vitriol the community has, and they totally deserve it. If they genuinely thought 3 objectives, less field upgrades, less perks that require you to buy them multiple times in one game alone, and only 4 different maps to play in, would satisfy the community, they were sorely mistaken. I hate this new model they have, where they release these god-awful games and then just patch them over time. I didn't mention it, but Cold War was the exact same. On launch, it was awful, crashing literally every 15 minutes, horrible balancing and progression issues, and Outbreak on launch had basically nothing. They of course improved it over time, and that's most likely what they're gonna do here. But the impression I'm getting is they aren't even gonna try with the round-based maps. They might make one down the road, but it seems that Duran Fang is where most of the Zombies content will be for now. And that's how we've got to end the video. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Zombies started as something so special, an experimental arcade mode in a big budget game, something you just will not see anymore. Budgets have gotten too big for these experiments that might not work, so Zombies was always something special. It eventually progressed into something that nobody initially would have thought of. Hidden ciphers, mystical wonder weapons, traveling to the moon, insanely fun and detailed Easter eggs. But as the community grew, I'm assuming Activision's awareness of the mode also grew, which saw them cram zombies into almost every single COD game. This not only made the mode less special, but also gave us some terribly designed versions of the mode. Treyarch were always the kings, and they proved that with World at War, Black Ops 1, most of Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, sort of Black Ops 4, and Cold War. Even the good knockoffs like Infinite Warfare still seem like knockoffs. This all led to the point where Activision got that big Warzone break, and then dumbed down the entire franchise. What once seemed like polished but admittedly repetitive games didn't have any uniqueness anymore. You can't tell me that Vanguard doesn't just look like Modern Warfare, even if it does have some World War II weapons. I really hope that Cold War wasn't just a fluke, which with its lazily designed final map and awful Vanguard version really isn't out of the question for me. Vanguard's a travesty, there's no denying that. Whether it improves eventually, I still can't see, but I really hope that Zombies can get back on track. We reached the point where nostalgia and innovation was too much, and Cold War did the right thing by essentially taking us back to basics, giving us a brand new gameplay system that worked really well. And just after that game, we've reached another impasse, assumedly with the amount of people that enjoyed Onslaught and Outbreak. I'll be keeping an eye on Zombies no matter what happens, but at the moment, it unfortunately doesn't look like it has a bright future ahead. Anyways, that's the video. If you guys enjoyed, make sure to subscribe with notifications on so you know whenever I upload. Like the video, share to someone you know, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Fucking hell, I'm gonna sound like Super Dave.